And that's precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation. You know what? And that's why I say, if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. But let's not obfuscate. Okay, I understand what you're saying. But this dude just called babies militants. No, I understand. And there are baby settlements. Well, there are baby settlements as well. There are babies in the settlement. But setting that obvious clip that everybody has laid for you time and time again aside, this clip right here, which honestly should have been in Ethan's video, a little demerit against him for that, is absolutely crucial. Because he asked him about something that one of his friends, or actually a couple of his friends said, but this includes the YouTuber's second thought, related to how it's okay to kill Israeli civilians. Actually, civilians, they're occupiers. And this means all of them, 100% of them, anywhere in Israel at any point in time. This is rejected. I don't care. I don't agree with the position. There's all the occupiers, they don't have civilians. That's what, yeah. Like if no, I understand. And there are baby settlements. Well, there are baby settlements. Well, there are babies in the settlement. But setting that obvious clip that everybody has laid for you time and time again aside, this clip right here, which honestly should have been in Ethan's video, a little demerit against him for that, is absolutely crucial. Because he asked him about something that one of his friends, or actually a couple of his friends said, but this includes the YouTuber's second thought, related to how it's okay to kill Israeli civilians. Actually, civilians, they're occupiers. And this means all of them, 100% of them, anywhere in Israel at any point in time. This is rejected. I don't care.
Couldn't find that video. So I still don't know which is better, PyTorch or TensorFlow.
Like I learned programming in C, C++, and so for me, imperative way of programming is more natural.
Do you think it's good to have kind of these two communities, this kind of competition? I think PyTorch is kind of more and more becoming dominant in the research community, but TensorFlow is still very popular in the more sort of application machine learning community. So do you think it's good to have that kind of split in code dominant communities, this kind of competition? I think PyTorch is kind of more and more becoming dominant in the research community, but TensorFlow is still very popular in the more sort of application machine learning community. So do you think it's good to have that kind of split in code bases? Or so like the benefit there is the competition challenges the library developers to step up their game.
Yeah.
But the downside is there's these code bases that are in different libraries.
Right. So I think the downside is that, I mean, for a lot of research code that's released in one framework, and if you're using the other one, it's really hard to like really build on top of it. But thankfully, the open source community in machine learning is amazing. So
yeah,
whenever like something pops up in TensorFlow, you wait a few days and someone who's like super sharp will actually come and translate that particular code base into PyTorch and basically have figured that all those nooks and crannies out. So the open source community is amazing and they really like figure out this gap. So I think in terms of like having these two frameworks or multiple, I think of course there are different use cases. So there are going to be benefits to using one or the other framework. And like you said, I think competition is just healthy because both of these frameworks keep, or like all of these frameworks really sort of keep learning from each other and keep incorporating different things to just make them better and better.
Okay. So PyTorch, let's call Dr. Evil. No. So you can, it's Mr. Kitty. Where's the comparison?
Ship. Elon Musk's colossal rocket for space exploration. Unmatched in size and potential. The current version is already the largest launch system ever flown, but future versions will be even bigger, capable of carrying hundreds of people or hundreds of tons in payload into space. But here's the kicker. SpaceX is quietly developing a massive 4.0 Starship, far larger than anything we've seen. How powerful could it be? Get ready. This revelation might just blow your mind. Only on today's episode of great groundbreaking reusable rocket technology. Over the years, the company has established a pattern of developing progressively larger and more capable launch vehicles. Its current flagship, the Starship, stands as the largest and most ambitious system in its lineup. The latest iteration of Starship to fly is version 1. 1, an engineering marvel that boasts a towering height of 121 meters in its two-stage configuration. This makes it taller than the legendary Saturn V rocket. Starship is powered by Raptor engines, which are renowned for their industry-leading thrust-to-weight ratio, establishing SpaceX's leadership in propulsion technology. Looking ahead, SpaceX plans to test the next-generation Starship version 2 in 2025. With a payload capacity of 100 tons to orbit and significant upgrades, particularly in re-entry performance, V2 represents a major leap forward. One of the most notable improvements in V2 is the redesign of the forward flap system. In earlier versions and concept illustrations, the forward flaps were placed 180 degrees apart, mirroring the aft flaps. However, this configuration creates stability challenges during descent as the forward flaps generated lift that caused the vehicle's nose to pitch upward, requiring compensatory adjustments from the aft flaps. Although Starship's flaps can retract, parts of the forward flaps and the static aero component remained exposed during descent, adding drag. While this extra drag aided the heavier aft section, it was counterproductive for the forward portion of the vehicle. Musk acknowledged this issue in a tweet stating, "By the way, there's a slight error with forward flap design. Moving section is needed for control, but passive section is counterproductive as it pushes nose backwards. New design rotates forward flaps to leeward and further forward to improve moment arm, maybe around 120 degrees apart. To address this, the forward flaps in V2 have been completely relocated. The new design places them on the leeward side of the spacecraft, ensuring that
I mean, the first time I saw the flaps to the sides, it made no sense to me. No, actually, well, I don't know. Anyway, but now it makes, I think the advantage here is that this is now protected. The hinge is now protected.
static aero is almost entirely shielded from oncoming airflow. When retracted, the flaps are nearly hidden
Shielded.
behind the nose cone, minimizing drag and improving aerodynamic efficiency. This change not only resolves the descent stability issues, but also enhances overall performance. Beyond the forward flaps, SpaceX has reinforced or upgraded numerous components in V2 to improve durability and functionality. For example, the nose cone and header tank have been made sturdier, and new systems like the PEZ dispenser for satellite deployment and specialized components for a launch tower catch mechanism during landing have been integrated. These enhancements are part of SpaceX's commitment to making Starship not only reusable, but also robust enough to handle repeated missions with minimal maintenance. However, SpaceX's ambitions don't stop with V2. The company is already planning an even larger version, Starship V3. This future iteration is expected to eclipse its predecessors in every measurable way. With a projected height of 150 meters, V3 will become the tallest rocket ever built, surpassing all previous records. This additional height will translate into an unprecedented cargo capacity, potentially doubling that of V2. To put this into perspective, constructing the International Space Station required 60 space shuttle flights to transport 420 tons of material. Starship V3 could accomplish the same feat in just 2 flights. Powering this massive rocket will be an array of Raptor engines capable of generating a staggering 10,000 tons of thrust at sea level. This level of performance will make V3 a true workhorse for both commercial and scientific missions, enabling SpaceX to tackle larger payloads and more complex missions than ever before. Perhaps the most astonishing aspect of V3 is its cost. While one might expect such an advanced rocket to come with a hefty price tag, SpaceX aims to make it the most cost-effective rocket in history. Incredibly, V3's estimated launch cost is only $2 to $3 million, far less than that of Falcon 1, SpaceX's first rocket, which at the time cost $10 million per launch. This remarkable cost reduction is made possible by the complete reusability of the rocket and an optimized design that minimizes refurbishment time and expenses between flights. This affordability has the potential to transform the commercial aerospace industry, making space more accessible than ever before. With these advancements, Starship V3 represents a pivotal moment in aerospace history. Its combination of size, performance, and cost efficiency promises to redefine the possibilities of space exploration and commercial services. As SpaceX continues to push the boundaries of what rockets can achieve, the future of space travel looks more exciting and accessible than ever. Surely, the current Starship already feels like the pinnacle of launch systems, but in Musk's vision for multiplanetary colonization, no spacecraft is too big. And now Musk has hinted at the next version of Starship, featuring a staggering diameter of 18 meters, double the width of the current design. This upgrade would not just make it wider than the Saturn V's first stage at 10 meters and the Soviet Union's M1 rocket at 17 meters, it would crown it as the widest rocket ever constructed. Doubling the diameter means quadrupling the cargo capacity for a vehicle of the same height, allowing this version of Starship to transport 4 times more cargo or passengers than the current iteration. Imagine an entire space station launched in a single mission. However, such a leap in size requires proportional increases in fuel and structural weight, demanding an equally massive leap in thrust. The current Super Heavy booster, powered by 30.
We then have to understand the implications of that. Would it then be okay for people to have children so that they can pass on financial debt they have to their children and wash their hands of the burden that it carries?
Pass on financial debt? What? What is this nonsense?
So The Big Think is a large YouTube channel that puts out thought pieces from different experts or authors or researchers on a variety of topics. They've just done one with Christine Ember about whether it's unethical or not to have children. Let's see what Christine says and whether it makes any sense.
More and more people are wondering whether it's ethical to have children. It's a consideration that seems somewhat new to our time.
So the question of whether it's ethical to have children or not is actually not a new phenomenon. It's been around for thousands of years. And actually in certain parts of the world at certain times, it was actually quite a significant question that people contended with. Now, there are too many groups or individuals in history that have tackled this question for me to go over now. But if you want to follow along with the history of this question about the individuals and groups who have raised it, then you can follow my playlist on the history of antinatalism. I've linked it in the description, and let's see what else Christine has to say.
But in our current social climate, and our physical climate too, which does feel like it's deteriorating, there's a sense of fatalism, a fear that bringing someone new into the world might be a bad thing. I don't actually feel that this is the case. When it comes to climate change in particular, I don't know that we're making the world better by having less of a stake in it. So what are the risks of not having enough children? They're kind of the straightforward economic ones.
This is such complete and utter nonsense. Plus, we cannot talk about climate change. It's like you talk about it, they take down the video. So you can't talk about it. They can go crazy, destroy the planet because of it. And we have to stay silent. Fantastic.
Review. What I'm reading. Guys, we got that one from Ink.
got Capital Punishment, How Wall Street is using money to create companies to vote for. That's on offer book right here. And we have Truths. The Future of America First Luckily is written at 4th grade reading level. So pretty much anybody can pick this up. I started rock. And the Nature of Victims. It's all about how you and I, because we had sleepovers and fun childhoods, and our moms didn't play violin, how we should be replaced by aliens. That's the last chapter was about. It's pretty right. I'll never forget when I was in middle school. I can't read that camera. It was when I turned 33 that I realized I was addicted to making men gay. BJ. I'm gonna spoil you guys. These books. This is and actually no joke. I looked the first word I saw was homosexuality. So it's not that far off here. Oh, that's a harsh allegation. For example, there's no such thing as a gay gene. Yeah, hell yeah. So I was told that if I wanted to have Vivek Ramaswamy on the show, I would have to read all 4 of his books because he didn't have a remedial conversation. So that's why I have these. It's because we gotta get Vivek on the show. That was from Vivek, yeah. Any page you open this up to, I promise you it's going to be just glop. Random page, 142 of Truths. I have my doubts about whether Ann Coulter is actually, that's in italics, more ready to vote for the great grandson of a Jamaican immigrant than she is for the grandson of an Anglo-Saxon British lord. This is what people care about. This is what you're supposed to care about. You know what? The thing is, I can sit here with my highlighter and my notepad, and I can have ChatGPT read these things and summarize them for me, which is what I do. I can go through these and have my little legal pad where I'm typing out my debate notes. How about this though? You're Indian. It's shown the road. I'm going to talk to you about my country. Please. Got water on the screen here. Whoops. It's already floating down the stream. Chris, can you give me a bucket? It's already dripping everywhere, Chris. Emergency. There we go. Hey guys, welcome to the Sam High Show. Vivek Ramaswamy is a first-generation American entrepreneur, investor, New York Times bestselling author. He's the founder of multi-billion-dollar enterprises, including Roivant Sciences. That's one with fake medicine, right? Roivant Sciences. This guy look Elizabeth Theranos. This is so woke right with me. Come on,
Why?
Chris, can you go give this to a young kid that's struggling to get ahead in business? So we're learning about show production right now. Step 1, when you're surrounded by video stuff, you want to keep it liquid cooled, okay? We do liquid cooling, keep this stuff soaking wet so that it can buzz and vibrate behind your head when you're trying to think. Perfect. Folks, we had you calling in.
Didn't Vivek get rich through a scam on the dementia drug Axovant? I don't believe anything when it comes to businesses or finance or pharmaceuticals unless I read the material myself, because I just don't think anybody cares about reporting on it honestly at all right now. So I have no fucking idea. Don't know anything about it.
You guys rang my number, you bang my line, 1-800-1444-1434, call Sam. Amazing stuff, quality voicemails were left. If you call, we're going to use it on the show. So don't dox yourself, don't say anything that you don't want other people hearing. It's not my private line, okay? That's 1434, call Sammy. That's how you get that one. There's an extra 2 digits in there. It's not SAMI. CALSAMI.
In general, we have messages. Riskology, 1 second. How do you process this speed? It's indistinguishable. No. So Destiny, I think, plays at 2x. So I can't play Destiny at 2x. So I can't process that speed. It's too fast. So I slowed it down. I mean, usually I only watch at 2x because slower than 2x, I lose my mind. It's too slow. I wish I could do 3x or 4x. I think it's because I just have a good headset, good head AirPods. You just need good quality. Like I noticed that if it's on speaker, it's difficult to play 2x. But if you have a good headset, if the audio is good, you can do 3x and 4x. That's what it's about. Try it.
Hi, Sam. Right now, my family is going through a pretty big upheaval. Our new landlords at our shop are Arab, and they're picking us out to put up a chop shop vinyl car wrapping business. We're being forced to move by March. I don't know what to do. There's not really an amount of working harder that can help the simple fact that another person is taking away from our lives. I'm doing the best that I can to help my dad and continue this business on. It was always my dream to work for you, but now it's my dream to continue my dad's business because I love him a lot. As time has gone by, I've realized that being American means doing what you owe your family. And
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Let's. Okay. Do you have time? Do you have time to do some pie schmorch?
Someone else?
Yeah. I have to. 1 second. I must do it. How much time do you have in your schedule?
I don't know, a couple hours. I don't know.
No. Wow.
Why?
Okay, let's investigations. So
We've investigated.
yeah, we need to investigations. What is
What's the
so
razor fist?
what?
I'm just reading what it says on your screen.
What does it say?
Razor fist.
Oh, yeah, I never watched Razorfist. Right, Razorfist.
I was saying, if you're using Python, why don't you use PyTorch? It's supposed to be more intuitive, easier to use.
So I just listened to this video. He said PyTorch is academia. TensorFlow is the what's the opposite?
Well, my point is that PyTorch is used in school, like let's say in university, and The reason for that is it's easier to use, right? Like you don't want to be
Wait,
learning
what?
the hardest to learn library.
I can't hear you. Wait, what did you say after the university?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I said that in school or university, you want the easiest tool to use, right? To kind of get the idea.
I don't know if that's true.
Wait a minute, the easiest thing to use isn't the easiest thing to use? What do you mean?
How can we check? Here, let's hear what they say.
PyTorch or TensorFlow. Both are leading deep learning frameworks, and they both have pros and cons, so let's get into it. PyTorch, developed by Meta AI, dominates research, with 60% of published papers using it as of June of 2024, and people love its dynamic computational graph, intuitive model building, and seamless integration with Python tools like NumPy. The fact that it's Pythonic also helps to make it more useful for a wider audience, which means that it has an excellent ecosystem of models and libraries for PyTorch users to tap into. TensorFlow, on the other hand, developed by Google, is generally considered to be the industry standard for production environments. It offers robust deployment capabilities through TensorFlow serving and strong cloud service integration too. TensorFlow's comprehensive tooling includes TensorBoard for visualization, TensorFlow Lite for mobile deployment, and TensorFlow JS for web deployment. It also supports hardware acceleration through GPU.
Hello. Where are we? Wait, wasn't it? I guess this.
My headphones right now.
Your headphones are burning?
Use and
No, my headphones
TPUs.
are not working.
I can't hear you.
Give me a minute.
Ensuring high performance in large-scale environments. PyTorch or TensorFlow. Both are leading deep.
So that's the difference.
If you've been floating around the machine learning space, you've probably come across the words TensorFlow or PyTorch at one point or another. And you've probably thought to yourself, which deep learning framework should I go on ahead and learn? I first started out by learning TensorFlow and building up a bunch of neural networks to get me to the stage that I could build pretty much whatever it is that I needed. But if I were to have to start out again, I'd probably do exactly the same as what I did. I'd pick the framework that my potential future employer uses. In my particular case at that time, that was TensorFlow. That being said, learning doesn't stop there. Go out and learn other frameworks. Right now, I'm learning PyTorch and JAX, just to ensure that I've got them up my sleeve, because you never know when you might need it. If you've been
PyTorch or TensorFlow, which? So you're into deep learning, and you know you've got two options if you're using this. So which one is it going to be? Oh, sorry, we're asking between this and this. I'd have to say that TensorFlow is just a little bit easier to get started, even though PyTorch just feels more like Pythonic. TensorFlow is just easier for noobs. Now, while it should, of course, be a good thing that it's easy to use, I'd have to say that being easy and structured is one of TensorFlow's biggest drawbacks because it feels very rigid. Like if you want to change things, it's just like they've structured it in a way that they want you to do things. Whereas PyTorch, you can really get a feel for the code and it's a little more difficult at first, but it's very easy to tweak things once you know what you're doing. So I think that's the biggest reason why in research, usually people are going to use PyTorch first, unless you're, of course, from Google. You'd probably use PyTorch first because it's just easier to do crazy things. And that's where it's going these days. So you're into...
So this is Doom. Doom is a 1993 first-person shooter. You shoot the deep.
This is what I was looking for. One of these large dead trees has fallen over in the windstorm, and this root ball is pulled up. It's a giant fireproof wall I don't have to build. About 0 degrees Fahrenheit right now. So I think we need to start getting going and build a fire. We got a piece of flint and a steel striker. So I'm going to need is a piece of char cloth. See, there we go.
Yo, what's good, brother?
Hello, A-Man. What's up?
Not much, man. I just saw this channel. Immigrant equals evil.
Yeah.
What makes you think that? I mean, are you British, or can I just ask where you're from?
American. I'm American.
Okay. Why do you believe immigration is evil?
Because it's bad for the Americans.
In what ways?
It lowers the standard of living of Americans.
Understandable, yeah. We do like kind of take you guys' jobs and so on, right? But you gotta understand that you guys, yeah, you guys invited us. You guys told us come to our country, fight our war, and then yeah, you'll be a citizen of our place. You know what I'm saying? And we fought your war, World War II, World War One. We fought them. We fought them with you. We fought for the country, right? And now you want to kick us out. Our fathers were here. They died for you guys. Forefathers, actually, 4 generations that in America, most immigrants that are there, they got 4 generations that tie them to America. So for you to come and say to us, look, just because you're an immigrant, you need to leave, even though our fathers, they fought for their countries. You know what I'm saying? Our people died, they spilled their blood for you guys.
Okay, but we're not talking. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in general. In general, like
no.
What? Go ahead.
It's like somebody helped you, right? And then you just go and stab them in the back. I don't like you no more. Get out of here. Right? And understand that we do commit crimes in your countries and so on, right? And it's not fair that people come to your country, to your house as a guest or to live there, right? And they do something they don't like against the law. But you guys do the same thing in your countries, right? And the people who do them kind of stuff, they live a more of a lifestyle similar to you guys than their own cultural, their own beliefs and so on.
1 second. D-Man, you're hot miking. Why don't you mute yourself? You're making noise.
Oh, sorry, bro.
Assalamu alaikum, my brother D-Man.
Alaikum assalam. Aywa. Anyway, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying from a theoretical point of view, not someone came and spilled his guts, spilled his blood. I'm not talking about sensitive cases. I'm talking about a general case. A guy right now lives in, I don't know where, Africa somewhere, Europe somewhere, it doesn't matter, anywhere, China, India, an Indian, right? Indians have no...
Gambia?
What?
No, Namibia? I'm just naming a country randomly. Assalamu alaikum, my brother Lion. How are you doing?
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Anyway,
what's the topic?
The topic is that immigrant equals evil.
Like as a rule of thumb.
But I know where you're gonna come at. I know where you're gonna get at, right? You're gonna say that look, a Nigerian or someone in Africa, right, or someone in India, he moves
my
to the
brother,
USA.
you want to go somewhere else? Sorry to interject.
But here's the thing, right? You guys, you say they take the UK supplies, or I mean, they take other people's supplies. Africa is supposed to be the richest country in the world, yet is the poorest at the same time. It's because you guys take the supplies, so they have no choice but to move there, where their supplies are more capable of feeding their families. Their own supplies as well. You get me?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The labor.
Right now, let's discuss. What?
Oh, I got a question for you, Mr. Slave. Hold on, I got a question for you. What is like immigrant? I think evil is a very harsh term to equate to evil. Like immigration, you could say it's wrong, it's damaging, but evil is way out there. What is evil? Would you constitute the U.S. bombing and invading? I'm American, by the way. Iraq as evil, and then as a consequence of that, we create millions of Iraqi refugees who pour into Europe and North America.
Well, the thing is that
who is the bigger evil in that scenario, in your opinion?
Well, you got to understand, how did the system start? Why are these people able to move to the Western?
Hold on. Let me just hear his answer first.
So look, you have to engage with the topic. Like what you're doing is basically a red herring.
No, it's not a red herring. Because your opinion is that it's evil, but you have to also look at what drives immigration as well significantly, and one of the biggest things is war.
That's a different question. But so let's not.
It's not a different question because it's very relevant to this. A lot of immigration is driven from socioeconomic as well as political situations in those countries, and those arise from actions that we commit.
Okay.
Yeah,
Like,
one
why are there so many
one-
Indians and Pakistanis in the UK?
one account-
It's because
one
it was
account-
colonialized for so many times. You got the UK let them pour in because of the colonialist system that we had. That's what initiated immigration on a mass scale to Europe in the first place, not North America, Europe.
Okay, let's discuss the simpler or the simplest cases.
Okay, what's your
first.
argument?
Well, let's just start with the simplest cases. Like, let's talk about an average Indian, an average Pakistani, an average African, an average South American, an average Mexican, an average European, right? 99% of the planet have nothing to do with edge cases like the ones you're talking about. 99% of the planet. The question is simple. The question is simple. If we bring an immigrant from India, is it good for the average American or is it not good for the average American? That's the question. If it's not
All right,
good,
let me ask you this.
Okay,
No,
go ahead,
very good
yeah.
question. Very good question. What country are you from? Where are
I'm
you? Are
from
you
the
American?
United States of the Americans.
Okay, so you're American, just like me.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
fair play. So you're saying an average Indian, an average immigrates here. Is that wrong or right? I say it depends.
Mhm.
What are they immigrating for, and what are their qualifications to come here? So America in general, I think immigration here is a necessity right now, just because of the way this country was founded. Now I can trace my lineage back generations,
Mhm.
but eventually my ancestors came here from somewhere as well, and they came here.
Mhm.
Obviously they're probably impoverished and whatnot.
Mhm.
Some of them were probably outlaws. Some of
Mhm.
them made the country worse, some of them made them better.
Mhm.
So I'm saying it's based on what individual is coming here as well. Now when you say an average Indian that comes here, my answer to that, it depends.
Mhm.
An average Indian that comes here from illegally, who isn't able to contribute functionally to society, it's wrong. I won't even call that evil. I think going evil is way too far.
Mhm.
I would say it's wrong, and they should be accountable for that action.
Mhm.
Now, if an immigrant from, like, let's say fucking Africa, who gets a visa here
Mhm.
and practices medicine here, that's a necessity, because there's so many communities here that are missing those key, roles that are fulfilled by immigration.
Mhm. So,
And by all means, I'm not a liberal at all. I'm
Mhm.
conservative about this as well.
Mhm.
But
But-
your statement, I have a problem, is it's a blanket
Mhm.
term that immigrant equals evil.
It's a
I think that's just
It's a my statement is purely mathematical. It's purely
it's not, yeah. So what that means is every immigrant that ever has come here before, in the future, currently, all evil.
yes. Mhm.
That's what your math is saying.
Yes.
Are you evil?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm evil. Mhm.
Where'd you immigrate from?
From the somewhere on the planet of the Earth, of the Earthlings. I'm not going to talk about my personal life. Anyway.
Okay, but you did immigrate, did you or no?
Yeah. Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah, I immigrated to America myself as well.
Mhm. Anyway, I'm
I
discussing.
was born here, generations here.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, I came to basically work and
Mhm.
essentially take away from the American
What do you-
autonomy.
what do you do here, King of Egypt? What role do you have here? What do you?
Okay, I'll tell you what I do. I'll be honest. I do a little bit of fraud.
It doesn't matter.
Well, let me. He asked me a question. Let me answer it.
Let me answer. What do you do here?
I
No.
work in finance. I do accounting work, and also I do type of fraudish type of work as well on the side. But pretty much, yeah, that's pretty much what I do.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Just ask you general.
We're not having
No,
a
it is.
discussion. We're not having a discussion about individuals. It doesn't matter. The question is immigration good.
So you say you're not having a discussion about individual, but then you, instead of saying immigrant evil, say immigration. The idea is evil.
No,
Fix your equation.
Mr. Slave is, by the way, not white. Just to.
I didn't ask for his color.
I mean, his parents
It's
were also
irrelevant.
immigrants. So, are your parents evil, Mr. Slave?
Yes.
Most likely, yeah.
But
So why don't you move back?
Yeah.
Well, you don't know anything about me. Anyway, we're not having a discussion about my personal.
Who does the United States belong to?
Freemasons.
The Americans.
Comanches, the Navajos, the Sioux. I don't even think it belongs to them.
Like, for
They
example,
immigrated.
my grandparents are Dutch, great grandparents, but they moved to the United States. Are they evil? Were they evil when they were doing that?
Very evil. Very
It depends. It depends. Did they?
So I
did they
guess
go-
it belongs to natives, right? United States.
Well, it depends. What would they? When did they come to the United States, and what were they
It
doing
was
at that?
like 60, 70 years ago.
The
60,
question.
70 years ago.
Okay. The question is, look, let's say let's talk about the natives. So the question is, when the Europeans came to the Americans, so the natives.
You don't even speak proper English.
What's the proper state? How do you say it properly? They came to the Americans.
I'm saying you don't even speak the language.
What do you
don't
They
speak
immigrated.
proper English. Like,
so
for
correct.
example, King of Egypt, right? He integrated.
Mm-hmm.
He learned the language.
So what's the correct statement? They came to the Americas. I guess
To
Americas.
the America, you
Well,
said
well,
to,
actually, I already knew the language before I came.
What's the
like,
proper statement?
You integrated, and this other guy, like, he doesn't even speak English.
So what's the correct statement?
I wouldn't say I integrated, man. In a sense, I don't really
Integrated in the
respect it.
sense at least.
Yeah, I
you
don't
know
like listen.
English
I don't respect.
It doesn't
the guys
matter.
that are
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The question is, for the Native Americans, when the original Europeans, the first European, when he came to America, and the natives were in America, was it beneficial for the natives or was it not beneficial for the natives? If it was
No, it wasn't.
it was not, then it was evil.
You know how many natives they killed?
No, they didn't kill any. That's disinformation.
They did kill
They didn't
natives.
kill
What are you talking about?
not even a single one. That's disinformation. That
You're
never
saying they didn't kill a single one.
single one never happened.
That's nonsense. I can show you. They actually
You know how
did.
many died from smallpox just from interacting with them? It was mass death everywhere, just from smallpox. Not even purposely being.
That's not murder. That's not on purpose.
That's not
Oh,
murder.
no, but you didn't say murder. You said, is it beneficial or not? Answer.
No,
Ask
that's
the right question next time. It wasn't beneficial because more than half of them died.
Okay, there you go. So that's evil, but that's not on purpose. Anyway,
But that's not even immigration.
Slave, every time you're in here, you're just like with this like clickbait, like awful nonsense that you probably don't believe. You're just here to gain reactions from people.
No,
Is that
Mr.
all?
Slave is an explorer of ideas. Don't be mean to Mr. Slave.
No, I
Like,
disagree.
the funny thing is, the guy doesn't even speak English, right? And he's like, he's
How
criticizing immigration.
okay, if we're
Like,
talking
Mr.
about
Slave's
immigration in
parents came
America,
to the
right?
United States. They were immigrants.
Slave, you claim to be American.
Okay,
I
okay.
highly doubt
No,
it.
he's not American. He's not.
Shush.
He's not even like.
Everybody,
He
stop.
said he was yesterday, but
Damski.
when it comes to
Damski,
immigrants,
stop,
right?
stop. Shh.
Do you claim a Native American to be an immigrant?
Native American?
Yeah.
You could say the Native Americans were immigrants. They're actually.
Are they
You're a
immigrants in
dumbass,
America?
bro. You're a
I mean,
dumbass.
everybody.
You're a dumbass.
Everybody's an immigrant. Everybody.
Are everyone is? So no one
Everyone.
owns land.
No, that's not the definition. I mean, everybody's
So
an immigrant.
if everyone's an immigrant, then no one owns or gets a particular piece of land.
I guess everyone is evil, right? We're all evil.
Yes, everyone is.
We don't actually own any of the earth. No one does.
If we're all evil,
Because-
what is
and we can keep going
farming
farther.
genocidal?
Even before humans existed, there was apes, and before they.
Okay, Damski, we got the point. Somebody wanted to talk. Damski, stop monologuing. Nobody wants to talk? Okay, Damsky. You talk. What do
No,
you got?
you're just muting me because you want to end this conversation. But what about when before humans ever existed? It was just
No, I said just don't monologue. Like take a breather. Like make a
He's
sentence.
asking
Breathe.
Mr.
question.
Slave, may I know where your parents are
bro,
from?
bro. Just because you don't like the way I'm speaking
Damsky.
doesn't mean you can just mute me. I'm asking questions to you.
Just a second.
Other people are
Mr. Slave,
talking.
you're
Yeah.
very Persian. Is it correct? Are you
Okay,
Persian?
Mr. Slave, I got a question for you. When animals migrate across
Bro, you have a
different lands,
fucking trigger finger for that mute button.
is
Shh.
so he's asking if animals migrate from different lands across, are the animals evil too?
So the
Like,
question
like
is,
ancient apes, Homo erectus, all of those, they migrated out of Africa into all these various lands. Is it all evil as well?
it's possible. So the question you have to ask.
You're trolling, bro. You're trolling. You're trolling.
You
There's
are
no way you're
trolling.
serious.
And you're getting banned permanently, probably.
Anyway, look, the question is right now, if we bring a single immigrant, let's say from India,
What counts as an immigrant?
we bring India, we bring in a
We're
foreign.
all immigrants. We're all.
I mean,
immigrants.
I know many
You
Indians who
can't-
speak
Dude,
English better than you.
Your shit
I'm not
is
sure what
very
you're
fucking
exactly
backward.
contributing to the United States.
I believe in limiting immigration, and I'm like, I don't believe in illegal immigration. But your argument is just completely wild. Like you say that you don't count the individual, and now you're counting an individual.
I'm saying let's have a hypothetical. Let's analyze, right? The question is immigration good, bad, or neutral? Damsky,
No, you're moving the goalpost. You said immigrant evil, not immigration evil.
Yeah, 1 second. Damsky, I'm gonna unmute you. Stop hogging the mic. Okay, so the question
Isn't good or bad subjective?
isn't good or bad subjective. Yeah. So so the question is, so let's analyze if we bring in, let's do a mathematical analysis. If we or economic mathematical analysis. Yeah, economics is mathematical. So we're going to analyze, we're going to try and bring in our minds, we're going to do what Einstein called a Gedankenexperiment, a mind experiment, a thought
Yeah,
experiment.
these are called thought experiments. Yeah, hypotheticals.
Yeah.
You just.
Yeah.
So what is it about?
Okay, so let's say in our minds imagine that everything else we're going to hold constant. So the universe, we're going to hold it a constant. We're just going to make one difference in the universe and measure the outcome of that difference which we apply to the universe. And the difference is going to be, we're going to take an Indian, let's say, programmer, and we're going to...
I'm not monologuing.
Okay. So we're going to take the Indian programmer and we're going to transplant him, he, she, it, they, them. We're going to transplant them into America. And we're going to ask the simple question. Is the average American better off, worse off, or no change, no measurable change? That's the question. What's the answer?
If they were just placed down in America, and that's it.
Yeah.
One person.
Yeah.
It make no
Hey,
change.
it's a positive. If they get a
I don't
job,
think
if they pay taxes, like
no, most likely it'll make no change to America as a whole. We won't even care.
But
let's
you
be
have to
honest.
you have to prove it. You have to prove it mathematically, right? So
And you have to unprove it. Prove me that it's evil.
Right.
What detriment is it? Tell me, what's the detriment?
Right. So when
what are you losing when you do that?
Right. So when you bring in a person, let's assume for the sake
Bro, can you get to the point? Because you're monologuing and you're accusing of Damsky monologuing.
I'm not, I'm breathing. See, every time you interrupt me, I stop. And I let you speak. And Damsky is the opposite. He doesn't let anyone interrupt him. And he just speaks. He steamrolls.
Bro, you're projecting, brother.
I never steamroll. I always stop.
You are 100% projecting. You're like
Come
rule
on,
for
let the
leading
bro
off of me,
cook.
bro.
So every time
Bro, just let him speak. Let him speak. Just speak, bro. Just talk, Mr. Slave. We'll shut up.
No, you can talk. I'm just explaining to you my methodology in speaking. Every time you interrupt me, I instantaneously stop, which is a great way to speak.
Stop talking about us interrupting you and actually just get to the point.
Okay. So let's
Thank you.
we brought in the extra citizen. So let's make some assumptions in order to simplify the analysis. So we're going to assume that all Americans are equal. And
yeah,
that's the assumption to simplify. And we're going to assume that this citizen, this programmer we brought from India, is identical to the average American. There's no difference. He is.
Okay. I have a question. I raised my hand.
Yes.
What counts as an American?
American.
Yeah. What makes someone American?
That has nothing to do with this discussion. So I said
because in our constitution it dictates that if you are in this country, you are a citizen.
You're not an immigrant anymore at that point.
If you're in this country, you have
matter.
a job, you pay taxes, you're an American.
It doesn't matter. My question is, listen to the question. We're holding the universe a constant. We're just making one change in the universe. We're bringing one Indian programmer from India into America. And we're asking what's going to happen to the average quality of life of the average American, including, I don't care, including or not including this new immigrant. It doesn't matter. What happened to the average quality of life?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay, so we need to go through the analysis. It's not so simple. So let's make some. So we made the assumptions. So now when we bring in this extra American, so he is as we define this problem. So he is as productive and as consumptive, meaning he produces and consumes just the same, meaning his quality of life is identical to the rest of the Americans. He produces the same and consumes the same, and that's it. So we bring him in. Okay, so he produces and he consumes. Now, by producing, let's say he writes, I don't know, a piece of code, and he consumes, meaning he needs to have a house and clothes and food.
People in America, like in most fucking societies, we produce more than we consume because that's why we have a profit. That's why companies use us to make goods. Like we definitely produce more than we consume.
Well, okay. Why do you say that? What's your evidence for that?
I'm just giving you the details.
Yeah. What's your evidence?
Just look at it. Like, look at a factory worker. They're probably making more fucking making more mac and cheese than they are eating.
No. Yeah. You have to prove it. You can't just assert.
People's workforce is more than how they're consuming. What?
You cannot just assert.
That's why we have a profit.
It's not an assertion. It's any economic school theory, whether it's the Chicago School or Keynesian economics. The basis of any worker.
In order to have stuff to,
they produce excess value of their labor, so their bosses can make money and exploit. Like it's literally any basic economics. This is from every economic school you can look up, whether it's Chicago, where it's Keynesian, even like ultra capitalists or Marxists. They all agree on one thing: that labor has to produce more than it consumes.
Do you think immigrants are over consuming and not producing enough?
No,
because
we're saying
even if it was
we're saying
it's like you can't have a serious argument if you don't know like Chicago School of Economics and the whole basis of labor either. When you're talking about labor yourself, like you're not. This doesn't seem like a serious conversation.
Can we let him finish? I'm curious.
He just believes immigrants are
I'll let him finish,
freeloaders.
but he's just talking without understanding what he's
Sure, he will finish eventually. Don't worry.
So you cannot make an assertion that an average American produces more than he consumes. You cannot just
yes, they do if they have a job.
It's not an assertion; it's a fact.
By simply having a job, you were producing more than you're consuming.
What's your evidence?
Use logic, brother. You have a brain. Use it.
No, you need evidence.
Hey, Mr. Slave, do you have Google? Do you know what Google is?
No, you need to present evidence. Not
Okay, no, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to search this
It's a
concept
thought
called
experiment, not a look it up on the
surplus
internet
value.
experiment.
Look up this
Jesus
concept called
Christ.
surplus value. Do you know
No,
what
no.
surplus value is?
No, I don't do favors. So if you make a
No, I'm not in favor. Surplus value is the basis of all economics. It means what surplus value your employee will produce. So you pay him and he produces a surplus value that whoever that person works for, so the company is profitable. That's the basis of every single employment throughout the world. Without surplus value, employment would not exist.
You just need to argue people with the basis that like what they're saying is true. If you don't,
Okay. Stop monologuing. Finish
Can
up.
you
So
finish the analogy?
yeah, finish up, everybody, so I can respond. Okay, everybody's done. Okay, look, you keep asserting and using every logical fallacy in the universe, but you're not presenting evidence. So of course, your assertion is, of course, I cannot take it seriously. We know for a fact that the U.S. government is in debt, and the debt is growing, and the average American's debt is growing. That suggests, at least suggests, if not proves.
What's your evidence for that?
and immigrants aren't the cause of that. Billionaires are.
What do you mean, Zizigmund? What's my
The
evidence?
overconsumption of our thing is because we start stupid fucking wars halfway across the country.
What is your evidence for claim that the average American's debt is rising?
It was immigrants are over consuming.
Stop, Domsky. We heard you. Stop. We heard you. Okay, Zizigmund.
Listen.
Shh. Zizigmund. I don't have.
You can say Sigmund.
Sigmund? Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Zygmunt. Look, I don't even have to say it. I mean, I'm just saying to
Okay, then don't.
Don't. Let's end the conversation right now.
No, we
Just
know.
finish the analogy, please. No, come on, I'm curious.
Get to the point, bro.
No, we know the American.
Why are immigrants evil? Like, why? What are they doing that is a problem?
So we were at the Indian guy coming to America, right? Equally spending stuff as writing code as the other Americans, right? What now?
Let's not even say that he's writing code, right? Let's say that the average Indian coming in, on average, he's creating food and building houses and sewing clothes, right? He's producing the stuff that he's consuming. The question is he even keeping up with his own consumption? That is the first question, which is important, which might be that the average American is not keeping up. The production of the average American is not keeping up with the consumption of the average American. So that's a possibility. But let's say that it's balanced. Let's say that there is no debt. Let's say the average American is not in a growing debt. The American government is not in a growing debt. So the question is, if we bring in this extra immigrant, what happened to the quality of life of the average American? So
nothing.
And I was going to ask you to prove that, and it's literally like
Probably nothing, right?
Yeah, exactly, nothing. But he's
It's
gonna
just
ask
the
you to
same
prove
if
it
you
whether-
have one average American more, right?
Yeah.
So if not,
you can't have a serious conversation with
Honestly,
without understanding labor productivity.
Based on the immigrants, at least.
Look,
I need to get a job.
If we assume that the debt is equal to the production, right, as you said, right? We agree with that, right?
Equal.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So it doesn't matter how many more people you bring, it will always be the same input as it is output, right?
Yes.
If we assume that the debt is bigger than the consumption, then
always
more
equal.
people if you bring more people, then it will be bad. If the depth is less than average production, then you bring more people, it will be better, right?
Yes.
Okay,
So, because if you have more people, you
I have
have
a
more
question.
people to work. If
I
you
have a
have more
question.
people, you have
Mr.
more
Slade.
taxes. If you
Hold
have
on,
more
that's
people, you have more
complicated.
hold on. There is a calculation based on, but I digress. There is a limit of how much you can let in without, like a sweet spot. But let me ask you this. Let's say, and I'm anti-illegal immigration completely. I'm not left wing, like when it comes to that. But let's say we get rid of, since immigrant evil, let's say we get rid of all of America's, the immigrants from South America who work in agriculture. Let's say we get rid of them overnight. What's going to happen to the quality of life of Americans here when it comes to food and food insecurity?
Okay, so before we go there, before we start,
No, don't. Before we go there, you talk about quality of life, whether improve or not. I'm saying, let's say every single Mexican migrant worker who works at farms and whatnot, they just disappear tomorrow. Let me ask you what the quality of life of Americans will be. What is your opinion on that? It's a very simple question. Don't go into a monologue.
that's another hypothetical. What happens?
It's not a hypothetical because it could actually happen. Dembski, what do you think? What do you think will happen?
So Slave, I have one question for you. When someone that works on a farm, right? Do you think this person that works on a farm is eating and consuming more than they pick out in the field?
Yes, I think.
What? Are you fucking stupid?
This guy is retarded, bro.
Do you think, say it's cucumbers? Do you think they eat more cucumbers in a day than they pick out in the field?
Yes.
You were
All right,
fucking
no,
retarded.
He's a troll.
You're
he's a
trolling.
troll.
I'm muting you. I'm done. I'm getting out
I'm
of this
getting out, bro.
VC.
This guy is
This
such
is
a troll.
retarded.
Later.
Actually, just disingenuous.
Bro, no, he's a troll. He's click farming.
Literally.
Okay. So. Okay. So if we assume Sigmund,
well, that went well. Oh, that was fun.
Look, do you think I'm here for them? Like, if there's many people in the room, the chances of having a productive discussion diminish. I would even say exponentially. So having only one person is probably ideal for an actual productive discussion.
Yeah, that's usually true.
Yeah. So if it's true that there is no change, then according to that, we should be able to bring in the entire planet into the United States, right?
And that would be a bit crowded, right?
No.
Okay.
If you're saying it, right, that's exactly my point. If you're saying that bringing in the whole planet makes it crowded, meaning you're suggesting that the average quality of life of the average American will diminish because of a shock of mass immigration, then you must concede that even a single immigrant causes a micro shock, but it's a negative shock. You must concede. Therefore, we proved that a single. Let me just finish.
Yeah, I understand. I think I understand. So more people, more crowded, bad for people.
No. Let me just finish.
Okay.
Let me just finish. So for the we're recording on YouTube. Therefore, we proved the contention of the room. Therefore, immigrant equals evil. Go ahead.
So if I understand, more people, more crowded, bad for people.
Let's assume that. Let's assume that crowding is a bad.
Weren't you assuming that when you proved that migrants equal evil? Right? You assumed that, right?
That? What?
Yes. You assume that crowded equals bad for people.
I mean, this just came up. What?
Yeah? No, you said if there's a massive migration into USA, you said the whole world comes to USA, right? Okay. It would be more crowded, right? So people don't like crowded usually, right?
Right.
Except maybe Indians, I don't know.
Yeah.
So that's why migration is bad.
Correct. Evil.
So you assumed evil, sure.
Mhm.
So you assume that if it's more crowded, that's bad, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. That's just what I'm asking. But what if the USA have space for some immigrants, right? So for 1 or 2, and it's still not crowded. I guess you can say more crowded, but it has room, so it doesn't feel like more crowded, right?
You can't say
So one
that.
of the migrants.
You can't
why,
say
why not?
because if you agree that bringing in the planet is a negative, then bringing in a single person is a micro evil.
But if we have a space for 2 persons,
Doesn't matter.
but we don't have a space.
You're
No,
making.
if we,
You're still.
yeah, I'm making an assumption, right?
No, you can't. You're still making it crowder by bringing in a single immigrant. You're making it as micro crowder. Therefore, a single immigrant is micro evil. It's
Yeah, but there's some level of crowdedness where it becomes bad, right?
No. Crowdedness.
Yeah.
No. If you're assuming,
let's say you're alone on the planet, right?
Yes.
So absolute zero crowd for you,
Yes.
right? And then you spawn another person.
Yes.
On the other side of the planet, right?
Yes.
Is that bad for you?
Yes.
Really?
Sure.
You don't know that person. It has zero influence on you.
So in terms
you wouldn't even know that it's there, right?
So in terms of crowdedness, it's terrible. You took away half of my planet. But you could argue that there's other benefits that now I can talk to them and do stuff with them.
I'm not arguing other benefits. That's extra stuff. That's boring.
Let's say it's a very, very hot chick. Then you can argue, there's benefits because you can bang a hot chick around the clock.
I'm not arguing that.
What, you don't want to argue you can bang a hot chick?
No. I want to stay just at the crowdedness, not.
Alaikum assalam. Alaikum assalam. So Ziggismund, we don't have it. We're fine. Ziggismund, we don't disagree. It's just definitions and such.
I think we do because crowdedness is subjective thing, right?
Yeah, it's just axiomatic.
Crowdedness is so it's as crowded as you feel it's crowded.
It's
right?
axiomatic. We don't disagree. We define axioms, and it's the axioms.
Yeah, but then we disagree because crowdedness. I think it's not necessarily bad, but
it's an axiom. It's axiomatic. It's axiomatic. We define an axiom of crowdedness. It's an axiom. If we agree on the axiom of crowdedness, then we get evil. If we don't have the axiom of crowdedness, we don't have evil.
Guys, I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. So if we define crowdedness as more crowdedness is bad, then yes, more crowdedness is bad in every case. But
exactly.
But now, what's your point here? Because we discuss things because we want to apply that to the real world, right?
Yes.
Guys,
but that's not the real world, right?
One second. Let Master Debater ask a question. Yes, Mr. Master Debater.
Yeah. How many languages do you speak, guys?
I don't disclose this thing.
Okay, how many languages do you speak?
I don't think he disclosed.
Ziggismund.
I don't know. Let's
Oh,
not
what? Sorry?
look, Master Debater. We're having a very important conversation, so I don't want to derail the conversation to nonsense. So
I
if you
think it's called masturbator.
wait,
Okay, what's the
Masturbator? No,
conversation?
Master Debater. He
Yeah.
says.
Yeah, it's masturbator, yes.
No, Master Debater. Anyway,
What
Master
the fuck,
Debater,
man,
I
bro?
don't want to derail the
My bad.
conversation. I don't want to derail the conversation. So let's not discuss nonsense. Let's discuss. We're having a discussion about economics. We want to
Fuck
prove
no, get me out of here.
what?
I don't want to talk about economics.
No, you
Well,
have.
there are two people
What the
who
fuck
listen.
is that?
Okay,
That's so boring.
if you have three people in a conversation and two of them say, "The other guy, please, we're gonna do this," what do you do as the other guy?
No,
say,
it's-
well, fuck you. You have to listen to me.
Yeah, of
No,
course.
you can create your own room. What do you mean? This room we discuss immigrant equals evil. That's the topic.
Nigga, the name of my room is Obey Me All.
Your room?
You know?
Go to your room. Create the room and go to your room. What do you want from me? In this room right now, I really want to discuss with with Zigimund.
In this room right now, I want to do a cope.
What?
At this conversation.
Mm.
Cope.
Zigimund.
Well, the thing is, there are two people who have differences of opinion with you as the one person, right? So if you look at it democratically, that's, what do you think that means?
Yeah, but I don't care. I can change it. Like,
Well, listen, you're just
I can
saying
change
that, well, it doesn't respect my opinion, so fuck it, right? And so the thing is, if you don't respect democracy, that's fine, but nobody respects you in that sense, right?
Why would I respect their conversation?
Okay. Listen, this is nothing to do. This is nothing to do with
Okay,
democracy. There's nothing to do with
this is
democracy.
a debate. Wait.
Please let me finish. This has nothing to do with democracy. I created this room in order to discuss my proposition. So if you want to discuss it, you can stay here. If you want to discuss something else, create your own room.
Okay, but why would I care?
Because otherwise I'll mute.
So you care because you're gonna get muted if you don't fucking follow the rules.
Yeah, I'll have to mute you. I don't want to mute you, but I want to talk to Zigimund. Zigimund and I, we need to decide if we're gonna let in immigrants or not. It's up to us.
Yeah, masturbator. You're taking up a lot of fucking time that could have been utilized for other purposes.
Yeah, but how is it wrong? Like, tell me, Mr. Zlev, how is it wrong?
Who cares? Like, wrong and right? Where are you trying to do this? Where are
There's
you trying to
no-
do this from?
Master
Yeah, because
Debater,
he's an atheist.
Master Debater, this has nothing to do with right and wrong. If you want to talk to Clever about anything, go create a room, invite everyone, go talk to everyone in your room. In this room, we would like to discuss the topic that immigrant equals evil. That's all. All right, Zigimund, Master, you can leave, please. Or I'm going to unmute you last chance. You can join the conversation. If you do this again... Oh, he's gone? Okay.
You give him a lot of chances, honestly.
Yeah.
Most people would be.
Yeah. So, Zigimund, let's continue the conversation. So...
I thought we were finished. We
So
prove that immigrant equal evil because crowded.
So, yes, that's true.
Right, we agree.
Wait, what's the argument?
So the argument...
Immigration... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
The argument immigrant equals evil. So we asked the question, is immigration, is it good for Americans or is it bad for Americans or is it neutral for Americans? So Zigimund, he said, let's assume it's neutral. So, but if it's neutral, then the implication... So first of all, people said it must be positive because we know that Americans are producing much more than they are consuming. But we don't have evidence for this. Because we know the government is in debt. I think the average American is in debt. I'm not sure. But as far as I know, the average American production and consumption are the same. It's not that the average American is saving money, as far as I know. So basically, the average American is producing what they are consuming at best. So let's assume it's balanced. The production consumption of the average American is balanced. Let's assume it's so. Okay, so if we bring in an immigrant, it should be neutral. Assuming an immigrant is identical to an average American, assuming equality. Okay. Okay, but if this is true, so if we bring in one immigrant, this is neutral. So let's bring in the whole planet. Let's see what happens. Let's bring in the whole planet. We bring in the whole planet, people say, no, of course this is too much. It becomes too crowded. So I said, so if you agree that bringing in the whole planet makes it crowded and it's evil because
I agree. Yeah, I agree. Immigrants are evil.
Exactly.
So okay, well, thank you for coming in.
So if we assume that bringing in the whole planet is evil, like open borders are evil, then I submit to you that proves that even a single immigrant must be evil. If bringing the whole planet,
all evil.
If bringing in the whole planet into America makes it crowded.
I think we need to define evil right now, like real quick.
Yeah, I'll define it. If bringing in the whole planet into America right now makes it crowded and uncomfortable for the Americans, therefore bringing in a single immigrant makes it just a little bit more crowded, which is just a little bit evil for the average American.
In America, fuck yeah, dude.
So this proves that immigration is definitely, mathematically, inevitably, inexorably evil, as the room suggests.
And that's true. Yeah.
So I have a question, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
It's not completely connected to the. It's connected to the subject, but it's not connected to the exactly what you said. If I may still ask it.
Mm-hmm.
So by this logic, shouldn't we kill like every American so it's less crowded?
That's a good question.
Wait, how does that make sense?
Right.
So I guess I'm just not. I think I'm not in the same wavelength as you guys. Like, what do you mean? How would that make sense?
No, don't question it, man.
It's
too complicated, you know. That's on next level logic.
This is literally the Thanos. Thanos, he snapped his finger and he killed half of the people in the universe.
I know, the
esteemed economist.
Character from a stupid superhero movie, dog. You can't draw logical fucking Thanos. He's a fake character from fucking Marvel, bro.
Sporticus, you promised us that you're leaving. You promised.
I didn't make any promises.
Oh.
And such is life. People are liars.
Dude, we're
so,
here to
Mr.
bully
Slave,
you.
should we kill every American? Except, I guess, one, so he would be happy that it's less crowded, you know.
So I was going to.
You think some people are evil? We think you're evil.
So I was gonna do. The next step was to do. The next step was to do a economical mathematical analysis. Let's remove one immigrant from America and let's see what happens. And of course, if we
all right, I get to pick. I get to pick. We remove Mr. Slave from America.
It doesn't matter who you remove. Wait, he said it. Wait, he said it and he left. Did you see that? Did you see that? His finger was ready on the button to leave.
Is there a difference if we remove one immigrant or one American?
No, because for the mathematical analysis,
it depends.
We assumed equality. We assumed all Americans are equal, and all the chicks in America have very big boobs, and the Indian we brought in.
Dude, you're stupid as fuck, bro.
Well, just chill, man. Just listen to what he's got to say.
No, he's stupid as fuck. He should be bullied for the rest of his life.
All right. Sounds like we got a voice changer, but okay.
Anyway, so after running the analysis on the size of the boobs of the average American chicks, we came to the conclusion. Anyway, so we assume that the average Indian that we bring in is identical to the average American. So there's no difference who we added and who we remove. So if we remove illegal immigrants or legal immigrants or Americans, it doesn't matter. We're going to.
So it doesn't matter according to what? Insofar as like economic input or output? Like, what are you saying exactly when you say that? It doesn't matter.
No, we settled on measuring just how crowded is America.
So when you say
Dude,
crowded,
he's just arguing to you with vibes, bro. It's all vibes, man.
well, so I guess
He doesn't want to talk about quanta. He just wants to talk.
sure, but like, what data are you looking at, Mr. Slave? Like, what are you trying to say when you say this?
What do you mean data?
I assume you're looking at data when you're making these statements. Are you not?
No. This is a mathematical.
Are these?
This is a theoretical analysis. There's no data.
So theoretically, okay. So you're not looking at data. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you're not using. You're not. So theoretical. You know, these theorems are typically, ostensibly, created through the examination of real data, correct?
No, I usually don't look at data.
You just make it up without looking at anything?
No, I like, for example, I said, let's assume equality, perfect equality in America. So
That's
all
stupid. Okay.
it simplifies. It's a simplification. I don't want to have to think hard. It's complicated.
Sure.
Right. So
Okay, you're troll. Okay, I understand now. You're trolling.
what? Why would you say I'm trolling?
Well, you just made it so obvious. Come on, man.
What are you talking about?
Bro, it's just you and me. You don't have to fucking joke about it. It's
Yeah,
fine.
but I'll mute you. Stop.
Okay, if you want to, I guess. But why?
What do you mean why? If you're gonna say I'm instead of
We're just two people talking. It's just you and me, man.
if you don't engage with the debate and you talk about me, that's called, ad schmamenum. So if you ad schmamenum, you waste my time. So I don't like that. I'll unmute you, but be nice. Concentrate.
I recognize your voice from the politics server. Okay, I know who you are, man. You're just trolling, man. It's fine, but it's just, it's whatever, man. Do whatever you have to do to have fun. It's cool, man.
All right. Thank you for competing. Let's see what's going on. Somebody made a message to me. Can we get Mr. Bend? He just asked, do you think farmers consume more than they produce in the field with food? And he said, no, they eat more. So you want to ban me because of that? That's why you want to ban me in general? Jesus. All right, let's get back. Wait, there's nothing else, right? I'm not missing something. What's this? Where is this? I don't know. Really weird. So this we looked at. This I don't care. Where's my room? Clevet, you're still here. Okay, I'm gonna unmute you, but don't talk. No talking aloud. If you're gonna say nonsensical things about me. Okay. let's recall our dearly beloved, what's his name? Mr. Kitty. Hello, Mitra. Hello, Mitra.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, yes. Slava Europa.
Slava Ukraina. Slava Ukraina.
No, Zelensky is a fucking Jew. He's immigrant.
Oh my god. Oh my god, you hate Zelensky. Oh my god.
I love Ukraine. A bunch of blonde-eyed, blue-eyed, blonde hair, blue-eyed Aryan. But you know, to Zelensky, he's dirty mongrel. You know,
Yeah,
dirty mongrel.
We hate Ukraine. We love Russia here, right?
We love Russian people. We love Ukrainian people because
Yes,
they're
all
white.
the non-blondes, non-blue-eyed people.
Yeah, they can be fucking straight into the crematorium.
What?
Yep.
What
Yeah,
did
like
you
the
say?
shitskins. Like the shitskins,
What?
Like we take all the African, we put them in the crematorium, they turn into fire, and then they go.
Why?
Sorry, man. You got the chain booth. Sorry, man. You fucked.
No, he actually exemplifies immigrant equals evil. So he's talking about everyone who immigrated into Europe. He wants a pure Europe.
No, because I'm okay with the white people immigrating back into Europe. Like American immigrants, going back to Germany.
Everyone in Europe is just like racist fucking each
other. Oh my
No,
god.
I'm not against immigration. I'm just a white supremacist.
Oh my god, you're just a white supremacist. Okay.
Yes, politically correct.
But the question is, do you want your life to be good or do you want your life to be white? Let's say I present you two alternatives.
Oh, that's a false dichotomy.
No, let's
False
present.
It's a false
It's a false
dichotomy.
question. It's a
No,
false
let's-
question. Look,
let's
false question. I'm sorry.
No, let's present you a hypothetical. It's called a hypothetical, as they say on the discords.
Okay, let's talk about fiction.
Fiction.
Wait, no, let him ask the question.
So I present to you two alternatives. One alternative.
Okay. Go on, please.
I
please.
present you two alternatives, Meister. So two alternatives. One alternative is you have a white Europe that is poor. The other alternative is a non-white, a mix. It's a mix, but it's wealthy. Meaning, if let me just clarify. So if it's perfectly white, it's a very low. It comes with a very low quality of life, like in the Dark Ages. If it's mixed, it comes with a very high quality of life, like in science fiction, like in the futuristic. What's your choice?
I'm gonna take the white Europe every day.
Oh my God! They.
Let me be born white.
I'm giving you the Dark Ages. You prefer the Dark Ages over the futuristic utopia?
I'd rather shit
Yes,
the
yes. I'll tell you what I'll do.
call a fucking black person unequal. Okay, fuck you.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll be out in the fields all day picking that cotton, bro. As long as I got a white area, bro. All day in the fields, breaking my back, doing anything I like. I'll kiss the king's hand. I'll kiss him on the fingers.
It's not logical.
Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. I'll do like 20 bows before.
But
Yes, my lord.
but listen, it used to be like horrendous. The quality of life was so low. Like there was no running water. Like everybody was poor. It was so.
This is how fucking Trump tariffs are working in fucking the MAGA wing of fucking America right now. This shit is so fucked, right? It's been fucking less than 2 weeks, maybe, since Trump has taken office. We're fucking fighting a trade war with our fucking partners, and Trump has explicitly said there are no concessions that I'm looking for. He just wants to fucking hurt people.
Wait.
What the fuck is going on?
Wait, okay. Clever. Stop. You're off topic. Yes, Mr. Mitra.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm making this about us. My bad.
Yeah. Okay,
About
Mitra,
me.
go.
My bad.
Look,
Yes,
man,
Mitra.
I want my tribe to win, and if my tribe's got Europe, then it's Kushti. It's Kushti. We can be slaves, whatever the fuck, as long as we're with each other.
You
I don't give a
believe
shit.
Sometimes you can work with people who don't look like you, and you can, be a fucking more dominant tribe, right?
Now,
But
fuck
he-
that. They can stay in Africa.
So you believe in Jesus, right, Mitra?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, you believe in the Jesus. Okay, what's your evidence for Jesus?
Evidence. I ain't got no evidence for nothing, really.
So
Nothing.
Well,
so
that's
so you
that's
agree
like a
that
hard
Jesus
stop
is
right
just
there,
made up fiction?
No, I don't agree with that. I'd probably say it's a historical person
Why
to
would
believe.
you
Okay,
not agree with something that you just said?
but what's your evidence? Okay, you believe in God, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, what's your evidence there is a God?
Well, you're not going to accept it, but reality itself. I think it's logically sound to say that there is a cause for reality.
Yeah,
I
well,
would
how
say
is
that-
God caused, huh, buddy?
Yeah, I would say whatever caused reality is God.
Okay, so
Well, how is God caused? Huh?
according to you, 1 second, Clever, do you have a defeating argument for what he just said?
No, well, the defeating argument is just simply just like looking at kicking the can down the road, right? It's just like, well, things have to exist because there was a creator. Well, then how's the creator created? Well, they were eternal. That's fine. Well, then you can just say everything else is eternal. There's no.
Okay, but you're not engaging with
there's
Mitra. You're just talking to yourself. You want to engage with Mitra?
Yeah, you got to convince me. You're trying to convince me away from God.
Well, I mean, we can do that in a different way, but it's fine.
Okay, I'll do it.
Well, I mean-
Okay, it's between you and me and Mitra. Okay, Mitra. So you believe in God. You're saying something must have brought this universe into existence.
Most likely, probably.
Okay. So you're saying before the God created the universe, there was no universe?
Well, it's not before. It's not before because, atemporally before reality existed, time didn't exist.
So you're saying the universe always existed? Is that what you're saying?
So, when you say before, you mean atemporally.
I don't know what that means. Mitra, I asked you a simple question. You were talking in terms of cause and effect about the universe. You said something must.
Yeah, but listen. Before there was physical reality, there's not a before because physical reality came into existence at the same time as time.
There's God reality, right? You're just saying that God, a complex, actual intellectual entity, existed before, right? And there was no first cause before.
Why am I in a channel full of immigrants?
Look,
Everyone here is
I
an
think-
immigrant.
Wait a sec. I think the question is better put: is the cause of reality a personal being or an impersonal? Is it personal or impersonal?
Your question. That's a weird.
That's the better question.
You ask that question.
Yeah, no.
So I feel like you have
But
to.
the better question is, why does everyone accept me an immigrant?
Subscribe to make that your question.
No, we already dealt with this for Lucian. But the better question, seriously, is the cause of reality known or unknowable? That's the question.
I think so. Yeah. Well, how could you know it? What does knowing mean?
I believe we're capable of having a personal relationship with God. I mean, this is why I believe in
How
it.
do you know things?
Well, it's from my most basic personal evidence because I've had experiences.
How do you know things?
I can't know. Well, how do I know things? Based on my perception.
All right. So you know things because of your perception. Let's move forward. So keep going. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm making this really fucking productive. I'm kind of an asshole about this. That's my bad.
So
yeah, I mean, like
How many
atheists,
times I've just fucking off.
you know, atheists used to be so respectful. They used to just laugh and say,
They used to, yeah, well, fuck man.
these silly Christians doing their bowing before God. Why would you bow
So,
to anything?
yeah, well, I guess because if
These
you do
silly
the same dance
Christians.
so many fucking times, how many times are you fucking supposed to respect the person you fucking disagree with?
Consistently. I think you should stop respecting someone when they like insult
It's
your
like
mother
respect the person who
or
fucking
something.
can't dance. It's crazy.
If someone like
that
polite,
looks real good,
okay,
like,
one
when
second.
someone
politely
disagrees,
disagrees,
okay?
Everybody shush. Everybody shush. So, Mitra, talk to me. Let me try and dissuade you from Jesus. Go ahead. So you believe in God. Why do you believe in God? Let's start over.
because I think it's more probable than not that there is a cause to reality.
Probable?
So, whatever that cause is, I
Okay.
would call God. And
Mhm.
secondly,
No.
I've had my own
No,
basic
no,
personal
no,
experiences
no
of
no
being in
second.
personal relationships with God.
No secondly. Just one. Let's if you do secondly, that's called gish galloping. You're not allowed. So only
I apologize.
okay. So you're saying because of probably there is a cause to the universe, right? You said that?
Yeah, existence.
You didn't say existence. Don't introduce any more words. Like you said probably
Okay. I'll go along with your words. Okay.
it's your
Like, to be
words.
clear, he's not trying to be an asshole to you. He's just saying, like, this is, like, the thing he's gone through a situation before. So,
I'm just trying to narrow you down. I mean, if you're not gonna, if you're gonna be all over the place, it's gonna be maybe impossible to convince you. I need you to not jump around too much. Not, you know. Anyway, so let me repeat your argument. You're saying that probably there is a cause to everything, and that would be God. Yes? No?
That's what I said. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I would say yes.
Okay. So so when you say cause, in my mind, I'm imagining there was no universe, and then God caused, and the universe popped into existence. Yes? No?
Well, I have to clarify, and I'm really
Yes.
sorry if you're not going to accept this, but
Mhm.
it's not like in terms of a timeline. It's not like at some point on the timeline there was nothing,
Mhm.
and then there was something.
I don't
Because
think that was the issue.
Wait, clairvoyant, let Mitra speak his mind. Yes, Mitra.
Sorry.
Yes, Mitra.
we have to clarify, because we know for a
Mhm.
fact that at the beginning of the universe is when time itself began
I don't
as
know.
a dimension.
I don't know. I don't know. But if you want to make that claim, that's fine. We'll have to detour. And
So, like, if it makes sense,
Mm-hmm.
if it makes sense, there was not a before the universe was, because atemporally before the universe, time didn't exist. So we have to be very careful with what we're talking about in terms of before and after the creation, because if you say before literally, that doesn't compute.
Well, look, so I'll repeat. So when you said something caused this universe, to me, the way I'm imagining this cause is there was no universe, and then God caused, and the universe popped into existence. If you don't admit, if you don't agree that this is what you mean by caused, then I don't know what you mean by God. Somebody's hot miking. Then I don't know what you mean by God. So we would have to start over, and I would have to ask you, what do you mean by God? What's your definition of God?
Well, I think it might be better to say that God caused the universe, yes,
Mhm.
But he's also the sustainer of the universe.
No,
But-
no,
but
no.
just because
No.
of the ramifications
No,
of
Mitra,
creating time itself.
Mitra, that's impossible. Look, I'm telling you, your definition. So you're saying, I'm just repeating what you're saying, and you're right now you're contradicting yourself. So you're not saying anything that is intelligible. In other words, right now you're just lying through your teeth. You don't have a position. So I'll just let me repeat it, and I don't know what to do with you. So it goes like this. Well, why are you typing, Maita? They are saying if I come back to have to pay reparation, they're saying I'm lying through my teeth. Maita, I'm talking to you. Don't text other people. Hello, Fursurion. Do you want to talk about immigration?
What is this Paddy lying about now?
Well, so you need to finish
Right.
one.
No,
So
everybody.
basically, I'm-
Everybody shush.
Alright.
Everybody shush. I invited Fursurion because Fursurion, do
Yes.
you want to discuss the proposition immigrant equals evil?
Well, I mean, I do agree, but that would be problematic because everyone in this VC is an immigrant besides myself, including
That's
Mitra.
that's an ad hominem. That has nothing to do with with discourse, with how
Oh.
you conduct the debate.
Oh,
It's also an assumption.
oh dear.
In a debate,
I'm
you
assuming.
don't care for whoever you're debating. You care for the proposition and
I'm more
arguments.
into-
and the
Well, all right,
logic.
then. I don't think immigrants are necessarily evil. I do think our immigration system here in the UK is very broken, and we have too many immigrants.
Okay, so
Yes.
look, mathematically speaking, if you believe there's too many immigrants, that means even one
Yes.
immigrant is too many.
No, I don't mind a minority of them, right? But they've just been flooding into my country.
When
for
you
all
say
these
you
years,
don't,
and
when
we
you
have to do
say
something
when you
about it.
say you don't mind, you're admitting that even a single immigrant is a net
Well, it's
negative.
the nature of the immigrant. Yeah, but you have to go into details. Let me give an example. Right? So the Bangladeshis, for example, they are some of the Bangladeshis.
To reduce the idea of immigration. to,
Everybody shush. Everybody shush. So for Surion, you interrupted me. I never interrupt anyone, and I don't like it when I'm interrupted. So I'm gonna unmute everybody. I'll let everybody speak, but in general, please don't interrupt me. So everybody can speak, but then I want to get back on topic, and please don't interrupt me.
Oh yes. Oh dear.
I just want to have a cordial discussion. I don't want to. I don't want to be a bully. So you in general you can interrupt me, but just let me finish a point.
I'm sorry about that. Oh yeah.
It's fine. We don't know each other. Hopefully, we'll have many fruitful debates in the future. So let me just recap. So you're saying I don't mind immigrants, or I don't mind even a minority.
Some of them.
Even a minority. From those words, I surmise that you agree, you're conceding that even a single immigrant is a net negative. Right? Your words, I don't mind. You don't mind, meaning you agree they are net negative. Even a single one.
No, I don't think that.
Economists believe.
Then why did you say I don't mind?
Well, because, like I say, first and foremost, there's been too many of them for so many years now, for multiple decades. Secondly, I think the main problem is the caliber of the migrant that we are allowing into the country. There are many Muslims from very radical
You're not
Islamic
answering.
countries coming
You're
in.
not.
and that's
You're
the
not
problem.
answering. You're not answering. Why did you say I don't
Well,
mind?
Can I just interrupt, please? But why are we going towards absolutes? There's not a single absolute in existence. It's not like something is absolutely wrong. It's dependent.
I mean, Mr. Fursurion. So Mitra, you're asking a very good question. So Mitra, Fursurion said, "I don't mind," meaning he's conceding the proposition. So I just wanted to.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
He says he
Why are
doesn't
you
mind
lying about what I'm
immigrants.
saying? Why are
He
you
says he
lying?
doesn't mind immigrants.
to say that you don't mind immigrants, you're conceding that they are a net negative, right? You
I'm
wouldn't-
fine with it. They are
you-
okay. That's what it
Exactly.
means. This
You
is the
wouldn't
way the
say-
English language works.
Hold on for a
At
second.
least you
You
don't mind
agree?
immigrants. It doesn't say anything
Clever-
about what you believe is their
Clever,
economic impact. Right?
clever.
It doesn't.
I'll let you speak, Clever, in a second. For Syrian, right? You wouldn't if I brought to you a beautiful chick with very big boobs, and I would ask you, do you mind if she hugged you and kissed you and slept with you? I hope you wouldn't say I don't mind. I hope you would say you'd be delighted. Right? That's what it means.
Oh
to
no,
be-
that would be terrible.
maybe you're gay. I don't know.
Why?
No, I'm a Christian man, and I don't
I
want to have
can't
sex
believe
outside of
that
marriage.
these
That's
fucking white
adultery.
people are kissing
That's
fucking
adultery.
subtly more brown people. That's crazy.
That's
It's fucking
adultery, dude.
disgusting.
That's adultery.
No, she is a biblical scholar, and she will explain to you why she's not adulterous.
You're a Satanist. Oh dear.
It's true.
Anyway,
say wallahi. Say wallahi, Mr. Paddy. Say wallahi.
Lucky indeed.
Wallahi, Mitra. Wallahi.
Inshallah, this man is satanic. Satanic.
Mitra is my second favorite Irishman after Jerry Adams. It is known. It is known.
Okay.
I don't even like.
Okay, everybody.
I don't even like Jerry Adams.
Everybody, shush.
I love Jerry Adams.
Okay, everybody,
Wow.
shush.
Okay.
Everybody, shush. We have a physicist in the house. Hello, Mr. Ronnie.
Why? What?
Hey.
Economist.
No, Ronnie is a physicist, which are very difficult to
A student. I'm not a physicist. I'm a student.
He's a student of
He's a student.
He's
learning
a,
physicists, okay?
he's a student.
There's a difference.
He is a student of
He's
physicists.
maybe like an associate's physicist, not a bachelor's or master's or PhD physicist. Okay, I think it's not a huge difference, but who knows, man?
Yeah, I'm about to start my PhD. I finished my master's.
Or didn't you just say you were? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not a physicist.
What are you?
He's an
A
immigrant.
student of physics.
So a student of what?
Physics.
Physicists.
All right. So you're just physically a student. Is that correct?
Okay.
Do you not understand the subject physics?
Wait, Ronnie, 1 second. Evil, do you wanna go to my server to study some AI?
Sure, if you want, I don't mind.
Yeah, okay, I'll go to my. Okay, everybody, I'll see you later. Bye. Let's go to my server. Is he coming? Let's ping him. There he is. What's why is he not coming? It only took you 10 years to come.
That's what she said.
Okay, let's continue destroying the universe as one does. Okay, so I think from now on we'll just every time you're available we'll just study here. So I think you're right. Schmorch is better than the rest of them. Where's the PyTorch? Oh,
I don't know that it's better. I was just saying it's easier in the beginning, you know?
Mhm. Okay, so we need a if this is so, then we need a PyTorch course, full course, tutorial, full course. 2 years, 1 year, 100 seconds. That's not good enough. Full course, 3 years. Let's this one. Sort by upload. Okay. PyTorch for deep learning, machine learning, full course, Code GPT. Ali Hassan, complete AI, deep learning. Do you see anything that? Oh wait, I'm not sharing, right? So you can't see my screen. Let me share my screen. Okay. Okay. Let me see if you can see it. I'm looking at my iPhone. Can you see?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Doing something.
You're doing something?
Yeah, 1 second.
We need to choose a course. Which is the best PyTorch course? Neural Network Fundamentals webinar 3 weeks ago. Applications of PyTorch 3 years ago. PyTorch crash course 27 hours 1 month ago. This looks good.
Yeah.
27 hours. Let's try it.
Yeah.
Curious about how today's cutting-edge AI is built? Well, you've landed in the perfect video. This crash course will introduce you to PyTorch, the framework powering machine learning breakthroughs at companies like Tesla, Meta, and OpenAI. You'll get hands-on with these same tools used to build state-of-the-art AI models, and this is just a start. This crash course, led by the infamous Daniel Berg, will teach you the fundamentals of PyTorch. All you need is a little Python knowledge, which if you don't have, check out our Python crash course first, linked in the description down below. And the best part of the course, you'll be learning by actually writing code yourself. You'll be training a model to classify images of delicious foods like pizza or sushi. Dan has even turned this exact project into a real-world app that you can download right now called Neutrify. Now, if you want to go even deeper after learning the fundamentals here, make sure to check out Dan's complete PyTorch bootcamp course. The hundreds of 5-star reviews speak for themselves, but of course I've gone ahead and left a link in the top right-hand corner and in the description down below. One more thing, for every 50 comments left on this video, we're giving away free lifetime access to Dan's full bootcamp to one lucky person. All you have to do is like this video and leave a comment. It can be a question, feedback, or even just a quick PyTorch for the win. We'll announce winners in a pinned comment, so make sure to keep your eyes peeled. And maybe there'll be a special discount code in there for everyone else. All right, hit pause, go like this video, drop a comment, and get ready to start learning how to build with PyTorch. Enjoy.
Okay, so hit like, write a comment. I love PyTorch. All right, comments.
Hello, my name's Daniel, and welcome to the Deep Learning with PyTorch course. Now, that was too good not to watch twice. Welcome to the Deep Learning with PyTorch course. So this is very exciting. You're going to see that animation quite a bit because, I mean, it's fun, and PyTorch's symbol is a flame because of torch. Let's get into it. So naturally, if you've come to this course, you might...
Can you hear? Are you hearing well? Okay.
I've already researched what is deep learning, but we're going to cover it quite briefly, and just in the sense of how much you need to know for this course. Because you're going to see that animation quite a bit because, I mean, it's fun, and PyTorch's symbol is a flame because of torch. Let's get into it. So naturally, if you've come to this course, you might have already researched what is deep learning, but we're going to cover it quite briefly, and just in the sense of how much you need to know for this course, because we're going to be more focused on, rather than just definitions, we're going to be focused on getting practical and seeing things happen. So if we define what machine learning is, because as we'll see in a second, deep learning is a subset of machine learning. Machine learning is turning things, data, which can be almost anything, images, text, tables of numbers, video, audio files, almost anything can be classified as data, into numbers. So computers love numbers, and then finding patterns in those numbers. Now, how do we find those patterns? Well, the computer does this part, specifically a machine learning algorithm or a deep learning algorithm, the things that we're going to be building in this course. How? Code and math. Now, this course is code focused. I want to stress that before we get into it. We're focused on writing code. Now, behind the scenes, that code is going to trigger some math to find patterns in those numbers. If you would like to deep dive into the math behind the code, I'm going to be linking extra resources for that. However, we're going to be getting hands-on and writing lots of code to do lots of this. And so if we keep going to break things down a little bit more, machine learning versus deep learning. If we have this giant bubble here of artificial intelligence.
They're still teaching machine learning? I just want deep learning. Deep learning is neural networks. The rest is nonsense.
You might have seen
okay.
Something similar like this on the internet. I just copied that and put it into pretty colors for this course. So you've got this overarching big bubble of the topic of artificial intelligence, which you could define as, again, almost anything you want. Then typically there's a subset within artificial intelligence, which is known as machine learning, which is quite a broad topic. And then within machine learning, you have another topic called deep learning. And so that's what we're going to be focused on, working with PyTorch, writing deep learning code. But again, you could use PyTorch for a lot of different machine learning things. And truth be told, I kind of use these two terms interchangeably. Yes, ML is the broader topic and deep learning is a bit more nuanced. But again, if you want to form your own definitions of these, I'd highly encourage you to do so. This course is more focused on, rather than defining what things are, is seeing how they work. So this is what we're focused on doing. Just to break things down, if you're familiar with the fundamentals of machine learning, you probably understand this paradigm, but we're going to just rehash on it anyway. So if we consider traditional programming, let's say you'd like to write a computer program that's enabled to, or has the ability to reproduce your grandmother's favorite or famous roast chicken dish. And so we might have some inputs here, which are some beautiful vegetables, a chicken that you've raised on the farm. You might write down some rules. This could be your program. Cut the vegetables, season the chicken, preheat the oven, cook the chicken for 30 minutes, and add vegetables. Now, it might not be this simple, or it might actually be because your Sicilian grandmother is a great cook, so she's put things into an art now and can just do it step by step. And then those inputs combined with those rules makes this beautiful roast chicken dish. So that's traditional programming. Now, a machine learning algorithm typically takes some inputs and some desired outputs and then figures out the rules, so the patterns between the inputs and the outputs. So where in traditional programming we had to hand write all of these rules, the ideal machine learning algorithm will figure out this bridge between our inputs and our idealized output. Now, in the machine learning sense, this is typically described as supervised learning because you'll have some kind of input with some kind of output, also known as features and also known as labels. And the machine learning algorithm's job is to figure out the relationships between the inputs or the features and the outputs or the label. So if we wanted to write a machine learning algorithm to figure out our Sicilian grandmother's famous roast chicken dish, we would probably gather a bunch of inputs of ingredients such as these delicious vegetables and chicken, and then have a whole bunch of outputs of the finished product and see if our algorithm can figure out.
Are you following so far? Are you there?
Yeah, he just said that traditional programming,
Mm-hmm.
you have the inputs and then you have the rules and then you have the output.
Mm-hmm.
And the order is kind of different with the machine learning algorithm. Where they're kind of figuring out the rules. What do you mean?
I mean, he
You know
said
what?
you write the rules. In machine learning, you don't write the rules. The out.
Exactly, that's what I said.
Oh, okay. All right. As long as you're listening, as long as you're not falling asleep. Okay.
What we should do.
Let me just make a note. Started watching a court with. I'm just gonna call you Mr. Kitty. 188.
182.
182.
To go from these inputs to output. So that's almost enough to cover of the difference between traditional programming and machine learning as far as definitions go. We're going to get hands on coding these sort of algorithms throughout the course. For now, let's go to the next video and ask the question, why use machine learning or deep learning? And actually, before we get there, I'd like you to think about that. So going back to what we just saw, the paradigm between traditional programming and machine learning, why would you want to use machine learning algorithms rather than traditional programming? So if you had to write all these rules, would that get cumbersome? So have a think about it, and we'll cover it in the next video. Welcome back. So in the last video, we covered briefly the difference between traditional programming and machine learning. And again, I don't want to spend too much time on definitions. I'd rather you see this in practice. And I'll let you with the question, why would you want to use machine learning or deep learning? Well, let's think of a good reason. Why not? I mean, if we had to write all those handwritten rules to reproduce our Sicilian grandmother's roast chicken dish all the time, that would be quite cumbersome, right? Well, let's draw a line on that. Why not? What's a better reason? Kind of what we just said, right? For a complex problem, can you think of all the rules? So let's imagine we're trying to build a self-driving car. Now, if you've learned to drive, you've probably done so in maybe 20 hours, 100 hours. But now I'll give you a task of writing down every single rule about driving. How do you back out of your driveway? How do you turn left and go down the street? How do you park, a reverse park? How do you stop at an intersection? How do you know how fast to go somewhere? So we just listed half a dozen rules, but you could probably go a fair few more. You might get into the thousands. And so for a complex problem such as driving, can you think of all the rules? Well, probably not. So that's where machine learning and deep learning come in to help. And so this is a beautiful comment I'd like to share with you on one of my YouTube videos. Is my 2020 machine learning roadmap. And this is from Yashui. I'm probably going to mispronounce this if I even try to. But Yashui says, I think you can use ML. So ML is machine learning. I'm going to use that a lot throughout the course, by the way. ML is machine learning, just so you know. For literally anything, as long as you can convert it into numbers. That's what we said before. Machine learning is turning something into computer readable numbers and then programming it to find patterns. Except with a machine learning algorithm, typically we write the algorithm and it finds the patterns, not us. And so literally it could be anything, any input or output from the universe. That's pretty darn cool about machine learning, right? But should you always use it just because it could be used for anything? Well, I'd like to also introduce you to Google's #1 rule of machine learning. Now, if you can build a simple rule-based system, such as the step of 5 rules that we had to map the ingredients to our Sicilian grandmother's roast chicken dish, if you can write just 5 steps to do that, that's going to work every time, well, you should probably do that. So if you can build a simple rule-based system that doesn't require machine learning, do that. And of course, maybe it's not so very simple, but maybe you can just write some rules to solve the problem that you're working on. And this is from a wise software engineer, which is, I kind of hinted at it before, Rule 1 of Google's machine learning handbook. Now, I'm going to highly recommend you read through that, but we're not going to go through that in this video. So check that out. You can Google that. Otherwise, the links will be where you get links. So just keep that in mind. Although machine learning is very powerful and very fun and very excited, it doesn't mean that you should always use it. I know this is quite a thing to be saying at the start of a deep learning machine learning course, but I just want you to keep in mind, simple rule-based systems are still good. Machine learning isn't a solve-all for everything. Now let's have a look at what deep learning is good for. But I'm going to leave you on a cliffhanger because we're going to check this out in the next video. See you soon. In the last video, we familiarized ourselves with Google's #1 rule of machine learning, which is basically, if you don't need it, don't use it. And with that in mind, what should we actually be looking to use machine learning or deep learning for? Well, problems with long lists of rules. So when the traditional approach fails, so remember, the traditional approach is you have some sort of data input, you write a list of rules for that data to be manipulated in some way, shape, or form, and then you have the outputs that you know. But if you have a long list of rules, like the rules of driving a car, which could be hundreds, could be thousands, could be millions, who knows? So that's where machine learning and deep learning may help, and it kind of is at the moment. In the world of self-driving cars, machine learning and deep learning are the state-of-the-art approach. Continually changing environments. So one of the benefits of deep learning is that it can keep learning if it needs.
Wait, I gotta take off my headset 1 second. All right, I'm back.
And so it can adapt and learn to new scenarios. So if you update the data that your model was trained on, it can adjust to new different kinds of data in the future. So similarly to if you are driving a car, you might know your own neighborhood very well. But then when you go to somewhere you haven't been before, sure, you can draw on the foundations of what you know, but you're going to have to adapt. How fast should you go? Where should you stop? Where should you park? These kinds of things. So with problems with long list of rules or continually changing environments, or if you had a large data set. And so this is where deep learning is flourishing in the world of technology. So let's give an example. One of my favorites is the Food 101 dataset, which you can search for online, which is images of 101 different kinds of foods. Now, we briefly looked at what a rule list might look like for cooking your grandmother's famous Sicilian roast chicken dish. But can you imagine if you want...
You know what? We should skip anything like that. Like I don't need to know. I don't know if we need this. When does he get into programming is the question. You see, still no programming.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like,
it looks like
why would it have programming? Like,
I think an hour in, still no programming. So here he's
why would there be
beginning.
programming an hour in?
What do you mean? What?
If you're doing a course, like programming isn't going to be the only thing it covered in the course. Like,
I mean, fine, but even if you want to, I mean, even the theory, see, he's still doing nonsense. He's doing fluff. 15 minutes in, he's still doing fluff.
I don't know. I haven't seen any fluff yet. We just seems like he's covering the concept.
Okay. I don't mind. Oh, here, an anatomy of a neural network. Okay. I guess it's good not to skip. There is a benefit in not skipping. This is 11 minutes in. Is this it?
In the last video, we familiarized ourselves with Google's #1 rule of machine learning, which is basically, if you don't need it, don't use it. And with that in mind...
Is this where we were?
Yeah, we were just a little after that, yeah.
Okay.
What should we actually be looking to use machine learning or deep learning for? Well, problems with long lists of rules. So when the traditional approach fails, so remember, the traditional approach is you have some sort of data input, you write a list of rules for that data to be manipulated in some way, shape, or form, and then you have the outputs that you know. But if you have a long list of rules, like the rules of driving a car, which could be hundreds, could be thousands, could be millions, who knows? That's where machine learning and deep learning may help, and it kind of is at the moment. In the world of self-driving cars, machine learning and deep learning are the state-of-the-art approach. Continually changing environments. So one of the benefits of deep learning is that it can keep learning if it needs to. And so it can adapt and learn to new scenarios. So if you update the data that your model was trained on, it can adjust to new different kinds of data in the future. So similarly to if you are driving a car, you might know your own neighborhood very well. But then when you go to somewhere you haven't been before, sure, you can draw on the foundations of what you know, but you're going to have to adapt. How fast should you go? Where should you stop? Where should you park? These kinds of things. So with problems with long lists of rules or continually changing environments, or if you had a large data set. And so this is where deep learning is flourishing in the world of technology. So let's give an example. One of my favorites is the Food 101 dataset, which you can search for online, which is images of 101 different kinds of foods. Now, we briefly looked at what a rule list might look like for cooking your grandmother's famous Sicilian roast chicken dish. But can you imagine if you wanted to build an app that could take photos of different food, how long your list of rules would be to differentiate 101 different foods? It'd be so long. You need rule sets for every single one. Let's just take one food, for example. How do you write a program to tell what a banana looks like? I mean, you'd have to code what a banana looks like, but not only a banana, what everything that isn't a banana looks like. So keep this in mind. What deep learning is good for? Problems with long lists of rules, continually changing environments, or discovering insights within large collections of data. Now, what deep learning is not good for, I'm going to write typically here because, again, this is problem specific. Deep learning is quite powerful these days and things might change in the future. So keep an open mind. If there's anything about this course, it's not for me to tell you exactly what's what. It's for me to spark a curiosity into you to figure out what's what. Or even better yet, what's not what. So when you need explainability, as we'll see, the patterns learned by a deep learning model, which is lots of numbers called weights and biases, we'll have a look at that later on, are typically uninterpretable by a human. So some of the times, deep learning models can have 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, a billion, some models are getting into the trillions of parameters. When I say parameters, I mean numbers or patterns in data. Remember, machine learning is turning things into numbers and then writing a machine learning model to find patterns in those numbers. So sometimes those patterns themselves can be lists of numbers that are in the millions. And so can you imagine looking at a list of numbers that has 1 million different things going on? It's going to be quite hard. I find it hard to understand 3 or 4 numbers, let alone a million. And when the traditional approach is a better option, again, this is Google's rule #1 of machine learning. If you can do what you need to do with a simple rule-based system, well, maybe you don't need to use machine learning or deep learning. Again, I'm going to use the deep learning and machine learning terms interchangeably. I'm not too concerned with definitions. You can form your own definitions, but just so you know, from my perspective, ML and deep learning are quite similar. When errors are unacceptable. So since the outputs of a deep learning model aren't always predictable, we'll see that deep learning models are probabilistic. That means when they predict something, they're making a probabilistic bet on it. Whereas in a rule-based system, you kind of know what the outputs are going to be every single time. So if you can't have errors based on probabilistic errors, well, then you probably shouldn't use deep learning and you'd like to go back to a simple rule-based system. And then finally, when you don't have much data. So deep learning models usually require a fairly large amount of data to produce great results. However, there's a caveat here. You know, at the start I said typically, we're going to see some techniques of how to get great results without huge amounts of data. And again, I wrote
Who joined? Did you see who joined?
to
typically here because there are techniques. You can just research deep learning explainability. You're going to find a whole bunch of stuff. You can look up examples of when machine learning versus deep learning, and then when errors are unacceptable. Again, there are ways to make your model reproducible, so it predicts, you know, what's going to come out. So we do a lot of testing to verify this as well. So what's next? I've got machine learning versus deep learning. We're going to have a look at some different problem spaces in a second, and mainly breaking down in terms of what kind of data you have. Not going to do this now, prevent this video from getting too long. We'll cover all these colorful, beautiful pictures in the next video. Welcome back. So in the last video, we covered a few things of what deep learning is good for and what deep learning is typically not good for. So let's dive into a little more of a comparison of machine learning versus deep learning. Again, I'm going to be using these terms quite interchangeably, but there are some specific things that typically you want traditional style of machine learning.
Wait, when I stopped, did you hear me speaking?
No.
Yeah, I was on mute. I self-muted. I gotta be careful with that. All right.
Versus deep learning. However, this is constantly changing. So again, I'm not talking in absolutes here. I'm more just talking in general, and I'll leave it to you to use your own curiosity to research the specific differences between these two. But typically, for machine learning, like the traditional style of algorithms, although they are still machine learning algorithms, which is kind of a little bit confusing, where deep learning and machine learning differ, is you want to use traditional machine learning algorithms on structured data. So if you have tables of numbers, this is what I mean by structured. Rows and columns, structured data. And possibly one of the best algorithms for this type of data is a gradient boosted machine, such as XGBoost. This is an algorithm that you'll see in a lot of data science competitions and also used in production settings. When I say production settings, I mean applications that you may interact with on the internet or use on a day-to-day. So that's production. XGBoost is typically the favorite algorithm for these types of situations. So again, if you have structured data, you might look into XGBoost rather than building a deep learning algorithm. But again, the rules aren't set in stone. That's where deep learning and machine learning is kind of an art, kind of a science. Is that sometimes XGBoost is the best for structured data, but there might be exceptions to the rule. But for deep learning, it's typically better for unstructured data. And what I mean by that is data that's kind of all over the place. It's not in your nice standardized rows and columns. So say you had natural language, such as this tweet by this person whose name is quite similar to mine and has the same Twitter account as me. Oh, maybe I wrote that. How do I learn machine learning? What do you need to hear? Learn Python, learn math, stats, probability, software engineering, build. What do you need to do? Google it, go down the rabbit hole, resurfacing 6 to 9 months and reassess. I like that. Or if you had a whole bunch of text, such as the definition for deep learning on Wikipedia. Again, this is the reason why I'm not covering as many definitions in this course, is because look how simple you can look these things up. Wikipedia is going to be able to define deep learning far better than what I can. I'm more focused on just getting involved in working hands-on with this stuff and defining what it is. And then we have images. If we wanted to build a burger, take a photo app thing, you would work with image data, which doesn't really have much of a structure. Although we'll see that there are ways for deep learning that we can turn this kind of data to have some sort of structure through the beauty of a tensor. And we might have audio files, such as if you were talking to your voice assistant. I'm not going to say one because a whole bunch of my devices might go crazy if I say the name of my voice assistant, which rhymes with, I'm not even going to say that out loud. And so typically for unstructured data, you'll want to use a neural network of some kind. So structured data, gradient boosted machine, or a random forest, or a tree-based algorithm, such as XGBoost, and unstructured data, neural networks. So let's keep going. Let's have a look at some of the common algorithms that you might use for structured data, machine learning, versus unstructured data, deep learning. So random forest is one of my favorites, gradient boosted models, naive Bayes, nearest neighbor, support vector machine, SVM, and then many more. But since the advent of deep learning, these are often referred to as shallow algorithms. So deep learning, why is it called deep learning? Well, as we'll see, is that it can have many different layers of algorithm. You might have an input layer, 100 layers in the middle, and then an output layer. We'll get hands-on with this later on. And so common algorithms for deep learning and neural networks, fully connected neural network, convolutional neural network, recurrent neural network, transformers have taken over the past couple of years, and of course, many more. And the beautiful thing about deep learning and neural networks is there's almost as many problems that it can be applied to, is as many different ways that you can construct them. So this is why I'm putting all these dot points on the page. And I can understand if you haven't had much experience with machine learning or deep learning, this can be a whole bunch of information overload. But good news is, what we're going to be focused on building with PyTorch is neural networks, fully connected neural networks, and convolutional neural networks, the foundation of deep learning. But the excellent thing is, the exciting thing is that if we learn these foundational building blocks, we can get into these other styles of things here. And again, part art, part science of machine learning and deep learning is depending on how you represent your problem, depending on what your problem is. Many of the algorithms here and here can be used for both. So I know I've just kind of bedazzled you in saying that, oh, well, you can't use these ones for deep learning, you can't use these ones for machine learning, but depending on what your problem is, you can also use both. So that's a little bit of confusion in machine learning, but that's the fun part about it too, is use your curiosity to figure out what's best for whatever you're working on. And with all this talk about neural networks, how about in the next video, we cover what are neural networks? Now, I'd like you to Google this before we watch the next video, because there's going to be hundreds of definitions of what they are, and I'd like you to start forming your own definition of what a neural network is. I'll see you in the next video. The question,
what would you say it is?
A neural network is, at the end of the day, I mean,
network of neurals.
A neural network is the only thing in the known universe that can be trained to recognize patterns. But I killed you?
Oh, cool, cool. I just yawned.
What's your definition?
I don't have a definition. Chaos out here on my end.
Chaos?
Could be anything. Be anything.
Okay.
Welcome back. In the last video, I left you with a cliffhanger of a question. What are neural networks? And I gave you the challenge of Googling that, but you might have already done that by the time you've got here. Let's just do that together. If I type in, what are neural networks? I've already done this. What are neural networks? Explain neural networks, neural network definition. There are hundreds of definitions of things like this online. Neural network in 5 minutes. Tree Blue, One Brown. I'd highly recommend that channel series on neural networks. That's going to be in the extra curriculum. StatQuest is also amazing. So there's hundreds of different definitions on here, and you can read 10 of them, 5 of them, 3 of them, make your own definition. But for the sake of this course, here's how I'm going to find neural networks. So we have some data But whatever it is, we might have images of food, we might have tweets or natural language, or we might have speech. So these are some examples of inputs for unstructured data, because they're not rows and columns. So these are the input data that we have. And then, how do we use them with a neural network? Well, before data can be used in a neural network, it needs to be turned into numbers, because humans, we like looking at images of ramen and spaghetti. We know that that's ramen, we know that that's spaghetti, after we've seen it 1 or 2 times. And we like reading good tweets, and we like listening to amazing music or hearing our friend talk on the phone in audio file. However, before a computer understands what's going on in these inputs, it needs to turn them into numbers. So this is what I call a numerical encoding or a representation. And this numerical encoding, these square brackets indicate that it's part of a matrix or a tensor, which we're going to get very hands-on with throughout this course. So we have our inputs, we turn it into numbers, and then we pass it through a neural network. And now this is a graphic for a neural network. However, the graphics for neural networks, as we'll see, can get quite involved, but they all represent the same fundamentals. So if we go to this one, for example, we have an input layer, then we have multiple hidden layers. However you define this, you can design these in how you want. Then we have an output layer. So our inputs will go in, some kind of data. The hidden layers will perform mathematical operations on the input, so the numbers, and then we'll have an output. Oh, there's 3 blue, 1 brown neural networks from the ground up. Great video. Highly recommend you check that out. But then if we come back to this, so we've got our inputs, we've turned it into numbers, and we've got our neural networks that we put the input in. This is typically the input layer, hidden layer. This can be as many different layers as you want, as many different, each of these little dots is called a node. There's a lot of information here, but we're going to get hands-on with seeing what this looks like. And then we have some kind of output. Now, which neural network should you use? Well, you can choose the appropriate neural network for your problem, which could involve you hand coding each one of these steps, or you could find one that has worked on problems similar to your own, such as for images.
Are you beginning to come up with your own design for our neural network?
Sorry, say that again.
Are you beginning to come up with your own design for our neural network?
No, I just I don't have any designs.
Okay.
You might use a CNN, which is a convolutional neural network. Natural language, you might use a transformer. For speech, you might also use a transformer. But fundamentally, they all follow the same principle of inputs, manipulation, outputs. And so the neural network will learn a representation on its own. We won't define what it learns. So it's going to manipulate these patterns in some way, shape, or form. And when I say learns representation, I'm going to also refer to it as learns patterns in the data. A lot of people refer to it as features. A feature may be the fact that the word do comes after how, usually, in across a whole bunch of different languages. A feature can be almost anything you want. And again, we don't define this. The neural network learns these representations, patterns, features, also called weights, on its own. And then where do we go from there? Well, we've got some sort of numbers, numerical encoding, turned our data into numbers. Our neural network has learned a representation that it thinks best represents the patterns in our data, and then it outputs those representation outputs, which we can use. And often you'll hear this referred to as features or weight matrix or weight tensor. Learned representation is also another common one. There's a lot of different terms for these things. And then it will output. We can convert these outputs into human understandable outputs. So if we were to look at these could be, again, I said representations or patterns that a neural network learns can be millions of numbers. This is only 9. So imagine if these were millions of different numbers. I can barely understand the 9 numbers that is going on here. So we need a way to convert these into human understandable terms. So for this example, we might have some input data, which are images of food. And then we want our neural network to learn the representations between an image of ramen and an image of spaghetti. And then eventually we'll take those patterns that it's learned and we'll convert them into whether it thinks that this is an image of ramen or spaghetti. Or in the case of this tweet, is this a tweet for a natural disaster or not a natural disaster? So our neural network has, well, we've written code to turn this into numbers, pass it through our neural network. Our neural network has learned some kind of patterns. And then we ideally want it to represent this tweet as not a disaster. And then we can write code to do each of these steps here. And the same thing for these inputs going as speech, turning into something that you might say to your smart speaker, which I'm not going to say because a whole bunch of my devices might go off. And so let's cover the anatomy of neural networks. We've hinted at this a little bit already, but this is like neural network anatomy 101. Again, this is highly customizable what this thing actually is. We're going to see it in PyTorch code later on, but the data goes into the input layer. And in this case, the number of units / neurons / nodes is 2. Hidden layers, you can have, I put a S here because you can have 1 hidden layer, or the deep in deep learning comes from having lots of layers. So this is only showing 4 layers. You might have, well, this is 3 layers as well. Might be very deep neural networks such as ResNet 152. This is 152 different layers. So again, you can, well, this is 34 because this is only ResNet 34, but ResNet 152 has 152 different layers. So that's a common computer vision or a popular computer vision algorithm, by the way. Lots of terms we're throwing out here, but with time, you'll start to become familiar with them. So hidden layers can be almost as many as you want. We've only got pictured 1 here, and in this case, there's 3 hidden units / neurons, and then we have an output layer. So the outputs learned representation or prediction probabilities from here, depending on how we set it up, which again, we will see what these are later on. And in this case, it has 1 hidden unit. So 2 input, 3, 1 output. You can customize the number of these, you can customize how many layers there are, you can customize what goes into here, you can customize what goes out of there. So now, if we talk about the overall architecture, which is describing all of the layers combined. So that's when you hear neural network architecture, it talks about the input, the hidden layers, which may be more than 1, and the output layer. So that's the terminology for overall architecture. Now, I say patterns is an arbitrary term. You can hear embedding. Embedding might come from hidden layers, weights, feature representation, feature vectors, all referring to similar things. So again, how do we turn our data into some numerical form, build a neural network to figure out patterns to output some desired output that we want? And now to get more technical, each layer is usually a combination of linear, so straight lines, and non-linear, non-straight functions. So what I mean by that is a linear function is a straight line, a non-linear function is a non-straight line. If I ask you to draw whatever you want with unlimited straight lines and not straight lines, so you can use straight lines or curved lines, what kind of patterns could you draw? At a fundamental level, that is basically what a neural network is doing. It's using a combination of linear, straight lines, and not straight lines to draw patterns in our data. We'll see what this looks like later on. Now, for the next video, let's dive in briefly to different kinds of learning. So we've looked at what a neural network is, the overall algorithm, but there are also different paradigms of how a neural network learns. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. We've discussed a brief overview of an anatomy of what a neural network is, but let's now discuss some learning paradigms. So the first one is supervised learning, and then we have unsupervised and self-supervised learning, and transfer learning. Now, supervised learning is when you have data and labels, such as in the example we gave at the start, which was how you would build a neural network or a machine learning algorithm to figure out the rules to cook your Sicilian grandmother's famous roast chicken dish. So in the case of supervised learning, you'd have a lot of data, so inputs, such as raw ingredients as vegetables and chicken, and a lot of examples of what that inputs should ideally look like. Or in the case of discerning photos between a cat and a dog, you might have 1,000 photos of a cat and 1,000 photos of a dog that you know which photos are cat and which photos are dog, and you pass those photos to a machine learning algorithm to discern. So in that case, you have data, the photos, and labels, aka cat and dog, for each of those photos. So that's supervised learning, data and labels. Unsupervised and self-supervised learning is you just have the data itself. You don't have any labels. So in the case of cat and dog photos, you only have the photos. You don't have the labels of cat and dog. So in the case of self-supervised learning, you could get a machine learning algorithm to learn an inherent representation of what, and when I say representation, I mean patterns and numbers, I mean weights, I mean features, a whole bunch of different names describing the same thing. You could get a self-supervised learning algorithm to figure out the fundamental patterns between a dog and a cat image, but it wouldn't necessarily know the difference between the two. That's where you could come in later and go, show me the patterns you've learned. And it might show you the patterns and you go, okay, the patterns that look like this, a dog, and the patterns that look like that, a cat. So self-supervised and unsupervised learning learns solely on the data itself. And then finally, transfer learning is a very, very important paradigm in deep learning. It's taking the patterns that one model has learned of a data set and transferring it to another model, such in the case of if we were trying to build a supervised learning algorithm for discerning between cat and dog photos, we might start with a model that has already learned patterns and images and transfer those foundational patterns to our own model so that our model gets a head start. Transfer learning is a very, very powerful technique. But as for this course, we're going to be writing code to focus on these two, supervised learning and transfer learning, which are two of the most common paradigms or common types of learning in machine learning and deep learning. However, this style of code, though, can be adapted across different learning paradigms. Now, I just want to let you know, there is one that I haven't mentioned here, which is kind of in its own bucket, and that is reinforcement learning. So I'll leave this as an extension if you want to look it up. But essentially, this is a good one. That's a good photo, actually. So shout out to Katie Nuggets. The whole idea of reinforcement learning is that you have some kind of environment and an agent that does actions in that environment, and you give rewards and observations back to that agent. So say, for example, you wanted to teach your dog to urinate outside. Well, you would reward its actions of urinating outside and possibly not reward its actions of urinating all over your couch. So reinforcement learning is, again, it's kind of in its own paradigm. This picture has a good explanation between unsupervised learning, supervised learning to separate two different things, and then reinforcement learning is kind of like that. But again, I will let you research the different learning paradigms a little bit more in your own time. As I said, we're going to be focused on writing code to do supervised learning.
I just came up with an invention, how to train a puppy not to urinate at home. Do you know how to do it?
What about it?
Automatically. So it's like a diaper. You put on a diaper on the puppy.
Okay.
With
You take it off and they go outside?
No. The purpose of the diaper is actually to I don't want to say it on stream. It could be a good patent. Forget it. Let's continue.
Okay.
And transfer learning, specifically PyTorch code. Now, with that covered, let's get a few examples of what is deep learning actually used for. And before we get into the next video, I'm going to issue you a challenge to search this question yourself and come up with some of your own ideas for what deep learning is currently used for. So give that a shot, and I'll see you in the next video.
Is it used for chatbots like ChatGPT, you know?
What can deep learning be used for? Everything. I mean, deep learning, it's like that. It's basically an imitation of the human brain. That's how it got started. You know, it got started as brain research. Cool. That was the beginning, because they couldn't figure out the brain. They said, let's simulate the brain, and that might give us an idea how the brain works. And soon it's going to work better than the brain when we don't understand either one. It's like we don't understand the brain, we don't understand AI, we don't understand both. Anyway.
How'd you go? Did you do some research? Did you find out what deep learning is actually used for? I bet you found a treasure trove of things. And hey, I mean, if you're in this course, chances are that you probably already know some use cases for deep learning. You're like, Daniel, hurry up and get to the code. Well, we're going to get there, don't you worry. But let's have a look at some things that deep learning can be used for. But before, I just want to remind you of this comment. This is from Yashaswi on the 2020 Machine Learning Roadmap video. I think you can use ML, and remember ML is machine learning, and remember deep learning is a part of ML, but literally anything, as long as you can convert it into numbers and program it to find patterns. Literally, it could be anything, any input or output from the universe. So that's a beautiful thing about machine learning, is that if you can encode something into numbers, chances are you can build a machine learning algorithm to find patterns in those numbers. Will it work? Well, again, that's the reason machine learning and deep learning is part art, part science. A scientist would love to know that their experiments would work. But an artist is kind of excited about the fact that, I don't know, this might work, it might not. And so that's something to keep in mind, along with the rule number one of machine learning is if you don't need it, you don't use it. But if you do use it, it can be used for almost anything. And let's get a little bit specific and find out some deep learning use cases. And I put some up there for a reason, because there are lots. These are just some that I interact with in my day-to-day life, such as recommendation. We've got a programming video, we've got a programming podcast, we've got some jiu-jitsu videos, we've got some RuneScape videos, a soundtrack to my favorite movie. Have you noticed, whenever you go to YouTube, you don't really search for things anymore? Well,
he does jiu-jitsu. Let's see what else he does. Let's learn about his personal life. George Hotz, movie Her. He signed up to Asian channels. He speaks Asian.
No, he just likes the soundtrack, and they uploaded the soundtrack from his favorite show.
Silence. Haiti God's
Must be
Visa.
into weightlifting, is he? Bodybuilder.
Nick's Strength and Power. Taking our
cars.
the car guy Dave. Weights and biases. That's interesting. Peter Nerving from 4 days ago. This is 1 day ago. Really? Okay, that's why I thought he has gray hair now, Gordon Ryan. Hacking lessons from George Hotz. Okay.
That's not Gordon Ryan. That's probably just.
That's.
Maybe they're just talking about Gordon Ryan.
What do you mean? It says Gordon Ryan. This is obviously this is Gordon Ryan, but this is Gordon Ryan from like 10 years ago, when he was 18. Now he's like 30 something, I think. Anyway, look at the size of his cursor. Jesus.
Oh, sometimes you might, but the recommendation.
What?
You probably increased the size for the video.
Yeah. Lo-fi music, podcast, George Hotz, cryptocurrency. Oh, he's investing in cryptocurrency. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Apple MacBook Pro, Python, data science, bodybuilding. I didn't know. This is what he looks like. Interesting guy. These are his extensions.
Yeah.
So he uses Note. What is M? N? I guess that's Note. Oh, he lives in Australia. Like we know so much about him at this point. Oh my God. Fascinating.
Page is pretty darn good. That's all powered by deep learning. And in the last 10 years, have you noticed that translation has got pretty good too? Well, that's powered by deep learning as well. Now, I don't have much hands-on experience with this. I did use it when I was in Japan. I speak a very little amount of Japanese and an even smaller amount of Mandarin. But if I wanted to translate deep learning as epic to Spanish, it might come out as El aprendizaje profundo es épico. Now,
El aprendizaje profundo es épico.
All the native Spanish.
Épico. Épico. Deep learning is epic. Deep learning. El aprendizaje is learning. Profundo is deep. Es épico is epic. Okay.
Because watching this video can laugh at me because that was a very Australian version of saying deep learning is epic in Spanish. But that's so cool. All the Google Translate is now powered by deep learning. And the beautiful thing, if I couldn't say it myself, I could click this speaker and it would say it for me. So that's speech recognition that's powered by deep learning. So if you were to ask your voice assistant who's the biggest big dog of them all, of course they're going to say you, which is what I've set up my voice assistant to say. That's part of speech recognition. And in computer vision, oh, look at this. You see this? Where is this photo from? This photo is from this person driving this car. Did a hit and run on my car, out in front of my house, my apartment building. My car was parked on the street. This car, the trailer came off, ran into the back of my car, basically destroyed it, and then they drove off. However, my next door neighbor's security camera picked up on this car. Now, I became a detective for a week, and I thought, if there was a computer vision algorithm built into that camera, it could have detected when the car hit. I mean, it took a lot of searching to find it. It turns out the car hit about 3:30 a.m. in the morning, so it's pitch black. And of course, we didn't get the license plate. So this person is out there somewhere in the world after doing a hit and run. So if you're watching this video, just remember, computer vision might catch you one day. So this is called object detection, where you would place a box around the area where the pixels most represent the object that you're looking for. So for computer vision, we could train an object detector to capture cars that drive past a certain camera. And then if someone does a hit and run on you, you could capture it. And then fingers crossed, it's not too dark that you can read the license plate and go, hey, excuse me, please, this person has hit my car and wrecked it. So that's a very close to home story of where computer vision could be used. And then finally, natural language processing. Have you noticed as well, your spam detector on your email inbox is pretty darn good? Well, some are powered by deep learning, some not. It's hard to tell these days what is powered by deep learning, what isn't. But natural language processing is the process of looking at natural language text, so unstructured text, so whatever you write in an email, in a story, in a Wikipedia document, and deciding or getting your algorithm to find patterns in that. So for this example, you would find that this email is not spam. This deep learning course is incredible. I can't wait to use what I've learned. Thank you so much. And by the way, that is my real email, so if you want to email me, you can. And then this is spam. Hey, Daniel, congratulations. You win a lot of money.
Mr. D. Bork. I guess David? Oh, Daniel.
This is Daniel.
Daniel at Mr.
I can't believe his second name is MrDBurke.com. That's a crazy name.
His website is Mr. Daniel Burke. Okay.
Wow, I would really like that. A lot of money, but for some reason I don't think that this is real. So that would probably go to my spam inbox. Now, with that being said, if we wanted to put these problems in a little bit more of a classification, this is known as sequence to sequence because you put one sequence in and get one sequence out. Same as this, you have a sequence of audio waves and you get some text out. So sequence to sequence, sec to sec. This is classification / regression. In this case, the regression is predicting a number. That's what a regression problem is. You would predict the coordinates of where these box corners should be. So say this should be at however many pixels in from the x angle and however many pixels down from the y angle. That's that corner. And then you would draw in between the corners, and then the classification part would go, hey, this is that car that did a hit and run on us. And in this case, this is classification. Classification is predicting whether something is one thing or another, or perhaps more than one thing or another in the class of multi-class classification. So this email is not spam. That's a class, and this email is spam. So that's also a class. So I think we've only got one direction to go now that we've sort of laid the foundation for the course, and that is, let's start talking about PyTorch. I'll see you in the next video.
How long? Okay, 44 minutes. Okay.
Well, let's now cover some of the foundations of PyTorch. But first, you might be asking, what is PyTorch? Well, of course, we could just go to our friend, the internet, and look up pytorch.org. This is the homepage for PyTorch. This course is not a replacement for everything on this homepage. This should be your ground truth for everything PyTorch. So you can get started. You've got a big ecosystem. You've got a way to set up on your local computer. You've got resources. You've got docs, PyTorch. You've got the GitHub. You've got search. You've got blog. Everything here. This website should be the place you're visiting most throughout this course. As we're writing PyTorch code, you're coming here. You're reading about it. You're checking things out. You're looking at examples. But for the sake of this course, let's break PyTorch down. Oh, there's a little flame animation I just forgot about. What is PyTorch? I didn't sync up the animations. That's all right. So PyTorch is the most popular research deep learning framework, and asterisk to that, I'll get to that in a second. It allows you to write fast deep learning code in Python. So if you know Python, it's a very user-friendly programming language, and PyTorch allows us to write state-of-the-art deep learning code accelerated by GPUs with Python. It enables you access to many pre-built deep learning models from Torch Hub, which is a website that has a lot of, if you remember, I said transfer learning is a way that we can use other deep learning models to power our own. Torch Hub is a resource for that, same as TorchVision.models. We'll be looking at this throughout the course. And it provides an ecosystem for the whole stack of machine learning, from pre-processing data, getting your data into tensors. What if you started with some images? How do you represent them as numbers? Then you can build models such as neural networks to model that data. Then you can even deploy your model in your application/cloud. Well, deploy your PyTorch model. Application/cloud will be depending on what sort of application/cloud that you're using, but generally it will run some kind of PyTorch model. And it was originally designed and used in-house by Facebook/Meta. I'm pretty sure Facebook have renamed themselves Meta now, but it is now open source and used by companies such as Tesla, Microsoft, and OpenAI. And when I say it is the most popular deep learning research framework, don't take my word for it. Let's have a look at paperswithcode.com/trends. If you're not sure what Papers with Code is, it is a website that tracks the latest and greatest machine learning papers and whether or not they have code. So we have some other languages here, other deep learning frameworks. PyTorch, TensorFlow, JAX is another one, MXNet, Paddle, the original Torch. So PyTorch is an evolution of Torch written in Python. CAF2, Mindspore. If you look at this, when is this? Last date is December 2021. We have, oh, this is going to move every time I move it. No. So I'll highlight PyTorch at 58% there. So by far and large, the most popular research machine learning framework used to write the code for state-of-the-art machine learning algorithms. So this is browse state-of-the-art, paperswithcode.com, amazing website. We have semantic segmentation, image classification, the code for state-of-the-art.
Wait, what was his proof that it's the most popular? I guess the red. Oh, it's 58%. It just counts the number of repos. Okay. So that that should have been our go-to question. So PyTorch is 60%, TensorFlow is 10%. It's like insignificant. Okay.
At 58% there. So by far and large, the most popular research machine learning framework used to write the code for state-of-the-art machine learning algorithms. So this is browse state-of-the-art, paperswithcode.com, amazing website. We have semantic segmentation, image classification, object detection, image generation, computer vision, natural language processing, medical. I'll let you explore this. It's one of my favorite resources for staying up to date on the field. But as you see, out of the 65,000 papers with code that this website is tracked, 58% of them are implemented with PyTorch. How cool is that? And this is what we're learning. So let's jump into there. Why PyTorch? Well, other than the reasons that we just spoke about, it's a research favorite. This is highlighting. There we go. So there we go. I've highlighted it here. PyTorch, 58%, nearly 2,500 repos. If you're not sure what a repo is a place where you store all of your code online. And generally,
did he just say he's not sure what a repo is?
He said if you're not sure what a repo is, then he explained what it was.
I've highlighted it here. PyTorch, 58%, nearly 2,500 repos. If you're not sure what a repo is a place where you store all of your code online.
Oh, okay. He said he doesn't know. Okay.
And generally, if a paper gets published in machine learning, if it's fantastic research, it will come with code that you can access and use for your own applications or your own research. Again, why PyTorch? Well, this is a tweet from Francois Chalet, who's the author of Keras, which is another popular deep learning framework. But with tools like Colab, we're going to see what Colab is in a second, Keras and TensorFlow, I've added in here, and PyTorch, virtually anyone can solve in a day with no initial investment problems that would have required an engineering team working for a quarter and $20,000 in hardware in 2014. So this is just to highlight how good the space of deep learning and machine learning tooling has become. Colab, Keras, and TensorFlow are all fantastic, and now PyTorch is added to this list. If you want to check that out, there's Francois Chalet on Twitter. Very, very prominent voice in the machine learning field. Why PyTorch? If you want some more reasons, well, have a look at this. Look at all the places that are using PyTorch. It's just coming up everywhere. We've got Andre Karpathy here, who's the director of AI at Tesla. So if we go, we could search this, PyTorch.
This is at least a year or 2 years old. Karpathy left many, many years ago. At least a year ago. I think 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Right?
I mean, he probably doesn't know that.
No, this is just an old video. He put together all these videos. Okay, June 24. Okay, not so bad. So it's 6 months. Okay.
At Tesla. We've got a YouTube talk there. Andre Karpathy, director of AI at
Oh,
Tesla.
we can see the
At
date.
Tesla.
We should be able to see the date. Ugh.
AI at Tesla.
Oh.
So it's the video. I mean, that's
Right, that's not, yeah.
his course.
So if we go, we could search this, PyTorch at Tesla.
Yeah, there's no date here.
We've got a YouTube talk there, Andre Karpathy, director of AI at Tesla. And so Tesla are using PyTorch for the computer vision models of autopilot. So if we go videos or maybe images, does it come up there? Things like this, a car detecting what's going on in the scene. Of course, there'll be some other code for planning, but I'll let you research that. We come back here. OpenAI, which is one of the biggest open artificial intelligence research firms, open in the sense that they publish a lot of their research methodologies. However, recently there's been some debate about that. But if you go to openai.com, let's just say that they're one of the biggest AI research entities in the world, and they've standardized on PyTorch. So they've got a great blog. They've got
This is before ChatGPT.
Wait, before ChatGPT? How?
He's talking about OpenAI without mentioning ChatGPT. Oh, here's ChatGPT. Here's GPT-3.
I don't know what's happening to my audio right now.
I can hear your phone.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with it. I'm on my phone.
Oh, okay.
got great research, and now they've got OpenAI API, which is
Wait, what just happened?
Come and join. Happy join. Yeah, Happy.
No. Papi, you can't stay here.
What is your profile picture?
My profile picture?
No, the Pappy's profile picture. Someone's being strangled or something.
I don't care. No, I'm not gonna unmute you, Papi, and you have to behave. Don't like we're studying. No, we're right now studying. We're trying to get away from everybody.
you can use their API to access some of the models that they've trained, presumably with PyTorch, because this blog post from January 2020 says that OpenAI is now standardized across PyTorch. There's a repo called The Incredible PyTorch, which collects a whole bunch of different projects that are built on top of PyTorch. That's the beauty of PyTorch, is that you can build on top of it, you can build with it. AI for AG, for agriculture. PyTorch has been used. Let's have a look. PyTorch in agriculture. There we go. Agricultural robots use PyTorch. This is a Medium article. It's everywhere. So if we go down here, this is using object detection. Beautiful. Object detection to detect what kind of weeds should be sprayed with fertilizer. This is just one of many different things. So PyTorch on a big tracker like this, it can be used almost anywhere. And if we come back, PyTorch builds the future of AI and machine learning at Facebook. So Facebook, which is also Meta AI, a little bit confusing, even though it says Meta AI, it's on ai.facebook.com. That may change by the time you watch this. They use PyTorch in-house for all of their machine learning applications. Microsoft is huge in the PyTorch game. It's absolutely everywhere. So if that's not enough reason to use PyTorch, well then maybe you're in the wrong cause. So you've seen enough reasons of why to use PyTorch. I'm going to give you one more. That is that it helps you run your code, your machine learning code, accelerated on a GPU. We've covered this briefly, but what is a GPU / a TPU? Because this is more of a newer chip these days. A GPU is a graphics processing unit, which is essentially very fast at crunching numbers. Originally designed for video games. If you've ever designed or played a video game, you know that the graphics are quite intense, especially these days. And so to render those graphics, you need to do a lot of numerical calculations. And so the beautiful thing about PyTorch...
Wait.
Mind if I just change my headphones and just see if I can get rid of this buzzing noise from my headphones? I know what the fuck.
I don't know what to do with this guy. Maybe I'll block him. Okay.
is that it enables you to leverage a GPU to an interface with CUDA, which is...
Yeah, I can hear you. You're fine.
What would blocking him do?
So he couldn't text. He's texting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, his things won't show up. They just say block message.
He's very he has mental issues. I mean, he's sort of a nice guy, but really mental, really like very intrusive. Anyway.
A lot of words I'm going to throw at you here. A lot of acronyms in the deep learning space. CUDA. Let's just search CUDA. CUDA Toolkit. So CUDA is a parallel computing platform and application programming interface, which is an API that allows software to use certain types of graphics processing units for general purpose computing. That's what we want. So PyTorch leverages CUDA to enable you to run your machine learning code on NVIDIA GPU.
Do you know what CUDA is?
I can't remember the definition, but it's like NVIDIA's calculation thing.
It's just a programming language for the
GPU.
GPU, yeah. Mm-hmm.
GPUs. Now, there is also an ability to run your PyTorch code on TPUs, which is a tensor processing unit. However, GPUs are far more popular when running various types of PyTorch code, so we're going to focus on running our PyTorch code on the GPU. And to just give you a quick example, PyTorch on TPU, let's see that. Getting started with PyTorch on cloud TPUs, there's plenty of guides for that, but as I said, GPUs are going to be far more common in practice, so that's what we're going to focus on. And with that said, we've said tensor processing unit. Now, the reason why these are called tensor processing units is because machine learning and deep learning deals a lot with tensors. And so, in the next video, let's answer the question, what is a tensor? But before I go through and answer that from my perspective, I'd like you to research this question. So open up Google, or your favorite search engine, and type in what is a tensor, and see what you find. I'll see you in the next video.
It must be like one of those paradigms or algorithms, isn't it? That represents a neural network.
A tensor?
Yeah, it must be. Yeah.
No, it's just It's just it's a matrix. It's just the next level of a matrix. A tensor, the root of the word is tension. It describes not just the forces that act, the tension.
So if it's related to the matrix, is that why Andrew Tate has an AI course?
Exactly. So a tensor explains the micro forces that affect every micro cubicle, like in a concrete column under stress. Let's say you have a bridge and there's the bridge is under tension, under compression. So you want to analyze each and every infinitesimal virtual cube that makes up the bridge. So when you imagine each tiny cubicle of the bridge, you're imagining all the forces that are acting on it. So a tensor describes all these forces perfectly. And actually Einstein used tensors in order to describe the curvature of space-time in general relativity. Anyway, let's listen to how he describes. I don't think you need to know anything I just said today. It's ultimately it's just a matrix to describe the many-to-many relationship of the layers in a neural network. That's all. The weights.
Welcome back. In the last video, I left you on the cliffhanger question of what is a tensor, and I also issued you the challenge to research what is a tensor. Because, as I said, this course isn't all about telling you exactly what things are. It's more so sparking a curiosity in you so that you can stumble upon the answers to these things yourself. Let's have a look. What is a tensor? Now, if you remember this graphic, there's a lot going on here. This is our neural network. We have some kind of input, some kind of numerical encoding. Now, we start with this data. In our case, it's unstructured data because we have some images here, some text here, and some audio file here. Now, these necessarily don't go in all at the same time. This image could just focus on a neural network specifically for images. This text could focus on a neural network specifically for text. And this soundbite or speech could focus on a neural network specifically for speech. However, the field is sort of also moving towards building neural networks that are capable of handling all three types of inputs. For now, we're going to start small and then build up. The algorithms that we're going to focus on are neural networks that focus on one type of data. But the premise is still the same. You have some kind of input. You have to numerically encode it in some form, pass it to a neural network to learn representations or patterns within that numerical encoding, output some form of representation, and then we can convert that representation into things that humans understand. And you might have already seen these, and I might have already referenced the fact that these are tensors. So when the question comes up, what are tensors? A tensor could be almost anything. It could be almost any representation of numbers. We're going to get very hands-on with tensors, and that's actually the fundamental building block of PyTorch. Aside from neural network components, is the torch.tensor. We're going to see that very shortly. But this is a very important takeaway, is that you have some sort of input data. You're going to numerically encode that data, turn it into a tensor of some kind. Whatever that kind is will depend on the problem you're working with. Then you're going to pass it to a neural network, which will perform mathematical operations on that tensor. Now, a lot of those mathematical operations are taken care of by PyTorch behind the scenes. So we'll be writing code to execute some kind of mathematical operations on these tensors. And then the neural network that we create, or with the one that's already been created but we just use for our problem, will output another tensor similar to the input but has been manipulated in a certain way that we've sort of programmed it to. And then we can take this output tensor and change it into something that a human can understand. So to remove a lot of the text around it, make it a bit more clearer, if we were focusing on building an image classification model, so we want to classify whether this was a photo of ramen or spaghetti, we would have images as input. We would turn those images into numbers, which are represented by a tensor. We would pass that tensor of numbers to a neural network, or there might be lots of tensors here. We might have 10,000 images, we might have 1 million images, or in some cases, if you're Google or Facebook, you might be working with 300 million or 1 billion images at a time. The principle still stands that you encode your data in some form of numerical representation, which is a tensor, pass that tensor, or lots of tensors, to a neural network. The neural network performs mathematical operations on those tensors, outputs a tensor, we convert that tensor into something that we can understand as humans. And so with that being said, we've covered a lot of the fundamentals. What is machine learning? What is deep learning? What is neural network? Well, we've touched the surface of these things. You can get as deep as you like. We've covered why use PyTorch. What is PyTorch? Now, the fundamental building block of deep learning is tensors. We've covered that. Let's get a bit more specific in the next video of what we're going to cover code-wise in this first module. Oh, I'm so excited we're going to start code soon. I'll see you in the next video. Now it's time to get specific about what we're going to cover code-wise in this fundamentals module. But I just want to reiterate the fact that going back to the last video where I challenged you to look up what is a tensor, here's exactly what I would do. I would come to Google, I would type in the question, what is a tensor? There we go. What is a tensor in PyTorch? It knows, Google knows that using that deep learning data that we want to know what a tensor is in PyTorch. But a tensor is a very general thing. It's not associated with just PyTorch. Now we've got tensor on Wikipedia, we've got tensor. This is probably my favorite video on what is a tensor by Dan Fleisch. I'm probably saying that wrong, but good first name. And this is going
Fleisch in German, it just means flesh, like meat. He's a butcher. He comes from a lineage of butchers.
to be your extra curriculum for this.
Probably, I don't know.
Video video and the previous videos to watch this on what is a tensor. And now you might be saying, well, what gives? I've come to this course to learn PyTorch, and all this guy's doing, all you're doing, Daniel, is just Googling things when a question comes up. Why don't you just tell me what it is? Well, if I was to tell you everything about deep learning and machine learning and
But here is a tensor. So you can see a cubicle that makes up a bridge under stress. And you can say that this face, are you watching?
Yeah.
So you can say that this face is under tension this way, and it's under shear force this way, under shear force this way. I don't know what this arrow. Right, so this is tension and compression, but this face also is under tension and compression and shear this way and shear this way. I don't know what this is. Maybe this is like the totality of all of these. Anyway, so you need, in order to describe this cubicle, this cube, in order to describe the forces that it's experiencing, you just need three faces because the opposite faces experience the same force because action equals reaction. So whatever tension compression is experienced along this axis, it must be the same on the opposite face. Otherwise, this cube is going to start moving. It's going to experience acceleration. So anyway, these are just different dimensions. Anyway, so in order to describe the forces acting on this thing, you need 1, 2, 3 times 3. You need 9 numbers. So 9 numbers, it's a 3 by 3 matrix. I think a 3 by 3 matrix is enough. Is 9 numbers enough? I don't remember. Maybe.
PyTorch and what it is and what it's not, that course would be far too long. I'm doing this on purpose. I'm searching questions like this on
But this has nothing to do with what we're using it for.
purpose because that's exactly what
We just need the matrix. For us, it's really straightforward. It's just a connection of many to many. I don't know why they're using tensors. They might as well use a simple matrix of the number of neurons in layer 1 and the number of neurons in layer 2. That's going to be the size of the matrix. These matrices are going to be very big, and that's why you need a GPU to do the multiplication, I think.
I do day to day as a machine learning engineer. I write code like we're about to do, and then if I don't know something, I literally go to whatever search engine I'm using, Google most of the time, and type in whatever error I'm getting or PyTorch, what is a tensor, something like that. So I want to not only tell you that it's okay to search questions like that, but it's encouraged.
So this is ancient because today no one does that. Everybody just copy paste into ChatGPT or Chinese ChatGPT. So this is ancient.
So just keep that in mind as we go through the whole course. You're going to see me do it lots. Let's get into what we're going to cover.
What?
I don't see why it's ancient. What do you mean?
He says you use Google. No one uses Google anymore. You use
People still use Google. Yeah.
No.
Lots of people use Google.
Not for what he just described. No one does that. No one.
He described.
He said you copy paste whatever issue you have into Google. No one does today. You copy paste whatever
Yeah,
issue you
people do
have.
that.
What?
People still do that. Yeah.
No, no one does that. That's impossible. That's
But ChatGPT oftentimes is only up to date till like
no.
a few
ChatGPT.
years ago.
No,
and
ChatGPT
they
is
won't look things up for you.
No, ChatGPT is expensive and it only has a few use. You can only use it a few times a day. So, but now you have the Chinese ChatGPT, which is for free. Maybe now all of them are going to become free. I don't know.
Here we go. Now, this tweet is from Elon Musk. And so I decided, you know what, let's base the whole course on this tweet. We have Learning ML DL from university. You have a little bit of a small brain. Online courses, well, like this one, that brain's starting to explode and you get some little fireworks from YouTube. Oh, if you're watching this on YouTube, look at that shiny brain. From articles, my goodness. Lucky that this course comes in article format. If you go to learnpytorch.io, all of the course materials are in online book format. So we're going to get into this fundamentals section very shortly. But if you want a reference, the course materials are built off this book. And by the time you watch this, there's going to be more chapters here. So we're covering all the bases here. And then finally, from memes, you would ascend to some godlike creature. I think that's hovering underwater. So that is the best way to learn machine learning. So this is what we're going to start with. ML, DL from university, online courses, YouTube from articles from memes. No. But kind of, yeah. Here's what we're going to cover broadly. So now, in this module, we are going to cover the PyTorch basics and fundamentals, mainly dealing with tensors and tensor operations. Remember, a neural network is all about input tensors, performing operations on those tensors, creating output operations. Later, we're going to be focused on pre-processing data, getting it into tensors, so turning data from raw form, images, whatever, into a numerical encoding, which is a tensor. Then we're going to look at building and using pre-trained deep learning models, specifically neural networks. We're going to fit a model to the data.
So are you falling asleep? What's your story?
What do you mean? Why would I be falling asleep?
It's like it's very late for you, isn't it?
No, it's 10 to 11.
10 to 11. Okay. So when do you die? At what time? Like when do you forgo all energy levels?
I don't know.
So you're a very powerful Jedi, I can tell. You're like half machine. You can sit and
I don't know about that.
You can sit and study for so many hours. That's good. That's good. All right. Let's continue.
We're going to show our model or write code for our model to learn patterns in the data that we pre-process. We're going to see how we can make predictions with the model, because that's what deep learning and machine learning is all about, right? Using patterns from the past to predict the future. And then we're going to evaluate our model's predictions. We're going to learn how to save and load our models. For example, if you wanted to export your model from where we're working to an application or something like that. And then finally, we're going to see how we can use a trained model to make predictions on our own data, on custom data, which is very fun. And how, well, you can see that the scientist has faded out a little bit, but that's not really that true. We're going to do it like cooks, not chemists. So chemists are quite precise. Everything has to be exactly how it is. But cooks are more like, oh, you know what, add a little bit of salt, add a little bit of butter. Does it taste good? Okay, well, then we're on. But machine learning is a little bit of both. It's a little bit of science, a little bit of art. That's how we're going to do it. But I like the idea of this being a machine learning cooking show. So welcome to Cooking with Machine Learning, Cooking with PyTorch with Daniel. And finally, we've got a workflow here, which ta-da! We have a PyTorch workflow, which is one of many. We're going to kind of use this throughout the entire course. Is step 1, we're going to get our data ready. Step 2, we're going to build or pick a pre-trained model to suit whatever problem we're working on. Step 2.1, pick a loss function and optimizer. Don't worry about what they are. We're going to cover them soon. Step 2.2, build a training loop. Now, this is kind of all part of the parcel of step 2, hence why we've got 2.1 and 2.2. You'll see what that means later on. Number 3, we're going to fit the model to the data and make predictions. So say we're working on image classification for ramen or spaghetti. How do we build a neural network or put our images through that neural network to get some sort of idea of what's in an image? We'll see how to do that. We'll evaluate our model to see if it's predicting BS or it's actually going all right. Number 5, we're going to improve through experimentation. That's another big thing that you'll notice throughout machine learning, throughout this course, is that it's very experimental, part art, part science. Number 6, save and reload your trained model. Again, I put these with numerical order, but they can kind of be mix and match depending on where you are in the journey. But numerical order is just easy to understand for now. Now, we've got one more video, maybe another one before we get into code, but in the next video, we're going to cover some very, very important points on how you should approach this course. I'll see you there. Now, you might be asking, how should I approach this course? You might not be asking, but we're going to answer it anyway. How to approach this course? This is how I would recommend approaching this course. So I'm a machine learning engineer day to day, and learning machine learning to coding machine learning are kind of two different things. I remember when I first learned, it was kind of, you learned a lot of theory rather than writing code. So not to take away from the theory being important, this course is going to be focusing on writing machine learning, specifically PyTorch code. So the number one step to approaching this course is to code along. Now, because this course is focused on purely writing code, I will be linking extracurricular resources for you to learn more about what's going on behind the scenes of the code. My idea of teaching is that if we can code together, write some code, see how it's working, that's going to spark your curiosity to figure out what's going on behind the scenes. So motto number 1 is, if in doubt, run the code. Write it, run the code, see what happens. Number 2, I love that. Explore and experiment. Again, approach this with the idea, the mind of a scientist and a chef, or science and art. Experiment, experiment, experiment. Try things with rigor like a scientist would, and then just try things for the fun of it like a chef would. Number 3, visualize what you don't understand. I can't emphasize this one enough. We have 3 mottos so far. If in doubt, run the code. You're going to hear me say this a lot. Experiment, experiment, experiment. And number 3, visualize, visualize, visualize. Why is this? Well, because we've spoken about machine learning and deep learning deals with a lot of data, a lot of numbers. And so I find it that if I visualize some numbers in whatever form that isn't just numbers all over a page, I tend to understand it better. And there are some great extra resources that I'm going to link that also turn what we're doing, so writing code, into fantastic visualizations. Number 4, ask questions, including the dumb questions. Really, there's no such thing as a dumb question. Everyone is just on a different part of their learning journey. And in fact, if you do have a quote-unquote dumb question, it turns out that a lot of people probably have that one as well. So be sure to ask questions. I'm going to link a resource in a minute of where you can ask those questions. But please, please, please ask questions, not only to the community, but to Google, to the internet, to wherever you can, or just yourself. Ask questions of the code and write code, figure out the answer to those questions. Number 5, do the exercises. There are some great exercises that I've created for each of the modules. If we go, have we got the book version of the course up here? We do. Within all of these chapters here, down the bottom is going to be exercises and extracurriculum. So we've got some exercises there. I'm not going to jump into them, but I would highly recommend, don't just follow along with the course and code after I code. Please, please, please give the exercises a go, because that's going to stretch your knowledge. We're going to have a lot of practice writing code together, doing all of this stuff here, but then the exercises are going to give you a chance to practice what you've learned. And then, of course, extracurriculum, well, hey, if you want to learn more, there's plenty of opportunities to do so there. And then finally, number 6, share your work. I can't emphasize enough how much writing about learning deep learning or sharing my work through GitHub or different code resources or with the community has helped with my learning. So if you learn something cool about PyTorch, I'd love to see it. Link it to me somehow in the Discord chat or on GitHub or whatever. There'll be links of where you can find me. I'd love to see it. Please do share your work. It's a great way to not only learn something, because when you share it, when you write about it, it's like, how would someone else understand it? But it's also a great way to help others learn too. And so we said how to approach this course. Now let's go how not to approach this course. I would love for you to avoid overthinking the process. So this is your brain on fire. So avoid having a brain on fire. That's not a good place to be. We are working with PyTorch, so it's going to be quite hot, just playing on words with the name torch. But avoid your brain catching on fire, and avoid saying, I can't learn. No. I've said this to myself lots of times, and then I've practiced it, and it turns out I can actually learn those things. So let's just draw a red line on there. Oh, a thicker red line. Yeah, there we go. Nice and thick red line. We'll get that out there. It doesn't really make sense now. This is avoid and crossed out. But don't say I can't learn, and prevent your brain from catching on fire. Finally, we've got one more video that I'm going to cover before this one gets too long of the resources for the course before we get into coding. I'll see you there. Now, there are some fundamental resources that I would like you to be aware of before we go any further in this course. These are going to be paramount to what we're working with. So for this course, there are 3 things. There is the GitHub repo. So if we click this link, I've got it pinned on my browser, so you might want to do the same while you're going through the course. But this is Mr. Deburks at my GitHub/PyTorch Deep Learning. It is still a work in progress at the time of recording this video, but by the time you go through it, it won't look too much different, but there'll just be more materials. You'll have materials outline, section, what does it cover? As you can see, some more are coming soon at the time of recording this, so these will probably be done by the time you watch this. Exercise and extracurricular, there'll be links here. Basically, everything you need for the course will be in the GitHub repo. And then if we come back, also on the GitHub repo, the same repo, so Mr. Deburks/PyTorch Deep Learning. If you click on discussions, this is going to be the Q&A. This is just the same link here. The Q&A for the course. So if you have a question here, you can click new discussion, you can go Q&A, and then type in video, and then the title, PyTorch, fundamentals, and then go in here, or you can type in your error as well. What is NDIM for a tensor? And then in here, you can type in some stuff here. Hello, I'm having trouble on video XYZ. Put in the name of the video so that way I can, or someone else can help you out. And then code, you can go 3 backticks, write Python, and then you can go import torch.randan, which is going to create a tensor. We're going to see this in a second. Yeah. And then if you post that question, the formatting of the code is very helpful that we can understand what's going on and what's going on here. So this is basically the outline of how I would ask a question. Video, this is going on. What is such and such for whatever's going on? Hello, this is what I'm having trouble with. Here's the code and here's what's happening. You could even include the error message, and then you can just click start discussion, and then someone, either myself or someone else from the course, will be able to help out there. And the beautiful thing about this is that it's all in one place. You can start to search it. There's nothing here yet because the course isn't out yet, but as you go through it, there'll probably be more and more stuff here. Then if you have any issues with the code that you think needs fixed, you can also open a new issue there. I'll let you read more into what's going on. I've just got some issues here already about the fact that I need to record videos for the course. I need to create some stuff. But if you think there's something that could be improved, make an issue. If you have a question about the course, ask a discussion. And then if we come back to the keynote, we have one more resource. So that was the course materials, all within GitHub. The course Q&A is on the course GitHub's discussions tab, and then the course online book. Now, this is a work of art. This is quite beautiful. It is some code to automatically turn all of the materials from the GitHub. So if we come into here, code, we click on Notebook 00. This is going to, sometimes if you've ever worked with Jupyter Notebooks on GitHub, they can take a while to load. So all of the materials here automatically get converted into this book. So the beautiful thing about the book is that it's got different headings here. It's all readable. It's all online. It's going to have all the images there. And you can also search some stuff here. PyTorch training steps. Creating a training loop in PyTorch. Beautiful. We're going to see this later on. So there are 3 big materials that you need to be aware of, the 3 big resources for this specific course. Materials on GitHub, course Q&A, course online book, which is learnpytorch.io. Simple URL to remember. All the materials will be there. And then specifically for PyTorch, all things PyTorch. The PyTorch website and the PyTorch forums. So if you have a question that's not course related, but more PyTorch related, I'd highly recommend you go to the PyTorch forums, which is available at discuss.pytorch.org. We've got a link there. And the PyTorch website, pytorch.org. This is going to be your home ground for everything PyTorch, of course. We have the documentation here. And as I said, this course is not a replacement for getting familiar with the PyTorch documentation. The course actually is built off all of the PyTorch documentation. It's just organized in a slightly different way. So there's plenty of amazing resources here on everything to do with PyTorch. This is your home ground. And you're going to see me referring to this a lot throughout the course. So just keep these in mind. Course materials on GitHub, course discussions, learnpytorch.io. This is all for the course. And all things PyTorch specific, so not necessarily this course, but just PyTorch in general, the PyTorch website and the PyTorch forums. With that all being said, we've come so far. We've covered a lot already, but guess what time it is? With that all being said.
So the course materials, that's the repo itself. The course Q&A, that's just the Q&A. That's the discussion. And then the course online book, it's just a book, but it's a Jupyter notebook. And then this is PyTorch itself. So this is just pytorch.org, and there's forums in discusspytorch.org. So okay.
Said. We've come so far. We've covered a lot already, but guess what time it is? Let's write some code. I'll see you in the next video. We've covered enough of the fundamentals so far. Well, from a theory point of view, let's get into coding. So I'm going to go over to Google Chrome. I'm going to introduce you to the tool, one of the main tools we're going to be using for the entire course, and that is Google Colab. So the way I would suggest following along with this course is, remember, one of the major ones is to code along.
Fantastic. Google Colab. That's great. Do you have Google Colab?
No, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to go to colab.research.google. I've got a typo here. Classic. You're going to see me do lots of typos throughout this course. Colab.research.google.com. This is going to load up Google Colab. Now, you can follow along with what I'm going to do, but if you'd like to find out how to use Google Colab from a top-down perspective, you can go through some of these. I'd probably recommend going through overview of collaboratory features, but essentially what Google Colab is going to enable us to do is create a new notebook. And this is how we're going to practice writing PyTorch code. So if you refer to the reference document of learnpytorch.io, these are actually Colab notebooks just in book format, so online book format. So these are the basis materials for what the course is going to be. There's going to be more here, but every new module, we're going to start a new notebook, and I'm going to just zoom in here. So this one, the first module is going to be 00 because Python code starts at 00, and we're going to call this PyTorch Fundamentals. I'm going to call mine Video, just so we know that this is the notebook that I wrote through the video. And what this is going to do is if we click Connect, it's going to give us a space to write Python code. So here we can go print, hello, I'm excited to learn PyTorch. And then if we hit Shift and Enter, it comes out like that. But another beautiful benefit of Google Colab, PS, I'm using Pro version, which costs about $10 a month or so. That price may be different depending on where you're from. The reason I'm doing that is because I use Colab all the time. However, you do not have to use the paid version for this course. Google Colab comes with a free version, which you'll be able to use to complete this course. If you see it worthwhile, I find the Pro version is worthwhile. Another benefit of Google Colab is if we go here, we can go to runtime. Let me just show you that again. Runtime, change runtime type, hardware accelerator, and we can choose to run our code on an accelerator here. Now we've got GPU and TPU. We're going to be focused on using GPU. If you'd like to look into TPU, I'll leave that to you. But we can click GPU, click save, and now our code, if we write it in such a way, it will run on the GPU. Now we're going to see this later on. Code that runs on the GPU is a lot faster in terms of compute time, especially for deep learning. So if we write here, NVIDIA SMI, we now have access to a GPU. In my case, I have a Tesla P100. It's quite a good GPU. You tend to get the better GPUs if you pay for Google Colab. If you don't pay for it, you get the free version, you get a free GPU. It just won't be as fast as the GPUs you typically get with the paid version. So just keep that in mind. A whole bunch of stuff that we can do here. I'm not going to go through it all because there's too much, but we've covered basically what we need to cover. So if we just come up here, I'm going to write a text cell. So oo.pytorch fundamentals. And I'm going to link in here, resource notebook. Now you can come to learnpytorch.io and all the notebooks are going to be in sync. So 00, we can put this in here. Resource notebook is there. That's what this notebook is going to be based off, this one here. And then if you have a question about what's going on in this notebook, you can come to the course GitHub, and then we go back. This is where you can see what's going on. This is PyTorch Deep Learning projects, as you can see what's happening. At the moment, I've got PyTorch course creation because I'm in the middle of creating it. But if you have a question, you can come to Mr. Debug/PyTorch Deep Learning/discussions, which is this tab here, and then ask a question by clicking new discussion. So any discussions related to this notebook, you can ask it there. And I'm going to turn this, right now this is a code cell. Colab is basically comprised of code and text cells. I'm going to turn this into a text cell by pressing Command MM, Shift and Enter. Now we have a text cell, and then if we wanted another code cell, we could go like that, text.
He's using a MacBook. Are you following his instructions?
Not really, no.
Yeah, we should start doing what he said, but let's finish. Let's wait for him to finish.
Text code, text.
Then we'll go back and do it step by step.
Text code, yada yada yada. But I'm going to delete this, and to finish off this video, we're going to import PyTorch. So we're going to import Torch, and then we're going to print Torch version. So that's another beautiful thing about Google Colab is that it comes with PyTorch pre-installed and a lot of other common Python data science packages, such as we could also go import pandas as PD, import NumPy as NP, import matplotlib.pyplot as PLT. This is Google Colab is by far the easiest way to get started with this course. You can run things locally. If you'd like to do that, I'd refer to you to PyTorch Deep Learning. There's going to be setup.md. Getting set up to code PyTorch. We've just gone through number 1, setting up with Google Colab. There is also another option for getting started locally. Right now, this document's a work in progress, but it'll be finished by the time you watch this video. This is not a replacement, though, for the PyTorch documentation for getting set up locally. So if you'd like to run locally on your machine rather than on Google Colab, please refer to this documentation or setup.md here. But if you'd like to get started as soon as possible, I'd highly recommend you using Google Colab. In fact, the entire course is going to be able to be run through Google Colab. So let's finish off this video, make sure we've got PyTorch ready to go. And of course, some fundamental data science packages here. Wonderful. This means that we have PyTorch 1.10.0. So if your version number is far greater than this, maybe you're watching this video a couple of years in the future and PyTorch is up to 2.11, maybe some of the code in this notebook won't work. But 1.10.0 should be more than enough for what we're going to do. And plus...
Oh my God, nothing is going to work. I can already tell.
CU111, CU111, stands for CUDA version 11.1, I believe. And what that would mean...
What version of PyTorch do you think you have in Colab?
We're going to take a look at in a second. But I think maybe we can select... Anyway, we'll deal with it. I mean, he just uploaded this video, so I'm assuming there's no issues. There's 260 comments, awesome resource. Usually the first ones are gonna tell you if there's an issue. The last ones are always positive. Yeah, there's only positive. I don't see negative. No, so everything works. Everything's fine.
Is if we came in here and we wanted to install it on Linux, which is what Colab runs on. There's Mac and Windows as well. We've got CUDA. Yeah. So right now, as of recording this video, the latest PyTorch build is 1.10.2. So you'll need at least PyTorch 1.10 to complete this course, and CUDA 11.3. So that's CUDA Toolkit. If you remember, CUDA Toolkit is NVIDIA's programming. There we go. NVIDIA.
He says NVIDIA?
Developer. CUDA is what enables us to run our PyTorch code on NVIDIA GPUs, which we have access to in Google Colab. Beautiful. So we're set up, ready to write code. Let's get started in the next video writing some PyTorch code. This is so exciting. I'll see you there.
All right, let's get back to the beginning of this module.
You're going to go to the GitHub page?
I don't know. First, I'm going to try to just go through the steps that he said.
We've covered enough of the fundamentals so far. Well, from a theory point of view, let's get into coding. So I'm going to go over to Google Chrome. I'm going to introduce you to the tool, one of the main tools we're going to be using for the entire course, and that is Google Colab. So the way I would suggest following along with this course is, remember, one of the major ones is to code along. So we're going to go to colab.research.google. I've got a typo here. Classic. You're going to see me do lots of typos throughout this course.
Let's go to Colab Research Google.com. Colab Research. What is this? This is Colab Research Google.com. Okay. But I'm going to create a new notebook in Drive. Driveshaft. Okay, I'm waiting. Okay. So let me move it over to here. Okay.
Colab.research.google.com. This is going to load up Google Colab. Now, you can follow along with what I'm going to do, but if you'd like to find out how to use Google Colab from a top-down perspective, you can go through some of these. I'd probably recommend going through overview of collaboratory features, but essentially what Google Colab is going to enable us to do is create a new notebook. And this is how we're going to practice writing PyTorch code. So if you refer to the reference document of learnpytorch.io, these are actually Colab notebooks just in book format, so online book format. So these.
Okay. This is learnpytorch.io. So is it here? Full PyTorch bootcamp. Okay. The GitHub. Learnpytorch.io. Free Python 101 crash course. This is this course.
No, that's a different course.
Wait, what?
That's Python, not PyTorch.
Oh, okay. These are the timestamps. So we didn't finish even intro, chapter 0. We're in chapter 0. Chapter 0, we're in 116. So we're not even halfway through chapter 0. Okay. Chapter 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Okay. Bootcamp. Oh, there's a transcript too. Okay. All right. So this is let me see. Learn PyTorch for deep learning. Course materials about this. Okay, but this is the PyTorch, so demos down. Okay, what else? This guy. This is the book. Learn PyTorch for deep learning, 0 to mastery book. Okay. I'm beginning to get a little tired. Okay. Wait, we should go here. Okay, so this is the book, PyTorch Fundamentals. This is the book, PyTorch Fundamentals. And this is the entire 0. So I don't know where we are. Okay, fine. Okay.
These are the basis materials for what the course is going to be. There's going to be more here, but every new module, we're going to start a new notebook, and I'm going to just zoom in here. So this one, the first module is going to be 00 because Python code starts at 00, and we're going to call this PyTorch Fundamentals. I'm going to call mine video, just so we know that this is the notebook that I wrote through the video. And what this is going to do is if we click connect, it's going to give us a space to write Python code. So here we can go print, hello, I'm excited to learn PyTorch.
Okay, so let's create 00 underscore PyTorch underscore fundamentals. Okay. Okay, 00 underscore PyTorch underscore fundamentals. Okay, and then he says print hello, I'm excited to learn PyTorch with hello in the beginning. Okay, so he says print.
He could connect or something like that.
You don't have to do it. Hello, I'm excited to learn PyTorch. You just click this, or maybe F9 or F5. Control Enter. See, it's connecting automatic. And then you wait for it to run its course. He says, hello, I'm excited to learn PyTorch. All right, it's a work.
And then if we hit shift and enter, it comes out like that. But another beautiful benefit of Google.
Oh, he says shift and enter? Did he say shift and enter?
Hello, I'm excited to learn PyTorch. And then if we hit shift and enter, it comes out like that. But another beautiful benefit.
Shift and enter? I didn't know that. Yeah, shift enter. These shortcuts are actually very important to learn.
Benefit of Google Colab. Oh, PS, I'm using the Pro version, which costs about $10 a month or so. That price may be different depending on where you're from. The reason I'm doing that is because I use Colab all the time. However, you do not have to use the paid version.
Are you trying it on your own? Senor?
No, I'm not now.
Why
I'm just on
not?
my phone.
You can do it on your phone.
I'm too lazy to turn on my computer.
Here, I'll give you a link. I'll share with you. Copy link. No, I need to anyone with a link. Copy link. You can even edit. I'll give you editing. Copy link. And then I put it here. Click the link. You should be able to see this and at least run it. Are you clicking it? Or are you being evil?
Evil.
Evil. You're evil. Evil. I'm beginning to understand Lex Friedman. He's like, you can end the war tomorrow. That's why he was sitting for 3 hours saying, you can make peace. It's in your hand. All you need to do. And he didn't say surrender. He said make peace. Really what he means, you can surrender. Just surrender. Just surrender. It's so easy. It's so easy. That's what oh my God, Alex. Lex, I am Lex Luthor. Are you trying it?
Yeah, it says I have to sign in.
I don't think so.
I don't want to sign in. I'm too lazy.
Oh, okay.
For this course, Google Colab comes with a free version, which you'll be able to use to complete this course. If you see it worthwhile, I find the pro version is worthwhile. Another benefit of Google Colab is if we go here, we can go to runtime. Let me just show you that again. Runtime, change runtime type, hardware accelerator, and we can choose to run our code on an accelerator here. Now we've got GPU and TPU. We're going to be focused on using GPU. If you'd like to look into TPU, I'll leave that to you. We can click GPU, click save, and now our code, if we write it in such a way, it will run on the GPU. Now we're going to see this later on. Code that runs on the GPU is a lot faster in terms of compute time, especially for deep learning. So if we write here, NVIDIA SMI, we now have access to a GPU.
Okay.
GPU.
So exclamation NVIDIA minus SMI. Okay, so exclamation NVIDIA minus SMI. Oops. Shift enter. Command not found. All right. You know, NVIDIA minus SMI. Yeah. Yeah, doesn't work. So theoretically, we could go to runtime, change runtime time.
Yeah, why didn't it work?
Because I'm not paying. I cannot choose.
Okay.
I can see disconnect and delete runtime. Maybe. Okay, it's trying. At least it's not failing. Wait, this one. Oh, okay.
Oh, there you go. That worked.
Yeah. So it's the Tesla T4. All right. We was here.
In my case, I have a Tesla P100. It's quite a good GPU. You tend to get the better GPUs if you pay for Google Colab. If you don't pay for it, you get the free version, you get a free GPU. It just won't be as fast as the GPUs you typically get with the paid version. So just keep that in mind. A whole bunch of stuff that we can do here. I'm not going to go through it all because there's too much, but we've covered basically what we need to cover. So if we just come up here, I'm going to write a text cell. So oo.pytorch fundamentals. And I'm going to link in here, resource notebook. Now you can come to learnpytorch.io and all the notebooks are going to be in sync. So 00, we can put this in here.
So that's a text. He added a text. Okay, you can always,
Resource notebook.
you can either add a text or a code.
There, that's what this notebook is going to be based off, this one here. And then if you have a question about what's going on in this notebook, you can come to the course GitHub, and then we go back. This is where you can see what's going on. This is PyTorch Deep Learning projects, as you can see what's happening.
The course GitHub, there is discussions. So this is the course GitHub, there's discussions. So there's a question 2 days ago, last week, PyTorch linear regression with 2 weights and a bias. Okay, transforms question from lecture number 214. Jesus, some people are like very advanced. Okay. Are there any pull requests? Oh, some people are actually helping him. I guess they're finding errors and they're uploading corrections, fixes. Okay, so we was that's issues. Where did we start? Do you remember where we started? Where we?
What do you mean?
No, we never did anything. Where
You started
is?
down there at PyTorch Fundamental. Right down there. Scroll down to PyTorch Fundamental. There you go. That's where
Oh,
we are.
wow, you're such a genius. How did you become such a super genius? How do you do it? Your geniusness knows no
Magic.
bounds. Yeah,
Look,
man.
look at the Irish.
Okay.
At the moment, I've got PyTorch course creation because I'm in the middle of creating it. But if you have a question, you can come to mrdebug/PyTorch Deep Learning/discussions, which is this tab here, and then ask a question by clicking new discussion. So any discussions related to this notebook, you can ask it there. And I'm going to turn this, right now this is a code cell. Colab is basically comprised of code and text cells. I'm going to turn this into a text cell by pressing Command MM, Shift and Enter. Now we have a text cell.
So Command MM. I don't like. I'm using a PC, so I don't have Command MM.
And then if we want another code cell, we can go like that, text code, yada, yada, yada. But I'm going to delete.
Tell me how you did it. Double click or enter to. He's not telling us. He's giving us the Mac shortcuts, but not the Windows shortcuts.
This, and to finish off this video, we're going to import PyTorch. So we're going to import torch, and then we're going to print torch ... version. So that's another beautiful thing about.
Okay, so import torch, print torch dot period under version under. Are you gonna remember everything I just said? Import.
I don't know. You said import torch.
Import torch, and then print
underscore version underscore
it's already there. It's already there. Let's see the answer, and the answer is 2.
Oh my god.
He was right.
He's
Yeah.
using version 1.
Yeah, he's in
Crazy.
110. We're at 2.5. We're like a million years more advanced than he is.
Google Colab is that it comes with PyTorch pre-installed and a lot of other common Python data science packages, such as we could also go import pandas as PD, import NumPy as NP,
So
import
pandas, I think, is for drawing stuff.
.lib.pyplot
No,
as
plot
PLT.
is.
This is Google Colab is by far the easiest.
So import pandas is PD. And import, what was the other one? How do you skip? Oh, yeah. Right. So import NumPy as NP. Wait, is NP? And what else did he say? Import matplotlib.pyplot. Matplotlib dot. Are you gonna remember this? Matplotlib.
Sorry, I didn't see that. I was doing something else. Someone's texting me.
There it is. There it is. Somebody's texting you? Where?
Yeah, in my DM.
Oh, your DM. Hmm. Okay, the imports worked. Worked as expected.
Easiest way to get started with this course. You can run things locally. If you'd like to do that, I'd refer to you to PyTorch Deep Learning. There's going to be setup.md. Getting set up to code PyTorch. We've just gone through number 1, setting up with Google Colab. There is also another option for getting started locally. Right now, this document's a work in progress, but it'll be finished by the time you watch this video. This is not a replacement, though, for the PyTorch documentation for getting set up locally. So if you'd like to run locally on your machine rather than on Google Colab, please refer to this documentation or setup.md here. But if you'd like to get started as soon as possible, I'd highly recommend you using Google Colab. In fact, the entire course is going to be able to be run through Google Colab. So let's finish up this video, make sure we've got PyTorch ready to go. and of course, some fundamental data science packages here. Wonderful. This means that we have PyTorch 1.10.0. So if your version number is far greater than this, maybe you're watching this video a couple of years in the future, and PyTorch is up to 2.11, maybe some of the code in this notebook won't work. But 1.10.0 should be more than enough for what we're going to do. And plus CU111, CU111, stands for CUDA version 11.1, I believe. And what that would mean is if we came in here and we wanted to install it on Linux, which is what Colab runs on, there's Mac and Windows as well. We've got CUDA. Yeah. So right now, as of recording this video, the latest PyTorch build is 1.10.2. So you'll need at least PyTorch 1.10 to complete this course, and CUDA 11.3. So that's CUDA Toolkit. If you remember, CUDA Toolkit is NVIDIA's programming. There we go. NVIDIA developer. CUDA is what enables us to run our PyTorch code on NVIDIA GPUs, which we have access to in Google Colab. Beautiful. So we're set up, ready to write.
Are you available tomorrow to continue this journey?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. What?
Are you available tomorrow to continue this journey?
Yeah, tomorrow's a bank holiday, so sure.
Bank holiday? You work for a bank?
Yeah.
You work?
No. No.
Yeah, I was worried about you for a second.
I'm professionally unemployed.
That's good. That's proper. That is the way you're like a lord. You should register for the House of the Lords.
I should go to England do that.
You should be like in the Great Gatsby. You should have like parties. That should be your occupation. What are you doing? I'm having a party.
I knew a guy who did that, actually. Yeah.
Just host parties. That's all. Just host parties. I mean, you can actually make money from that. But at that point, it's already a business. I mean, people think it's easy to host a party, but ultimately, that's how you do business. I mean, you meet people. That's how you meet your wife. That's how you meet, like, get a job. That's how you do, like, create businesses. It's like it's. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, at the party, you talk to other guys, and then you figure out politics. You figure out you communicate. That people think people go to parties like to have an orgy, like, which is also very productive, but. Just a party, it's not like a waste of time.
I know, I got my best work. I've done my best work at orgies.
We should organize orgies. That's actually a very, very productive use of our time. Okay, let's continue.
Of course.
Let's get started in the next video writing some PyTorch code. This is so exciting. I'll see you there. So we've got set up, we've got access to PyTorch, we've got a Google Colab instance running here, we've got a GPU because we've gone up to runtime, change runtime type, hardware accelerator. You won't necessarily need a GPU for this entire notebook, but I just wanted to show you how to get access to a GPU because we're going to be using them later on. So let's get rid of this. And one last thing, how I'd recommend going through this course is in a split window fashion. So for example, you might have the video where I'm talking right now and writing code on the left side, and then you might have another window over the other side with your own Colab window, and you can go new notebook, call it whatever you want, my notebook, you could call it very similar to what we're writing here. And then if I write code over on this side, on this video, you can't copy it, of course, but you'll write the same code here and then go on and go on and go on. And if you get stuck, of course, you have the reference notebook and you have an opportunity to ask a question here. So with that being said, let's get started. The first thing that we're going to have a look at in PyTorch is an introduction to tensors. So tensors are the main building block of deep learning in general, or data. And so you may have watched the video, what is a tensor? For the sake of this course, tensors are a way to represent data, especially multi-dimensional data, numeric data that is. But that numeric data represents something else. So let's go in here, creating tensors. So the first kind of tensor we're going to create is actually called a scalar. I know I'm going to throw a lot of different names of things at you, but it's important that you're aware of such nomenclature. Even though in PyTorch almost everything is referred to as a tensor, there are different kinds of tensors. And just to exemplify the fact that we're using a reference notebook, if we go up here, we can see we have importing PyTorch, we've done that. Now we're up to introduction to tensors, we've got creating tensors, and we've got scalar, etc., etc., etc. So this is what we're going to be working through. Let's do it together. So scalar, the way to, oops, what have I done there? The way to create a tensor in PyTorch, we're going to call this scalar equals torch.tensor, and we're going to fill it with the number 7. And then if we press or retype in scalar, what do we get back? 7. Wonderful. And it's got the tensor data type here. So how would we find out about what torch.tensor actually is? Well, let me show you how I would. We go to torch.tensor. There we go. We've got the documentation. So this is possibly the most common class in PyTorch, other than one we're going to see later on that you'll use, which is torch.nn. And basically, everything in PyTorch works off torch.tensor. And if you'd like to learn more, you can read through here. In fact, I would encourage you to read through this documentation for at least 10 minutes after you finish some videos here. So with that being said, I'm going to link that in here. So PyTorch tensors are created using torch.tensor. And then we've got that link there. Oops, typos galore, Daniel. Come on, you're better than this. No, I'm kidding. There's going to be typos galore through the whole course. Okay, now, what are some attributes of a scalar? So some details about scalars. Let's find out how many...
Okay, let's test it. So scalar equals torch dot tensor 7. Warning, you're connected to GPU runtime, but not utilizing the GPU. Okay. So how do you add a new Control MB? Let's try that. Control MB. Good, Anakin. All right, so scalar equals torch dot scalar 7. Shift enter. Wait, no. Shift enter. No. Scalar equals torch dot scalar 7. What am I missing? Scalar equals torch. Do you know the problem?
Sorry, I wasn't in front of the screen. Give me a second. I got DM. What are we looking at?
Torch has no attribute scalar.
Oh yeah, you have to import. You'd have to import torch.
Okay, I guess I have to run this first, and then this. No.
So you'd have to import torch on the same thing. Okay. I don't think he ran that code. I don't think he ran.
Okay. No.
Yeah, I don't think he ran the thing.
Yes, he did.
Did he run it in his video?
Scalar equals torch dot tensor. Oh, tensor. It's your fault.
Oh, sorry, I misread the thing. Sorry, I didn't understand.
Let's go. We are writing tensors. Listen to us. We are the cool kids.
True.
We are the cool kids. All right. So that's a scalar is just a number. That's all it is. All right.
Dimensions error. Oh, and by the way, this warning, perfect timing. Google Colab will give you some warnings here, depending on whether you're using a GPU or not.
Put the word scalar after that.
What?
You left out the word. Did you put in the word scalar?
Oh, I did not. That's your fault. It's your fault.
True.
Oh,
There
there
we go.
you go. There you go.
What? Now, the reason being is because Google Colab provides GPU
Okay, scalar dot endim. Well, he didn't run it.
to you and I.
Didn't run it yet.
For free. However, GPUs aren't free for Google to provide. So if we're not using a GPU, we can save some resources, allow someone else to use a GPU by going to none. And of course, we can always switch this back. So I'm going to turn my GPU off so that someone else out there, I'm not using the GPU at the moment, they can use it. So what you're also going to see is if your Google Colab instance ever restarts up here, we're going to have to rerun these cells. So if you stop coding for a while, go have a break, and then come back and you start your notebook again, that's one downside of Google Colab, is that it resets after a few hours. How many hours? I don't know exactly. The reset time is longer if you have the Pro subscription, but because it's a free service and the way Google calculate usage and all that sort of stuff, I can't give a conclusive evidence or conclusive answer on how long until it resets. But just know, if you come back, you might have to rerun some of your cells, and you can do that with Shift and Enter. So a scalar has no dimensions, right? It's just a single number. But then we move on to the next thing. Or actually, if we wanted to get this number out of a tensor type,
Scalar dot endim.
Endim? You said that stands for no dimension. No dimensions.
No, number of dimensions.
Oh, sorry, number of dimensions.
0. Fantastic.
type, we can use scalar.item. This is going to give it back as just a regular Python integer. Wonderful. There we got the number 7 back. Get tensor back as Python.
Scalar item gives you the actual value. Okay. Scalar item. Just scalar item? Or yeah, because scalar is the tensor. It's a tensor. Okay. All right. All right.
Item int. Now, the next thing that we have is a vector. So let's write in here. Vector, which again is going to be created with torch.tensor, but you will also hear.
Do you know what a vector is? Have you ever heard of a vector?
Vector. I don't know. I've heard of it before, but I can't think of it.
It's just a list of numbers. It's a single dimension. It's like a line of numbers. It's a single list of numbers. Right. Single dimension, single list of numbers.
The word vector used a lot too. Now, what is the deal? Oops, 7.7. Google Colab's autocomplete is a bit funny. It doesn't always do the thing you want it to. So if we see a vector.
Okay. Are you falling asleep?
No, I just keep yawning. I don't know why.
Okay. You're contaminating me with your yawning. Okay, let's do this. Vector equals torch tensor bracket 7,7. You're gonna remember this?
No, I didn't see it. Sorry, show me again.
Let me try vector. Oh, it's auto completing. It's good. It's doing everything for us. Tensor 7. It's a list of numbers. 7, 7. We can make more numbers. Like we can add more numbers. Oops. 7, 7, 5, 54, 6, 1, 12, 23, whatever. It's just a list of numbers. That's all. There's nothing special about it.
Yeah. We've got two numbers here. And then if we wanted to find out what is a vector. So a vector.
And by the way, then we can ask what is the vector's number of dimensions. There it is. No, number of dimensions. It's 1. Okay, that's good.
Usually has magnitude and direction. So what we're going to see later on is, there we go, magnitude, how far it's going and which way it's going. And then if we plotted it, we've got, a vector equals the magnitude would be the length here and the direction would be where it's pointing. And here we go, scalar vector matrix tensor. This is what we're working on as well.
So in 2 dimensions, it only has x, y. In 3 dimensions, x, y, z. But in n dimensions, it's n variables. But that's not really the dimensions we're talking about. So it's different dimensions. Oh, look at this. It's a tensor is composed of vectors. Oh, this is a matrix. This is a tensor. Okay.
So the thing about vectors would be where it's pointing. And here we go, scalar vector matrix tensor. This is what we're working on as well. So the thing about vectors, how they differ with scalars, is how I just remember them, is rather than magnitude and direction, is a vector typically has more than one number. So if we go vector and dim, how many dimensions does it have? It has 1 dimension, which is kind of confusing. But when we see tensors with more than 1 dimension, it'll make sense. And another way that I remember how many dimensions something has is by the number of square brackets. So let's check out something else. Maybe we go vector.shape. Shape is 2. So the difference between dimension, so dimension is like number of square brackets. And when I say, even though there's 2 here, I mean number of pairs of closing square brackets. So there's 1 pair of closing square brackets here, but the shape of the vector is 2. So we have 2 by 1.
So the shape is the number of items in the vector. So vector shape, vector shape. It had we added, I guess, seven numbers. So if I add,
can you do vector.item? What happens then?
So if I add one more and I ask how many, the number of dimensions is the same, but the shape is going to be 8, because now there is 8 numbers. What's the shape of a scalar? What's the
scale? 1, is it?
Yeah, I guess 1.
Yeah, it didn't give us anything. I don't know.
Wait, it should answer both. Why is it not answering both? Let's take this line and bring it over. Okay. How do you add a new control MB? Yeah. Oh, it's empty. It doesn't have a shape. Oh, it doesn't have a shape.
I guess something with 1 dimension wouldn't have a shape. I know that makes sense, doesn't it? Like, because it doesn't, for something to have a shape, it has to be in like.
Okay, it's just that's just the way it is. I mean, it doesn't have a shape. I mean, what can I tell you?
And these vectors have items. How about if you do vector.item? What happens?
Vector item, you're gonna have to specify in which location. Let me try vector.
I thought it would recommend something. But...
So vector.item, let's try 0. No.
Takes
no argument. So
you do items with an S.
This is the item of a vector. Function, tensor, I don't know. He didn't explain it. Let him teach it.
Elements. So that means a total of 2 elements. Now, if we wanted to step things up a notch, let's create a matrix. So this is another term you're going to hear. And you might be wondering why I'm capitalizing matrix. Well, I'll explain that in a second. Matrix equals torch.tensor. And we're going to put 2 square brackets here. You might be thinking, what would the 2 square brackets mean? Well, actually, that's a little bit of a challenge. If one pair of square brackets had an endim of 1, what will the endim be? Number of dimensions of 2 square brackets. So let's create this matrix. Beautiful. So we've got another tensor here. Again, as I said, these things have different names, like the traditional name of scalar, vector, matrix, but they're all still a torch.tensor. That's a little bit confusing, but the thing you should remember in PyTorch is basically anytime you encode data into numbers, it's of a tensor data type. And so now, how many number of dimensions do you think a matrix has? It has 2. So there we go. We have 2 square brackets. So if we wanted to get matrix, let's index on the 0th axis. Let's see what happens there. So we get 7 and 8. And then we get off the first dimension. 9 and 10. So this is where the square brackets, the pairings come into play. We've got 2 square bracket pairings on the outside here. So we have an endim of 2. Now if we get the shape of the matrix, what do you think the shape will be? 2 by 2. So we've got 2 numbers here by 2. So we have a total of 4 elements in there. So we're covering a fair bit of ground here, nice and quick, but that's going to be the teaching style of this course. Is we're going to get quite hands-on and writing a lot of code and just interacting with it rather than continually going back over and discussing what's going on here. The best way to find out what's happening within a matrix is to write more code. It's similar to these matrices here. But let's not stop at matrix. Let's upgrade it to a tensor now. So I'm going to put this in capitals.
Okay, so matrix equals torch tensor 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Matrix equals torch tensor 7, 8, 9. How does he know?
So what does he know? How does he know what?
It auto-completed. It wrote the 7, 8, 9, 10, the whole thing.
Oh, well, other people already did this, and they're Google collabs, and Google probably knows that. Plus, Google knows the TensorFlow documentation. So it knows like all of the names of all the functions.
Okay, let's do tensor endim. No? Maybe it's a function? No, tensor. No, not tensor.
You mean matrix?
Yeah. Matrix. 2. 2 dimensions. And then he said the shape. The shape is size 2 by 2. I mean, what if it's... Come on. So this is going to be matrix 2. Come on. I can't see my mouse. Matrix 2 is going to be 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12. So this is matrix and matrix 2. No? 7, 8. Oops. Oh, I destroyed the original matrix. 7, 8, 9, 10. No? What? What am I getting
I
wrong?
think there's an issue with your bracket. You got an extra brackets there.
No, I'm missing an extra parenthesis. Okay. Yeah, because you have to call. Yeah, when you call it. Okay. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. But it's only printing the last line. It's not printing the first one. Notice. It's not printing this one. Interesting. So only the last one is being printed. This is weird. Okay. This is matrix. And matrix 2. It's only printing the last one. This is so bizarre. Okay, whatever. I don't care.
Is to write more code. It's similar to these matrices here. But let's not stop at matrix. Let's upgrade it to a tensor now. So I'm going to put this in capitals as well. And I haven't explained what the capitals mean yet, but we'll see that in a second. So let's go torch.tensor. And what we're going to do is this time we've done 1 square bracket pairing. We've done 2 square bracket pairings. Let's do 3 square bracket pairings and just get a little bit adventurous, all right? And so you might be thinking at the moment, this is quite tedious. I'm just going to write a bunch of random numbers here. 1, 2, 3, 3, 6, 9, 2, 5, 4. Now, you might be thinking, Danny, you said tensors could have millions of numbers. If we had to write them all by hand, that would be quite tedious. And yes, you're completely right. The fact is, though, that most of the time you won't be crafting tensors by hand. PyTorch will do a lot of that behind the scenes. However, it's important to know that these are the fundamental building blocks of the models and the deep learning neural networks that we're going to be building. So tensor, capitals as well. We have 3 square brackets. Or 3 square bracket pairings. I'm just going to refer to 3 square brackets at the very start because they're going to be paired down here. How many NDIM or number of dimensions do you think our tensor will have? 3. Wonderful. And what do you think the shape of our tensor is? We have 3 elements here. We have 3 elements here. 3 elements here. And we have 1, 2, 3. So maybe our tensor has a shape of 1 by 3 by 3. What does that mean? Well, we've got 3 by 1, 2, 3. That's the second square bracket there. By 1. So that's the first dimension there, or the 0th dimension, because remember PyTorch is 0 indexed. We have, well, let's just, instead of talking about it, let's just get on the 0th axis and see what happens with the 0th dimension. There we go. Okay, so this is the far left one, 0, which is very confusing because we've got a 1 here. But, so we've got, oops, don't mean that. What this is saying is we've got 1 3 by 3 shaped tensor. So very outer bracket matches up with this, number 1 here. And then this 3 matches up with the next one here, which is 1, 2, 3. And then this 3 matches up with this one, 1, 2, 3. Now, if you'd like to see this with a pretty picture, we can see it here. So dim 0 lines up. So the blue bracket, the very outer one, lines up with the 1. And then dim equals 1, this one here, the middle bracket, lines up with the middle dimension here. And then dim equals 2, the very inner, lines up with these 3 here. So again, this is going to take a lot of practice. It's taken me a lot of practice to understand the dimensions of tensors, but to practice, I would like you to write out your own tensor of, you can put however many square brackets you want, and then just interact with the NDIM, shape, and indexing, just as I've done here, but you can put any combination of numbers inside this tensor. That's a little bit of practice before the next video. So give that a shot, and then we'll move on to the next topic. I'll see you.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Did you follow that?
Yeah.
You didn't tell me you were a legit genius. This is not fair. Okay, so the Schmenzer, so basically, let's take this Schmenzer with us. This is the Schmenzer. Okay, I'm gonna just put, are you gonna go all the way down? Okay, this is the Schmenzer. So, so let's do 3 by 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Get out of my way, Jesus. $13, $14, $15. Okay, this is matrix 2. So what's the dimensionalization? What do you think is going to be the answer?
I mean, I think it's got, what, 3 dimensions? Huh?
I don't know. Maybe.
Like the 1 dimension, 3 dimensions, and then 3 dimensions. Oh, it's 2 dimensions. Okay. I know what's going on there.
Wait, matrix 2?
Oh, you're missing brackets, I think. You should have 3 groups of brackets. No? Am I wrong? He had 3 brackets in his, did he?
One,
He had 3
two,
brackets.
3. What's the purpose of these?
Yeah, 3 square brackets, yeah.
What's the purpose?
Because it's a tensor.
But what's the point? He's not putting anything in the first. There's no point. This is the same as a matrix. This is just a 3 by 3 matrix.
Right, well, he's just demonstrating that you can have another
That's
dimension.
not a good
in
way
the
to
matrix.
demonstrate. This is improper way to teach. That's not how you teach.
Well, he shows in the picture. He explains that.
It doesn't matter. He is improper relation. What's the noun? What's the verb for improperly? You are improperlying.
Incorrectly.
No.
Wrongly.
Improperlying. You're improperlying. Okay, so you're saying add a brackets here and a brackets here. It makes no sense. I mean, there's no benefit.
What do you mean? The benefit is you have a whole other dimension. If you can just work in 3 dimensions, that's great.
There's no benefit.
There is a benefit.
It's
Can have an extra dimension.
The dimension is 3. What's the benefit? There's no benefit. This is just
It's only 2 dimensions. What if you need dimensions to do something?
Fine.
You have 3 dimensions of data.
But he's not giving this example. She's not using the tensor properly. It's just a matrix. He's just confusing. I mean, this is already the first hurdle people are going to face. They're going to already kill themselves. I can tell. I can sense it. Okay. Zo. Okay. Tensor. So when people ask me how I feel and I say phenomenal, what do you say?
Phenomenal.
Okay, so the size, the shape. So tensor shape is size 1, which is meaningless, and then a 3x3 matrix within 1. Tensor 0 is just a 3x3 matrix. This is so dumb. Oh my god.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. Let's do the torch. The torch size. No, torch shape. And then tensor shape and tensor at 0. Okay. So tensor shape. Oops. Tensor. No. We call it matrix. Oh, we should call it a tensor. It's not a matrix. You're at fault.
Well, I just thought you could name it whatever you wanted.
You can name it whatever you want, but that's not the way the universe.
Variable.
That's unacceptable behavior.
I name my variables movement because I like to move it, you know.
Okay, so torch size, and the next step is going to be tensor. I guess at 0, just tensor at 0.
No idea.
Is a matrix.
Oh, there you go, yeah.
Tensor at 0 is a matrix. Let me ask you a question.
What's that 1? Oh, it's one dimensional. Sorry, that's what's
Exactly. Yeah. Tensor at 1 should fail. Yes. Yes. At least we understand something.
Crazy.
Are you going to sleep? Oops.
No, what was I going to say?
It's already tomorrow. We can't study so much. It's not allowed. We're going to be too smartest.
Yeah, true. So unsteady wins the race. Yeah.
What? Sir Lancelot?
Slow and steady wins the race.
Oh. So did you notice the name Sir Lancelot? It just means he lances a lot.
Yeah. I knew that.
You know that? Did you know that Mrs. Farts a lot? She just farts a lot.
Wow.
My name is Mrs.
Didn't know.
Hello, I'm your teacher. My name is Mrs. Farts a lot. When I tell it to children, they laugh. So children love talking about farts and poop and pee. It's like I'm I'm their savior when you talk to them about like the most disgusting things. They're so happy. Oh my god. Okay.
That's a little bit of practice before the next video. So give that a shot, and then we'll move on to the next topic. I'll see you there.
Creating random what?
Creating random tensors in PyTorch. I was just reading
Random
it.
tensors in PTorch.
How many hours are in this thing?
27.
I think it says 103 23 11. So what? How many hours is that?
Wait, it just says this is wrong.
That can't be right? That's crazy. What the hell?
This is 1 hour. No, this is 1 day.
And oh yeah, so it's 27 hours. Okay. I
Yeah,
didn't
1 day,
understand. I was
3
like, well, what the
hours.
hell?
Oh my god. Jesus help us. Where is Jesus when you need him? Imagine making a stream that's multiple days long and becoming famous. You know, no one has done that. Maybe we should do that.
Wait, you sure? I thought people streamed for 48 hours. You never seen that?
48 hours? Let's break the record. Let's do like a whole year stream. That would be awesome. Like a never ending stream.
I saw Amaranth, and she would sleep on stream.
Yeah, and that's how she makes money. She sleeps. What happens when she farts? She gets extra cash?
Oh, the mic is muted, I think. So
But you know
don't hear the part.
she's not pretty.
I know, right? Like I don't think
She never started as a pretty girl. I was listening. There's this channel. He reviews all the sex YouTube creators, and he discussed her. And he said, and he explains that she was creating costumes. She's a costume designer. She was making costumes. And she saw, and she saw that when she was making costumes, she was barely getting views. But when she was, wearing the costumes, playing with the costumes, she was getting lots of views. So she started, she said, okay, I need the money. I don't need the costumes. So she shifted. Yeah, she evolved. This is so incredible.
Yeah, she got like bimbified with like the fake boobs and like the big ass.
I don't know if she has. You think she has fake boobs? I saw her. I don't
She
think.
definitely has fake boobs.
But she's not. She's not thin. She's a fatty. She has a big tummy.
I think she was thin. I think she used to be.
She doesn't have a good body. Like she's not even a chick I would bang. That's how bad she is. Yeah, like she's not. She's not hot.
I know. I'm not. I don't like her either.
I mean, she has nice hair, maybe a nice face. She's rich, many things, but she's not hot. She's not a hot chick. Anyway.
Welcome back. In the last video, we covered the basic building blocks of data representation in deep learning, which is the tensor, or in PyTorch, specifically torch.tensor. But within that, we had a look at what a scalar is.
I
We had a
thought you
look
were
at what a
going
vector
to stop until we're finished.
We can stop and pick it up tomorrow morning.
Okay, then.
Okay. You want to go debate someone in PNR? I mean,
Sure,
fine.
if you want.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you can follow me, but sure. I'll call you tomorrow when I'm ready to do the continuation, so that we can.
Okay,
we
I
can.
will follow you. Follow you wherever you may go.
All right. There we go. Bloom 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 bloom. All right. Okay, so finished study session for today. Elo. Oh, Aviator. Elo. What's up, Aviator? Can you hear me, Aviator? Can you hear me?
Why do you think immigrants are evil? Or immigrants equal evil?
Immigrant equals evil. We can prove it mathematically. It's actually very straightforward. It's very similar to the proof that vegans are evil. So, do you want to take a guess why immigrant equals evil? What's the mathematical proof? Want to give it a shot? Can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay. You want to give it a shot, or you want me to go straight to it?
Go straight to it.
Straight. Okay. So let's assume. So the question is, when we bring in a single immigrant into a country, are we improving the country, or disproving the country, or approving the country? Meaning, are we improving the country, or destroying the country, or not? Neither. What's your answer?
It depends.
It depends. Yes, go on. On what?
It depends on the person.
Exactly. So let's simplify the communicato. So we're going to say that we're bringing in an immigrant into a country. The country is completely equal. So all the citizens in the country are identical, homogeneous, homo erectus. And the immigrant is identical too. So we have, right? So all the citizens are replaceable with one another and with the immigrant. So basically, we're increasing the size of the population by 1. So when you increase the size of the population by 1, what are you doing to the quality of life of the people in the population? What are you doing? Are you bringing it up, down, or not, or neither? What's say you?
It depends.
It depends. Yeah, on what?
On the productivity of the person.
No, we said everybody is equal. Complete and utter equalizations. It's everybody's equal.
Okay, well, it depends on how you define productivity and the usefulness of the person.
So listen, so we're just increasing the size of the population by 1. You might as well say, let's say we have a child, but
Okay,
I don't.
fine. Well, then quality of life decreases then, right?
I don't know. You tell me what happens.
You don't know.
I mean, we can argue. So
what do you? This is your proof. What do you?
Okay. So what I think, when you increase the population, so usually you say in mathematics and economics, you in order to simplify the analysis, you say something that is known as et ceterum paribus, which means the rest remains the same. So any modification you make, you say et ceterum paribus, the rest remains the same. So if you add one more person to the economy, et ceterum paribus, what happens to the economy? So, for example, the number of houses didn't change, but the demand for housing just went up. So the price of housing just went up a little bit. Or as they say in Portuguese, a little bit. So already you can sense that immigration is evil. Okay, but the person is productive, right? The person immediately starts producing. Yeah, but he's consuming. So he's not changing. He cannot change, right? He's the same as the rest of the Americans. So his consumption and his production consumption cancel each other out. He's not a net benefit, but he's a net drain on housing. The same goes for food. But you can say food, he's producing, right? He's producing and consuming while he's producing food. So there's no issue with food. Okay. But what about housing? Well, you could argue immediately he starts working and produces houses. So he's actually not hurting. He's not changing the price of housing because he is increasing the demand for housing, but he's increasing the supply just the same. So he cannot be in net zero. He is literally a net zero addition to the economy. Okay, so far he's neutral. And then we have to remember another assumption, a law of nature, a law of economics, that is diminishing returns. So when you add a producer, you're not linearly adding production. You are diminishing the marginal production. So he adds productivity, but a diminishing return for his productivity because of the density, because of diminishing returns. If you assume diminishing returns, if you assume that the economy is bounded somehow, right? The economy cannot grow at any nilly-willy rate, right? You cannot bring in the entire population of the earth into the United States, or you could, right? So let's go like this. So according to this analysis, adding one more person to the economy is net zero, right? Let's assume that. Are you okay with that so far? What? Yes? Are you following?
Sure.
What?
Sure.
Okay. So, let's assume he's net zero. So according to this, you can bring in the rest of the planet into the United States, and it's net zero. You're not diminishing the quality of life of the average American. Okay, but something is wrong with that, right? It can't be. I mean, the system is not designed to absorb billions of people. America is 300 million. You're going to bring in another 10 billion people or something. Of course, America is not designed for it. Of course, the system will completely get destroyed, meaning you'll get incredible diminishment of quality of life for the Americans. Okay, wait a minute. So if you bring in everyone and you definitely get a diminishment, well, then logically, right, for every person you bring, right, let's redo it, and this time slowly. Let's bring in the rest of the planet into America one by one. So as we bring them one by one, we are diminishing, we're necessarily diminishing the quality of life of the average American. If you agree that if we bring everyone, we've destroyed the quality of life of the Americans, then of course, if you bring them one by one, you're doing the same, just one by one bit at a time, right? Nothing, there's no change, there's no sudden change that you bring in the first few and you're adding the quality of life, and then the quality of life reaches some maximum, and then it goes. We didn't describe any function, anything like that. But if you claim that definitely the quality of life will diminish if you overwhelm the system, then even one person causes a diminishment. Every person you add to the economy diminishes the quality of life of the Americans. Therefore, immigrant equals evil. Do you understand?
Yes, I've got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So why don't you say that producing children is also evil?
So I wouldn't say producing children. I would say, let's talk about growing the population, growing. So if every couple produces 2 children, that's called replacement. At replacement, that's perfect. There's no change. It's net zero. So if Americans each have 2 children, that's replacement. Notice that if Americans are having 2 children at replacement, but you bring in an extra immigrant, in order to maintain net zero, you must stop one American couple from having one child. And already you see why the birth rates in America, in the West, are going down, because you're literally replacing the population with immigrants. So of course, mathematically, you're diminishing the birth rates. Okay,
So would you say a couple that has more than 2 children is stopping another couple from having their 2 children? And is that evil?
Or if you grow the population, if the size of the economy remains the same number of houses, of schools, of doctors, it's the same, which is where we're going to get back to that. So if you're not,
I don't know if I believe you.
Let me mute this guy.
Just hold on.
Yeah. So if you everybody be quiet. I'll mute anyone who interrupts. So if every couple has 2 kids and the size of the economy remains the same, we're net zero. If one of the couples has 3 kids, then that's the same problem as adding one more person to the economy as the migrant.
Right. So the same problem occurs.
Yes.
And you concluded from when it was the case with immigrants that was evil. So surely
Yes.
the same conclusion must be said to the parents that have more than 2 children.
Yes. However,
Right. Okay. So having okay.
However, right, we have assumptions, right, where we can hold our variables constant, or we can manipulate the variable. We can do whatever we want. We just have to be aware of what we're doing and mathematically what the consequences must be. This is math. No one can deny this. And this has nothing to do with America. This has to do with any system. So
you've
what?
No, go on, actually.
Okay, so now you're
Hello,
saying
Mr. Slave.
hello, Mr. Schmelstaff. So now, so up until now we said let's not grow the economy and not grow the population, and we have net zero. We're literally at net zero. Notice though that houses fall apart, cars fall apart, everything falls apart. So you need to keep producing new houses because the old houses are falling apart, the old roads are falling, everything falls apart. So even just to maintain the economy at net zero, you need to work. You need to get up in the morning and go to work. But right, the way we're setting up the scenario is that the total production, or the production of each American, is balanced by his consumption. So an American produces stuff and consumes it, and that's his quality of life. And that's net zero. Fantastic. However, it is possible to grow the economy per person, to grow the quality of life, meaning it is possible for each individual to produce a little bit more than they consume, therefore growing the economy faster than the population, therefore increasing the average quality of life. The net production minus consumption of each individual can grow year over year, and that is the GDP per capita growth of the economy. That, China has 6%, US has 2%, Canada has 0%. So you can grow the economy per person, the economy per capita, and and then you're increasing the quality of life. However, if you grow the population at the same rate, then again, you have net zero quality of life. And you could argue again, right? So what you're saying is, look, the economy is designed to, the economy can grow at a certain rate. If you bring in an immigrant, okay, you're growing the economy at that rate, at the maximum rate. If you bring in more immigrants, you're not going to grow the economy at a linear rate because of diminishing returns, which means, did I discuss with you diminishing returns? I don't remember the analysis. Anyway, the point is, you need to balance all of this, and you need to decide what you want. This is a political decision that needs to take place. What do we want the average quality of life of the average American to be? Based on that, and how many kids do we want them to have? If you keep bringing in immigrants at the same rate as the growth of the economy, then of course the Americans cannot have children unless they want to become poorer, unless they want to they want to drop their quality of life. But Americans are not. An American doesn't want to reduce his quality of life. He does the calculation. He sees, I don't have enough money to have a kid and maintain my nice quality of life. They see it right away. They see the cost of having a kid. And they don't want to be, right? People that have a lot of kids are poor because kids are consumers. They're net consumers. Anyway, immigrants are evil. As far as the Americans are concerned. For the average American, an immigrant is pure evil. And this is exactly what happened with the slavery. The average American never wanted slavery. The average American didn't enjoy slavery. This is literally the same thing. The average American noticed that he now has to compete with a slave. He doesn't like that. The average American, that's part of the reason why the average Americans hated the blacks. This is the foundation of racism. They're taking our jobs. Why are you importing people? I'm here, I want to work. And some people say, Americans don't want to pick cotton. What do you mean? Of course I want to pick cotton. But if you oversupply, if you keep bringing up the supply of labor, you're reducing the price of labor. An average American cannot pick cotton at this minimum wage. So this is pure evil. What has been done to the average Americans over the years in America, this is pure evil. This is just evil. And no one ever talks about it. And now even Trump and Musk have been, because economists are, at the end of the day, are idiots. With all due respect, I listen to economists all day and all night, but economists, at the end of the day, I've never heard an economist do this analysis. They don't do this analysis. They study, there's correlation. When America grew the fastest we grew the fastest when we had the maximum import of Europeans came in. This was the greatest years. Yeah, but that's just correlation. That's not causation. When you actually do the theory, forget about the correlation and all the statistics. Just do the
You're clearly not American. You're German, and you sound like Adolf fucking Hitler. Okay, like everything. Come on, we're kidding.
I sound like Adolf. I sound like Adolf. No, there is a solution. I'm not saying, look, all I'm saying is you need to let the people know the truth. The truth is, if you bring in an immigrant, you're going to produce one less child. That's a mathematical truth. You cannot get away from this. It's either have a kid or have an immigrant. That's it. That's mathematics. Now, you could say, if you bring in an immigrant, he's going to work right away. He's productive right away. I agree. If you have a kid, he's going to be productive in 10 years a little bit, in 20 years a little bit more, 30 years, he could go into full productivity. If you bring in an Indian right now, a 30-year-old professional programmer, that's incredible. That's fantastic. But if you never told Americans, if you never allowed immigrants, then the Americans would have had plenty of kids. You would have had that 30-year-old experienced programmer, American, ready-made, ready to go. But you keep suppressing the Americans' incentive to have kids because you keep the pressure on the population growth, because you're growing the population using immigration. So of course you're not going to also grow the population using kids. And no one talks about it. That's evil. Talk about it. Let the people know. It's an immigrant. It's good for the total economy. Yeah, the total economy, it's good. I agree. It's going to be a bigger economy. Fantastic. But you're not going to have that kid. You're not going to have a family. Americans are not going to have families. Americans are going to be replaced. It's fine. Just let the people know the truth. Don't lie. They're being replaced. That's the truth. That's the math. Let them know the truth. Stop lying. Now, if an Indian wants to come to America, I can solve this problem for him. He doesn't have to come to America. America can come to him. India can become the 51st state. Here's the copy of the Constitution. Let's go. You can have a path to statehood and a path to citizenship over the next 100 years, whatever. You're going to have, you're going to grow your economy when your economy is on par with the American economy. So we know when you're not going to flood America. It's fine. Until then, you don't get a passport. You're not a citizen. There is a path. Yeah. And so on. So it's fixable. I'm not Adolf. I'm not saying let's murder people. I'm not at all. I'm just saying tell the people the mathematics. Stop lying with the statistics, with all the correlations. Correlations are lies. What do you say, Aviator?
All right, buddy.
What do you say? What's your...
For one, you barely take into account all of the changing, a dynamic economy. I mean, it seems like you really hold to this as being a mathematical fact, which is dubious to say the least. Now let's see here.
You have to argue. You can't assert. What's your argument? I presented a I presented a mathematical argument.
Give me a second. Yeah, a couple of examples here. The size of population, which we talked about, demand for commodities, the quantity of capital goods, speculation, supply of raw goods, etc., etc. These things are all part of a dynamic economy which will change, and not only influenced by immigration.
I'm not
Many of
following.
these things which you
I can barely understand what you're saying. Are you making a counter argument to my presentation?
I'm just saying it doesn't take into account many of the variety of factors that are present inside of a changing economy. Because of that, you definitely can't
I'm sorry. What is the argument you're making? I'm honestly curious. Like, what is the argument you're making? I'm listening. I can barely
I'll give you
understand.
about 20 minutes to make.
What?
I'll give you about 20 minutes to make your point.
No, I'm not stopping you. I'm curious. I want to hear your opinion. I asked you for your opinion. I'm not stopping you, but you're talking. I can barely understand the words you're saying, and I don't know what is the argument you're making. I gave you a mathematical presentation. Do you agree? Did you understand it? That's the first question.
I understood it.
Okay. So the next question.
I clearly don't think it's true. That's for one.
Look,
I mean, one, because of the things I was just saying. You don't take into account the changing dynamic economy. You don't take it into account speculation.
One at a time. One at a time. One at a time. One at a time. So you're saying I'm not taking into account many things. Right? This is obviously a simplified model. Okay, but now go ahead. Go ahead. What are you saying?
Yes, and I think
Mhm.
I think that is the one of the biggest flaws in your argument. I mean,
What is it? Which one? Which one?
You don't take into account any of them. So
Which
it'd be
one?
all of them.
Name one. I don't know. Name one. I'm not taking into account what? Name one thing I'm not taking into account. Yeah.
Changes in demand from the average person. People's interests change on people's interests and things
so in
change on a whim on a fine.
In this
and you cut me off again. So
No.
I gave you about 20 minutes to make your point.
I'll give you
and that is evident by the fact that I'm not continuing in the thing I was trying to continue because someone is talking over me and that someone is you. So you are interrupting me.
I'll interrupt you because I'm trying to understand what you're saying. What?
So you have interrupted me.
Of course. I want. What do you want? You want to give a speech and I will not understand you? What's the purpose? You want to give us?
Understand?
What?
What don't you understand?
First of all, I don't understand your words. You mumble. That's a major problem. That's the first. The second problem is you're going through a list of items. I'm not going to remember them. And I'd rather just go one at a time. So pick an item that you want to discuss, bring it up, let's discuss it. So you're saying I'm not taking into account the fact that the average American changes his demand. So I'll answer. If you want me to answer that, I'll answer that. Tell me if you want me to answer.
Go on. Let's see what you have to say.
Okay. So the simplest answer is it's a simple model, right? So I'm just assuming, let's say that every person just needs to build a house and make food, like something fundamental. It's a simple model. It's just a model. Now.
And you agree it has its limitations?
Every model has its limitation. Even general relativity has its limitation. Of course, quantum mechanics has its. Every model has its limitation. Every model. That's the definition of a model is that it models reality. It is an abstraction of reality. That's the definition.
The whole tirade and what models are. I understand. Do you think yours is in any way relevant or accurate to the United States? But the modern day United States.
Of course. I mean, my model makes a prediction that you're going to see lowering birth rates, right? I have a model that explains what.
That's another problem I have with that as well. You kind of, I
My
think what you did is
model.
you
Let me.
noticed correctly that there
I'll
was
let you.
a lowering
No, I
in the
don't want to
birth rate,
change.
and you kind of
I don't want to change.
and then
I
and then you
don't.
just assume
Wait,
what you did was
aviator.
assumed that what you did
Aviator.
was you assumed that the immigrants caused that.
Aviator.
You,
Aviator. I'm not.
just because some
Aviator. Aviator.
immigrants are
One.
coming to my country all the time, but I don't then assume.
Why are
I
you
don't then assume
steamrolling? Why are you steamrolling me? Why are you
because you
doing
steamrolled
that?
me. You seem like
Because
you steamrolled
what?
me.
I'm what? What?
You interrupted me.
I interrupted you? Okay.
Yeah.
You can interrupt me. But if I'm interrupting you, please
Yeah.
stop. So I want to talk to you. I gave a speech. You could have interrupted me at any time. I'm always open to interruptions. I don't have a problem with an
Why
interruption.
are you muted, Samuel?
He called me Adolf. He didn't have a constructive comment, and I answered his
Oh, is that
call.
Samuel? Okay, that's fair enough then.
No,
Okay.
let's
Well,
talk in ping pong. So if I interrupt you, stop, and if you interrupt me, I'll stop. So look, you can continue asking. I'll let you continue asking. What else do you want to know? Something you said about the birth rates?
yeah, you did assume that the lowering in birth rates was because of increased immigration,
I
but we
proved
see this trend
no,
happening.
no. I proved it mathematically. This is mathematics. This is
Mm.
mathematics, and this is mathematics.
In fact,
and I demonstrated it. I said if one of the couples has an extra kid, this is going to cause the same effect. It's nothing to do with immigration. This has to do with the growth of the population relative to the growth of the economy. It's mathematics. I'm not assuming anything. This is just math. This is grade school. This is first year grade A, grade 1 math. This is not advanced math.
You done?
You can always interrupt me.
Okay, I'll interrupt you. Let me just let me just pull up this graph really quickly. I mean, if your model was in any way accurate, then with admissions rates of refugees increasing substantially as they are right now, then we see a substantial decrease in the population. Which one doesn't make much sense as they are right now. No woman giving birth at the operating table is thinking of whether or not an Indian refugee is coming into her country.
Okay, I don't
and
want you to
two, looking at
monologue. No 1 and 2. Just 1, and let's discuss a point.
no 1 and 2. Why not?
You can have 1, 2 to a million, but you can only say 1, and let's discuss 1, and when we finish with that,
Okay, 1. Okay,
Mhm.
respond then.
You're just asserting, but when a woman she doesn't a woman she has a budget. A couple has a budget. They know that a child costs money. And do they have the money, yes or no? That's it. Of course they do the calculation. They have, at the end of the day, they have less money because they are right, because they're producing less, because Americans are producing less, because the economy is not growing, right? The economy can only, basically, let's say the economy grows as fast as the population. But if the population grows because of immigrants, we went through the calculation. If the economy grows only because of immigration, in order to maintain the quality of life, that's the money the couple has in the bank. They cannot have kids. This is math. Do you understand?
Okay.
Wait, do you
Yeah,
understand?
so
Do you
I'm
understand?
kind of tired. I'm not gonna lie. All right, I'm gonna get to bed. It's been fun.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Wait, how's your YouTube channel doing?
It's growing slowly. Mr. Samuel Haram, I'm going to unmute you. You may speak your mind. Wait, did I post a link? Yeah. How many people do I have?
Let's take a look.
Yeah, let me check. I think I had 207 this morning.
207 people.
It's growing. 206. We lost one. Like it, it grows very slowly because I think the content is good. I actually use it. I use it to fall asleep. I use it to listen to it when I drive, when I work, when I eat. It's good content. As far as I'm concerned, it's the
Wait,
best. What?
why? I'm taking a look at this channel, and there's a lot of images of women and revealing.
These are the old videos. Like in the beginning, I just put women, yeah, but I don't do that anymore. People commented.
Why did you do this?
Because I was no particular reason. It just like instead of
Wait a minute.
like works of art, like anything else
But
that's beautiful.
also, why is your profile picture this image of this?
What?
Why'd you pick this lady? Why'd you pick this lady as your profile picture?
I didn't pick. I think I can't find her, so I think I told an AI to create her. Maybe
What was the prompt? What did you say?
probably a gilf. I don't know. I
Oh my
searched
God.
and searched. I don't know where I got her from.
Hey, Mr. Slave,
Yes, sir.
do you wanna learn something from me
Of course.
today?
Of course.
You're gonna have to watch my stream today.
You have a stream?
Yeah.
But is it safe for work?
Yeah.
You promise? Because
Yeah.
What is going on?
what's in the
I'm just
stream?
scrolling through your videos.
So today we're doing a code along, Mr. Slave.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're
Java.
trying to
Wow.
make Java is just easy. I know it. I had the choice between Java or Python, and I chose Java.
Cybersecurity.
Yeah. Don't read my fucking. Don't read
Wait,
my-
what do you mean don't read? This is you're streaming it. What do you mean don't read?
You're reading the file location, bro. You're trying to sift through my.
Are you out of your mind? This is now public knowledge for the rest of time.
There's nothing here other than the file locations. That's
It's
even
not
worth even looking.
nothing. It's not good, but fine. Not the end of the world. All right. Public class invalid key exception, extends exception.
That's just I'm creating a new exception because I want to be able to exit an encryption if the key isn't right.
Yeah. I
So I'm just
know.
gonna-
I understand programming. Public class affine polybius ciphers.
Yeah, it's a shitty class name, but
You can put a minus in a class name in Java?
yeah, you can put spaces. It's you'll have to compile it with parentheses around it, so it takes it as a string literal, but you
Okay.
can name it whatever you want.
Okay, private string encrypt affine string message in okay. Why don't you put the throw in a separate line? This becomes, it's very long. You should like
I don't really care. I'm kind of like I'm not aestheticizing it yet. I'm just getting it. I
Okay.
code line by line. That's how I do this.
okay.
And then I indent.
So the way I recommend coding is top to bottom. Like first you need to write the top, like the highest level design, like the application. And at
This
the
is
end,
the application right here. I'm just making this key.
where's the application?
I have to have the invalid key of exception above the
where's the application? Where's this being used? Where's the topmost? Where's the highest level
okay what it's
class?
being used? We're just gonna public main like static.
So I always start with main.
I
Always.
fucking forgot.
But that's you
so
need to
long.
start with main. You need to work out the main, you know.
No. I'm not calling functions I haven't made yet. That's gay. Main comes last.
No, main comes first. All right, look, I'm telling you, my experience, top to bottom, implementation and design. Everything is top to bottom. First, you start from the top, from the user experience. And then the code writes itself. Anyway, Samuel Haram, do you have anything interesting to say? Tripster, you want to talk?
Right now, no. I
Okay.
mean, I still think you sound crazy, but because one question I have still.
Yes, sir.
Is you're from Germany?
I don't disclose personal
why
information.
Why are you talking about America?
Okay, so you asked me a question and I'm answering, and as I'm answering, you steamrolled me. So please don't do that. Come on, be nice. I'll unmute you. Please, please be nice. Okay.
How was I even steamrolling?
How was what?
How was I even steamrolling? That's funny.
Okay. So you're a Zionist?
Yes. Is that wrong?
Is it wrong?
Yeah,
You're
is it wrong to be a Zionist?
ex-Muslim. You call me Adolf. Flat.
Yeah, I apologize. I called you Adolf. Now, can you please tell me why you have such an interest in America when you're clearly not from America?
I don't discuss my personal life, so I'm not going to answer personal questions, unfortunately.
But you're clearly not from America, though.
I'm an American. That I can disclose.
No, you're not.
Okay, it's, it's whatever you want. I'm not going to argue with you. So, what else do you want to talk about?
Yeah. Is it wrong to be a Zionist?
Is it wrong? No, I'm not judging you. It's not wrong to be anything. Like, do you want to? We can.
So surprised. That,
Why are you
you're a
surprised?
Zionist? What's wrong with that?
I've never seen anyone self-identify as a Zionist on Discord.
No, that's because most people are assholes.
Most peoples are anti-Semites.
Yeah.
So you're a flat earther?
Actually, no. That one I didn't know what to pick since it didn't give a good option.
Okay. Millennial, ex-Muslim, evolutionist, pro-choice, blue pill, male, Europe, utilitarian. Okay, we can debate utilitarianism. We can debate Zionism. Okay, so why are you a Zionist?
I believe that Jews have the right to have their own state.
You believe the Jews have the right to have their own state. Why?
Because everybody else have the right to have their own state, so I don't see why Jews should be treated differently.
Is there any chance you raise your mic level? Because I'm going to go to 100 at this point and I can barely hear you.
I said because
Mm-hmm.
all other people
Mm-hmm.
have the right to have
Mm-hmm.
a country, and I don't
Mhm.
see why Jews should be treated differently.
I mean, not all other people have a country. I don't have a country.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I don't have the Mr. Slave country. So I don't have my own country.
Yeah. Are you belong to any certain group by any chance?
Do I belong to
you
any
said you're
what?
not from Germany. I think you are.
If you let's assume whatever you want. You want to say I'm from Germany? Fine. Okay.
So
fine.
Germans have their own country.
But I consider myself not a German. I'm Mr. Slave. I'm a separate entity.
Yeah. Well, this belongs to people of a nation, right? Like not just individuals.
I can define myself as
You're kind of muddying the waters here about what the definition of who has the right to have a country.
Wait, what?
I mean, you kind of muddying the waters of who's
I
entitled
don't
to have
understand.
his own.
Wait, could you speak slower? What?
Well, the reason you'd understand is because English is not your first language.
Okay, just speak slower.
So you kind of mudding the waters when it comes what it tails.
I can. Wait, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I can muddy the water.
Mudding.
I'm
mudding the waters.
But you said I can muddy the waters.
You are muddying the waters.
Okay, I am muddying the waters. Yeah. Go on.
What it entails to have a nation for a certain group of people. When you say, "Oh, I don't have a nation,"
I wouldn't say
and
that.
Therefore,
Okay.
Therefore, somehow that means that nobody in the world is allowed to have a nation just because you don't meet the requirements to have a nation.
I don't know if I would use the term muddying the water. I mean, you said everyone, every other people or something has their own country, and I said
as a collective. Yes, as a collective.
I'm a collective.
No, you're not. You're a single person.
So, okay. So what are the rules? Look, this is called shifting the goalpost. So what are the rules?
No, it's not.
Okay,
you are trying to shift the goal, trying to tell you to the goal that I set. You're the one muddying the waters.
No one is muddying the waters. What are you talking about? Wrong. What do you call it? Logical fallacy.
Yeah, call it whatever you want, then. But still, you're not.
Why are you so? Why are you
people? You're not part of collective. You're just.
Listen. 1 second. Why are you behaving in such a mean way towards me? Why are you being so mean?
Shit.
He hates you.
That's why.
Okay, then I'm done. I don't want to talk to you. Hey, Tower, what's up?
What's up, buddy? Can you unmute Samuel?
I mean, I can unmute him, but I'm not gonna. He doesn't want to talk to me nicely. He wants to be mean.
Yeah.
Anyway, what's up with you, Tower? What do you want to talk about?
Hanging out.
What?
I'm just a stupid shut. I'm just hanging out.
Okay. Are you a Zionist?
Dude, I don't have any political opinions. Especially, I don't have any political opinions, especially when you're streaming this.
Well, at least you have good audio. Like Samuel,
Yeah, I do
his
have good
audio
audio.
was terrible. Like
I have great audio.
Yeah, you
I have a very good mic.
Yeah. No, you don't have.
Yeah,
great,
I mean, I don't have any political opinions.
You
especially when
don't
you're
have
streaming.
great audio. You have echo. Your audio is at least a little bit echo-ish.
No, it's because you have your mute on. You don't have your mute off on your stream.
What are you talking about? What?
You haven't muted your stream. Your stream is replaying it.
No,
No,
I don't. I never suffer from.
Yes. I already know all of your opinions. You're a pretty mid guy. Good luck with your streaming career. You're really gonna get a large audience.
a large captivating audience talking about politics with a bunch of fucking retards in the Discord
Your
channel.
audio is terrible.
Good luck.
He just left. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, Schmelstaff. Let's see what you got. Schmelstaff. Why don't you start from main so I can know what you're trying to accomplish?
Bro, holy shit. Like literally main is gonna prompt, like I'm gonna comment it because I don't even want to do it right now.
No, write the code, run the program, and this way you can explain to me what the program is supposed to do.
I can't run a program with undefined functions.
So make them empty. So in the beginning, you write a skeleton that runs and just puts out print statements.
No, that is the stupidest fucking shit I've
Oh my
ever
god, you're
heard.
like a kindergarten when it comes to programming. Hello, Solday.
Yeah, what's good? What's good?
Is
I'm
that
definitely
you?
not a kindergartner. No
Yes,
it is.
kindergartner can create their own exception and throw it.
Oh my god. Solday, is that you in the picture?
Which one?
In your profile.
No, that's not me, bro. That's my emperor, Ted Kaczynski.
Ted Kaczynski? Isn't he like a mass murderer?
So what?
So you're a Ted Kaczynski supremacist or whatever?
I'm a huge Ted Kaczynski's dick rider. Yeah.
And let me write it down. Ted Kaczynski. Oh. So, why do you like Ted Kaczynski?
Not really. I just like him because he looks beautiful.
I can't understand what you just said. What? You just think he's beautiful?
Yes, sir.
So you don't actually follow him?
No, I'm just fucking with you. I'm just following his all shit.
You just what? What? What did you
I think he was
say?
a cool guy. He was like a Unabomber. He used to like bomb people on the postals, mailbox, and everything. That was a cool shit.
Do you want to discuss being his follower or not? Are you gonna?
No, not really.
So you don't defend him? Do you
No,
de-
not really.
Not really, or no? Like, do you think he was a loser, or you're not sure? You're agnostic.
Fuck you. Why the fuck you calling me loser, you motherfucker?
I
Go
said
fuck yourself.
him, not you. I said, is he a loser?
Yeah, don't fucking call him loser, you piece of shit. Go fuck yourself.
I'm asking. Do you think he's a loser, or I guess you think
Oh,
he's?
my bad. I thought you called him loser. No, he's not a loser, bro.
Okay, I personally think
Don't
he.
call him loser again, though.
Wait, but what if that's how I feel towards him?
Then in that case, go fuck yourself. Thank you.
So you
Oh,
obviously.
what are you doing? Are you using Python?
Who, me?
Java.
Oh, it's Java. Sorry, it's JavaScript. Okay.
No, it's not JavaScript.
It's Java.
I mean, it does mention there.
Okay,
This is not
Solday.
JavaScript.
Doesn't matter. Solday, do you want to talk to me or no?
Go ahead, Mr. Slave. What do you want?
I want to know if you're going to defend Mr. Ted Kaczynski or not.
Defend him how? Like, are you saying he was
I think
garbage piece of shit?
I don't say he's a garbage piece of shit. I think he's a loser, you know. He
Loser and what?
He destroyed his own life, other people's lives. What benefit did he give to humanity? He's a net negative to humanity. That's a loser. No? You disagree? Tell me. I'm curious. Are you gonna talk?
I mean, what the fuck? You just fucking troll, man.
What? Are you gonna defend Ted Kaczynski? What's going on?
I do. I'll do like him. I like him because he
Mhm.
was bringing awareness about technology, about our
Okay.
the
Awareness.
use of technology,
Okay.
how
Okay.
harmful it's gonna be in the future, and look at what's happening right now.
What's happening
All
right
his
now?
points just comes up real, or became
What?
accurate.
What's wrong? Tell me what's wrong.
What do you mean by what's wrong?
Tell me what's wrong. What's wrong with the technology? What's wrong?
You don't see this world right now. What's happening, especially with the technology.
As
Like
far as
people are so much dependent on it.
what do you mean?
Like they fucking go anywhere and they depend on fucking Google Maps, like, for
One
example.
second, one second. I'm able to call. I'm able to have a conversation with you right now from anywhere in the world. You can talk to me from anywhere in the world, from your bed, from my bed, in the kitchen, in the street, in the north, south, in space. This is terrific. What's wrong with that? Well, why are you complaining? What's there to complain about?
Oh my fucking god, you're so fucking retard.
That's how you defend Ted Kaczynski? That's it?
Not saying in general technology is bad 100%, everything's bad.
What?
But right now, what's going on, I feel like technology became more and more dependent.
Tell me the
And
problem
we
with
should stay away
technology.
from it.
What's the problem
We
you
should
have? I'm listening. What's the problem you have with technology? I'm not following. You're going to tell me?
don't have a problem with technology. I have the problem with people being addicted to technology. Does that make sense a little bit?
No, I don't know what you mean by am I addicted to technology because I'm having a debate with you right now on Discord? Is this am I
Are you
addicted?
relying on
You mean-
technology on everything on your day-to-day basis?
Am I relying on technology? I mean, I'm relying on technology to debate you right now. Okay.
Yeah, but are you relying on technology on your day-to-day basis? Like you cannot live without it. You cannot live without the internet. You can live without you having your phone on all the time.
I personally, many people can take time off from technology. Like when I exercise, I take time off technology. When I sleep, I take time off.
Yeah, that's good. You sleep. That's the only part. That's the only time you're off technology.
Why do you care? Where you? I don't understand the importance. Why is it of any
Well,
significance?
it's really hard to describe for you, but I would suggest, like, I would say,
Mhm.
it's more like a lose-off individual. Like you would lose yourself bits by bits.
I don't understand. I would lose myself?
Like I would say, like you would lose your uh individual autonomy.
My
Like you can't.
individual
You have to.
autonomy?
You have to rely. You have to rely on tools.
I have to
You
rely
know.
on ooze? On what? You gotta fix your audio. On what?
Like, have you done anything?
Have I done anything? Well, I'm not following your line of argumentation. What do you want? I honestly don't know what you're talking about. If you don't like
It's crazy outside.
what?
No, not really. How
Not
about
re- not
it
really
is?
what?
Yeah. Good night. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't knew that. Okay, that makes sense.
Look, if you don't like
It is what it is,
technology,
right? What can we do?
okay, if you're not gonna talk to me, then please mute yourself.
Sorry, you were saying?
If you don't like technology, then don't use it. But I like technology.
Motherfucker, I never said I don't like technology.
Okay.
Technology is good. Technology is good for
What's your
humanity.
proposition? Okay,
But
I'm lost.
our,
Okay, what's your proposition?
I'm saying that it has to be limited or restriction when it comes to technology. You don't have to
Wait,
rely on
what's
it
your
all the time.
proposition? Make a proposition. What do you propose? Tell me what you're proposing to me. I'll tell you if I like it or not and why I like it or not. What are you proposing?
How about this? I kind of propose that we have a limited time while using our phone, for example, at least 2 hours a day. So like going crazy 10 hours or 12 hours a day. I will make
Okay.
that sort of law if I was a president, honestly.
Okay.
Or yeah, if it's not productive, definitely more than 2 hours or 3 hours. People go
Okay.
outside, touch grass. That would be my second law. Always touch grass every week at least. How do you like it?
I mean, humanity before technology, that we used to live outdoors, our lives were miserable. I hate going
And
outside.
is it not right now?
Is it what?
What the fuck is that argument?
What do you
People are
mean?
not. What the? Oh my god. You think people are not miserable this time of day, like at around this time and age? Like people are
You
being less and less
are
interacting with other human beings. And they're just
listen. I honestly don't care so much about people. Like, you are now proposing something to me. I don't know anything about the people. You can
How do you
propose.
get?
You
How do you
can
get access?
go ahead. Anyway, you can propose something to me, and I'll tell you if I like it or not, and why I like it or not. So, when you're proposing to me to limit my use of technology, if I like
By
it,
the way, Tisolinsky is base.
okay. Why do you
Thank
The
think?
Industrial Revolution is bad. It's so bad. We have to go back.
So
To be honest, I blame
who's stopping
the
you?
Enlightenment.
Who's stopping you?
What do you mean? Who's stopping you?
Who's stopping you from going back in time to the Middle Ages? Go live.
Society.
Society's
You
stopping
can't just
you?
build a commune.
Wait, society is stopping you from creating a
oh
commune?
my fucking god.
Yes,
Okay. Who exactly in society is
because here's the issue.
Who's stopping you? Can you give me a name?
Greater society as a whole, because everybody is dependent on the internet.
Who's
and
stopping
technology.
you? You can go live in the desert, in the cold, harsh winter, somewhere in the North Pole, in the South Pole. You can go live
I can, but I have
anywhere.
to buy land.
Okay, but it's
I have to
very
interact with technology.
what?
For example, if I have a job.
Wait, hold on, 1 second. You're not answering my questions.
What?
You can go live in the Amazons. No one is gonna stop you from living in the Amazons. You can live in the Sahara
Okay.
Desert. No one is stopping you. You can live in the North Pole and the South Pole. No one is stopping you. There's plenty of regions in the world. No one is gonna stop you. Go live in the woods. Goodbye. Have a great rest of your life. Nobody cares. Didn't Ted Kaczynski
Okay,
himself live in a shed in the woods?
Yeah, he did, but he faced strugglers.
Okay.
You got the
Well,
outside world that's trying to find him. Like
okay.
legitimately, like a construction effort
1 second, I'm lost.
happened
No,
outside
no.
of his cabin.
No, one sec.
And they
Okay,
try
I
to cut
mean,
down trees and crap.
okay, so go move somewhere else, buy a plot of land. What do you want? Like, you always had to buy a plot of land since the Neolithic
Yeah, but to
Revolution.
buy a plot of land, you have to interact with technology.
You don't.
I do agree with you that
Okay.
as an individual, I do have the rights to exercise my free will to buy land. Like, yeah, it's obvious.
Okay. I don't understand. If you really wanted to live without technology, nobody's stopping you. I mean, people let go of technology. Right now, you're on Discord. You don't have to be on Discord. So obviously, you like technology. You enjoy it. So obviously, you're a hypocrite.
Okay, look, I will say that technology is beneficial.
Then you're a hypocrite.
However,
Then you're a
the side
hypocrite.
no,
You're a
no.
hypocrite.
No, hold on.
You're like
No,
a
no, no,
vegan.
no, no.
You're like the
I'm not a pri-
vegans.
look, no,
You're just
listen.
a vegan.
I'm not a primitivist. Hold up.
What do you mean? You're telling me technology is terrible, yet you're talking to me literally on Discord. You are a hypocrite. You're literally a hypocrite. You're literally contradicting yourself
I'm
Within
an agrarian, bro. I'm an.
Why
I'm an
are you on
agrarian. I don't
Discord?
believe.
Why are you on Discord right now?
Okay, but why are you so defensive?
Answer the question.
I'm on Discord because I can.
Okay, you're a hypocrite. You say you hate technology, technology is terrible, but you're on Discord. You
I
choose.
think, look. It's a double-edged sword.
Fine.
I believe
We don't have a
technology
we
can
don't
be
have a
beneficial.
disagreement.
Obviously,
We don't have a
technology has gave us
disagreement. We don't have a disagreement. We don't have a disagreement. It's good and bad like everything else in the universe. Congratulations. You discovered that every coin has two sides. Congratulations.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
However,
next.
the
Okay,
cons
then.
outweighs the
Okay,
pros.
why do you like Ted Kaczynski?
I don't like him as an individual. However,
He
I
sent bombs to
believe his
people. That's just a
message.
W.
Okay, that's not a W. He could
That's a
easily
W.
become like an activist. I don't believe in violence because I am a Christian, but
So why do you like Ted
Um,
Kaczynski?
because of the message.
Okay.
Because technology is like pretty bad at times.
Okay, we just
And
concluded.
We now live
We
in a
just hold on, hold
technological
on. Once,
society.
no. We just concluded. Technology, you said, is a double-edged sword. It's both good and bad, like everything else in the universe. Congratulations. Why do you like Ted Kaczynski?
I just told you because of his
No,
message.
because
His ideology.
What's the message? What's the ideology?
I don't believe in primitivism.
I don't care what you don't
to be
believe.
honest
Why
with you, I
do you
think
like
that's
Ted Kaczynski? Answer the question.
I just told you.
I'm listening.
Oh, are you? Oh my god.
Answer the question. Why do you like Ted Kaczynski?
Kaczynski pointed out that the Industrial Revolution had consequences which affected us as individuals, especially the environment.
Okay, hold on.
It's
No,
obvious that we have global warming.
No, you're not going to go into a monologue. Why are you defending Ted Kaczynski in short form?
I just told you.
No, you're going into a monologue.
Okay. Let me say something simple. He said that the Industrial Revolution is harmful.
Why is the
And I agree.
industrial? Okay, the Industrial Revolution took place 1,000,000 years ago. Why are you talking about the Industrial Revolution? Who cares? Why do you
Because
like
it
Ted
contributed
Kaczynski?
to
Answer the question.
technology.
Why do you like Ted Kaczynski?
I just told you.
You're telling me you like Ted Kaczynski because of something that happens literally 1,000,000,000,000 years ago. Why do you like Ted Kaczynski? Answer the question. Why do you like Ted Kaczynski?
Because of the Industrial Revolution, we have Google. We have factories. We have global warming.
No monologue. Don't monologue. Why do you like Ted Kaczynski? Answer the
Are you a
question
troll?
already.
Dude, are you a troll? Am I being baited? Is this bait?
Okay. I'll let you, think about it. All right. Let's watch some YouTube videos. Oh, okay. Destiny. That's interesting.
Helping them. I don't know if you'd agree with that, but that's how I think. Thanks. You don't want to work for me. I only pay in Nigerian crypto, okay? I only pay in Nigerian crypto. The flip side of that coin, it's called gold coin. It's backed by gold. If you were fortunate enough to have family that you can link up with, team up with, and build a business, that's probably one of the best things going right now, or ever. It's low friction. You don't have to have contracts. You know the person, their genetic destiny is tied to yours. They want you to succeed. Hopefully, unless you have some schizo brother or something who's always people. You got a brother like that, Chris? Yeah. I guess I've heard horror stories from people who have family members from hell.
Just as a random thing.
Do you know much about Java?
Yeah. What do you need?
Do you know if I can do a type conversion of char to int?
Char to int. Let me see. Where is it?
So basically in this I'm encrypting and using the admin cipher.
Just show me the line. Look, the problem. Show me the line. What, you getting an error?
This. No, I haven't ran it yet. I'm just like I'm ruminating. I'm like thinking before.
Okay, I think char by default is an unsigned int, and an
Yeah,
int by
it is.
default is signed, so you're gonna have an issue.
I don't think char is unsigned.
Wait, char is just a character. Actually, it's no longer. It's not like in C. What's the issue? Tell me.
Sorry, unsigned is 0. Sorry, yeah.
What's the
Char is
issue?
unsigned.
It doesn't matter. What's the
Int,
issue?
I'm just wondering if I can do that.
Do
and
what?
then I'm considering actually changing this to character because I'm also trying to rebuild the string from the array.
Okay, you're not asking me a question, so I can't really help you.
I am. Can I type convert from char to int if I am then treating it like a character array? Still, should I just not do that at all and have this return a character?
Yeah, I mean, it's best
I'm just
not
gonna have it
to.
return a character.
Yeah, that's always best. Don't mess with types. Let me see. There's a message.
Dude, I've been so C-brained. I've been so C-brained that there are no fucking like unsigned in. There's types in C, obviously, but like it's so much more primitive. Primitive, I think, from the literal term, like definitionally.
What, Java?
No, in C.
Yeah, C is like, yeah, very low level. Okay, can you unmute us? Why do you silence those who oppose your worldview? That's childish. I'm literally autistic sped with Roblox, PFP, and a Lisp, and even I'm better than you. The reason I muted you, Mr. Big Brother, is because you became hostile. Here you go.
I did not become hostile. Can you unmute my other friend?
Okay, here you go. What's the question?
Okay, thank you.
So, what do you want?
Yo, Mr. Slave, why the fuck you muted him in the first place?
I don't remember. I'm sorry. I don't remember.
Wait, okay, before that, do you watch Destiny unironically?
What do you mean? What do you mean on Destiny?
I just heard you said, I'm gonna take a look on Destiny.
Yeah, I mean, he's making a video response to. There's going to be I mean, Sam Hyde is asked Vivek to interview him about immigration.
You don't like Sam Hyde?
You don't see anything wrong with that guy in the first place? With Destiny?
Nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. Trump
Yeah,
is.
nobody's perfect, but some people definitely take the cake, at least.
No, nobody takes the cake.
The thing about Destiny.
Okay, so what the are you serious? So Osama bin Laden did nothing wrong. Okay, thank you. I was telling everyone this at all as well. Like Osama bin Laden did nothing.
So that's the reason I muted you. You're being very nasty. You're not nice. You keep making fun of me. You keep hurting my feelings.
I think he's talking about the fact that Destiny is he's openly a sexual like degenerate. He's a deviant, you know.
I'm a sexual deviant.
I mean,
everybody's a sexual deviant.
I can tell because anybody who advocates for technology is a porn addict.
Oh my god.
Awesome.
Like I'm not trying to like troll you. I'm not trying to be mean.
That's being mean. That's literally being mean.
Like no. Okay, look, bro, it's anti-dodo, but
that's not nice.
From people who have spoken to, I see a common line.
What do you mean?
Correlation is not causation, but it's just context. Maybe, maybe. I don't know.
Look, you.
I mean, I don't think anybody. I don't think that's a pretty. Well, go back. That's a pretty big hot take. Everybody is a sexual deviant. That's a whoa. What do you mean by that?
As far as I know, at least men are very sexual, and you can go to. porn websites, and you'll
What about like celibates?
I don't look the fact that look, I can hold my pee-pee in my pants forever, but that doesn't mean that I'm not a
Does
deep
everybody includes kids?
kittens.
Oh, kids.
Does it
Children.
include kids? No, I'm not saying kids. I'm
Yeah.
saying I'm saying
Okay.
men. Men.
You said
Not,
everybody. Okay, men.
not
It's
even
okay.
women.
All
Just
women,
men. Men
Okay,
are.
so it's all men.
Yeah, men are very sexual and sexually crazed. You can go to websites, to porn websites, and you can see the amount of deviance is endless. Like people are
Do
attracted
you
to.
think
Do I what?
technology inherently contributes to sexual deviant acts,
I don't know about the
such as
act.
porn addiction?
Yeah, of course, it contributes to porn addiction.
Okay. So we can agree that porn addiction is bad.
Any addiction is bad. That's the definition of
Yeah.
addiction.
But porn, it objectifies women in the human
No,
body.
no, it doesn't. It
Yes, it
doesn't.
does.
Okay, so if you're saying something and I'm saying no, and you're just saying yes, it does. That's like you're interrupting me in order to.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So look, porn doesn't necessarily objectify women. Like the porn that I watch is BDSM. I just watch women whip men. That's all.
Oh.
Yeah, that's all I like. Or women.
Oh no.
Yeah. So
Isn't that degrading?
it's degrading for the men. Like I enjoy being humiliated. So for me, I want to be objectified. So it's not that porn objectifies. There's different types of porn. Maybe most men like objectifying women. I don't, and
But that's not a good thing.
I'm not
Because
judging.
listen, to objectify yourself
Mhm.
is the same thing as self-harm. That's
Yeah.
like me cutting myself.
Yeah, I
Same thing.
fantasize. That's part of my fantasy. I fantasize about self harm.
That's not healthy.
What's
That's
the
not healthy at all.
why not? What's wrong with
Because
fantasy?
self-harm.
It's just fantasy. It's fantasizing. I didn't say I self harm.
Okay. Dude,
Hmm.
fantasies, okay,
Mm-hmm.
can contribute or can manifest into actions. Like,
So what? Okay,
I
let's
can
say
fantasize
fine.
about
why do you care? Why do you care what I do with my
immigrants
life? Why do you care what I do with
and
my
how
life?
I hate immigrants. I can fantasize about that.
Okay, why do you
Eventually,
care?
that's gonna manifest. Well, can I speak real quick?
Okay, yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, let's say here, I don't like immigrants,
Okay,
and I keep that in my head for a long time.
okay,
And eventually, my thoughts are going to manifest
okay.
where I go to a poll and I vote
Mhm.
for someone who has like an anti policy against, like outsiders.
Okay. What's your point?
Thoughts can contribute
Fine, I agree.
and
What's your
manifest into actions.
fantastic? So
Yeah,
what?
the biggest issue with porn is that the ones behind the camera are doing these things just to get you off in your sexual fantasies are the ones who are hurting in this one. And it's shown in studies that the dopamine effect you get from watching your fantasies eventually will not be enough, and then you will graduate into more and more hardcore porn.
No,
That's the problem.
I've been watching porn since there is the internet.
Did you start with watching BDSM videos?
Yeah, it's never
No,
changed.
that's a lie. That's a that's a lie.
Okay.
Yo, Phil stuff. I have a question, bro.
Yeah.
I'm planning to become one day, hopefully, a programmer. what would you suggest me to do? Would you like me to go like straight to university or?
Wait,
No, don't go to
oh,
university.
so they, so
No,
wait,
I think you should.
no, Falstaff, hold on. So Solday, it's my room, so you can ask me questions. Otherwise, you can go create a room and invite people to
Oh,
your
I
room.
see. I see how it is.
No, I have a question just for Phil, and I was gonna leave.
No,
Phil?
no. You're done.
Yeah. Mr. Slave is talking to you, so I would recommend not being disrespectful to Mr. Slave.
Thank you.
But
Falstaff.
I wouldn't go to university either. And just to answer you before Mr. Slave butts in.
Yeah. Anyway, Mr. Big Brother, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I do.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you now.
What?
From personal experience. I am 17. I'm
Don't
about to be a grown adult in a few months.
don't
About
dox
21
yourself.
days.
Don't dox yourself. You're on YouTube.
Look, I don't care. I don't care.
Don't.
Listen.
Okay.
I've been doxxed before.
All right.
Anyways,
Mm.
as I was saying,
Mm.
so I had access
Mm-hmm.
to the internet since I was like 9, and I went to Newgrounds.
Okay. I don't care.
You know,
I don't care.
And I saw some things. I
I don't
shouldn't.
care. I don't care. What's your point? Okay, so you saw some things
Okay,
and you
my
went
point
down and
is,
okay, yeah.
Just like how
Mm-hmm.
Samuel or whatever
Mm-hmm.
said that it contributes to darker paths.
I don't care. What's your point?
It's true.
I don't
Because
care.
you eventually,
I don't.
with any addiction,
I don't care.
it becomes dull.
I don't care.
Like
What's your point?
smoking, drinking.
What? What? Smoking?
Like,
What's wrong? What's
eventually
wrong
the
with
dopamine
smoking?
kick-
What do you mean eventually?
Listen,
What are you talking about? What and what's wrong? Wait, you gotta answer questions. You're bringing up so many things. I
Okay.
gotta ask you questions.
okay, fine. Ask me some.
So you're saying, like you said, eventually you start smoking and drinking if you watch porn?
No.
Okay.
No, I say
Mm-hmm.
like any addiction,
Mm-hmm.
the dopamine from
Okay.
the act
Okay.
eventually goes down after months, years. It depends on the individual.
No, it very quickly goes
So you
down.
eventually go off new highs.
It very quickly goes down.
That's why. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we like, for example, that's why weed. It's called the gateway drug.
Okay. Let's
Even though
not.
weed
No,
itself isn't that
let's
bad.
not. No. Let's not gish gallop. Let's not open up a million topics. Stay on topic. What do you want to say about porn?
Same thing about porn.
Just stay
That's
on
it.
topic.
a
No
gateway.
more gish galloping. Just tell me about
Oh.
porn. What's the problem with porn?
Eventually, the dopamine dies.
Wait, are
and
you trying to
go
tell
off the more
me?
darker things?
Wait, Big Brother, 1 second. What, Falstaff?
You're trying to tell me right now porn is the fucking gateway drug to what, right?
I don't
What?
know. I'm.
What is it the gateway to?
Or
Degeneracy?
like the fetishes of it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like degenerate thoughts.
How is it the gateway to degeneracy when it is in itself degeneracy? It's like the first thing you think.
Exactly.
What do you mean exactly? It is
No, weed
degeneracy.
isn't-
I am a
weed
degenerate.
isn't
What?
your hard drug. When you say weed is a gateway drug, you mean it is a decent drug that's not harmful that segues you into something very harmful. This isn't a gateway. You know, this is degeneracy. It is in itself that, and I won't disagree with you, but it's still, you know, our whims. It's we're human. We want to fuck and get our pee-pees hard.
Yeah,
Look,
exactly.
I'm anti-porn. I mean, of course it's not good to watch.
How?
Porn.
You just what?
Of course it's better not to waste your time watching porn. I mean, it's like it's like.
Then why do you do it?
It's a good question, but I'm not. Look,
I
I'm.
want to get my
can have
dick
an
fucking
addiction.
hard, and then I want to ejaculate because it feels good, motherfucker. Like, there's no other way to say that.
Look, so what's your point?
And you
Big
do it too, and I know you do it.
It
too.
doesn't
You
matter.
act like you don't
Stop,
do it too.
Falstaff. Don't be mean. Come on. Okay, Big Brother. So what's your point?
Well,
I agreed, Big Brother. I
I've already said
agreed.
my point.
Yeah, so I agreed with you in the beginning of the discussion. You said technology is a double-edged sword. Yeah, and I said like everything else in the universe. That's it. So yeah, everything has pros and cons. Well, what are you gonna do? That's it. You're gonna blow up the universe because it's not a perfect universe? Okay. Then you are Satan incarnate. Then you are pure evil.
What?
What?
Wait, okay.
Who said what?
Oh, that was me.
You sounded like a girl.
I know I did. What the hell?
Anyway.
Dude, I heard myself. No.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, if you're gonna be, look, Ted Kaczynski is pure evil. I mean, he killed people, innocent
I
people.
don't know about that.
What?
Okay. Do you believe morality is subjective?
Don't change the topic. Don't change the topic.
No, you seem like someone who would.
But it's
Yo, Samuel, your sister's a fat fucking horse, Samuel. I'm gonna like rape your fucking mother in the throat, Samuel. Your mother's a fucking fat horse, Samuel.
No, psychopath, psychopath. Come on.
Yeah, that's too far.
Okay, look, Big Brother. I mean, what's his name? Ted Kaczynski was just a murderer. I mean, I have no respect for murderers. He should have been
How do
I
you
don't know.
derive the fact that murder is bad?
Okay, if you agree murder is bad, then why do you like Ted Kaczynski? He was a murderer. What you got to make up your mind.
Well, I have the reason why I don't like him is because I'm a Christian. But how do you base your like morality?
Because I'm an egoist.
Oh my god. Okay.
Are you going to engage, or are you going to?
No, I'm just kind of like surprised. So I've never spoken to like an egoist before.
Egoism is just the foundations of economics. You've never spoken to. It's like a normal person, like a normal person that understands.
How do economics apply to morality?
Economics originally was actually called moral philosophy. The professor that wrote, Adam Smith, was literally a professor of moral philosophy. That was the name before they came up with economics. Economics.
Meet my friend here.
Samuel.
Like similar. Yeah. You want to meet him?
Okay. So economics happens to be moral philosophy. It is moral philosophy. It's Go ahead. You want to say something?
Similar. You have any commentary?
Well, I mean, I just had a Muslim coming up here and, saying things Muslims say. I just wanted to be noted. But other than that,
what, psychopath? The way psychopath called you?
Yeah.
What do you want
to? Just usual Muslim behavior. Just wanted to be noted.
Okay, got it. It's fine.
I mean, if you have a stream, it could be
no.
good to know.
He didn't say
receivers
anything
to understand
what
how Muslim behave. Well, I mean, we still about the dopamine effect. It's kind of like hard to. I don't know how you missed that, Mr. Slave.
Missed what?
Was quite self-explanatory.
I'll mute you. If you answer a question with self-explanatory, I'll mute you. Don't be mean. Just answer questions.
Just don't mute him.
No, just have a
conversation.
Like, just have a conversation.
Okay, about what? Like everything we say
Okay, you need to like you.
Mute him. Don't mute him.
No. I don't
Okay,
like
muted him.
I don't like people who start giggling when I talk to them. Like I'm being serious. I want to have a serious conversation. He starts giggling as if I'm being whatever. I don't know. So
Yeah, but you have to be like open-minded.
well, but you
know?
can't giggle. You can't talk to me and giggle pretending that I'm weird or I don't know. Just we're here to debate. Either you're gonna debate or you're gonna be muted. And if you're gonna debate, you're not gonna be giggling, and you're not gonna.
Give him a chance. Please, I beg of you.
Anyway, Big Brother, do you still like Ted Kaczynski?
I don't like his accents. I condemn Mora.
Okay, but his actions. Do you
But
like
I think
him?
his philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
I think his philosophy is justifiable.
What's his philosophy? What do you mean?
His statement against technology.
Okay, but we agreed that technology is a double-edged sword. It has pros and cons.
Yeah, I know.
Like
but
everything,
some of the cons
like everything else in the
outweighs
universe.
the pros.
Like everything else in the universe, you can enjoy food, you can overeat and die. You can smoke a little and enjoy it. You can smoke too much and die. You can take a little bit of drugs and enjoy it. Take too much and die. You can exercise.
When are drugs ever good?
If you
I know.
if you enjoy them and you don't become like take a little bit and just
Oh, okay. So your health taking damage is worth that.
Worth what?
The enjoyment of drugs.
Not even necessarily
It's like I just found it weird that drug was an example where there's pros and cons.
Okay, finding something weird is not an argument, and if you want, I'll answer your argument.
He never said it was weird.
Why do you take it personal?
Okay, no giggling. I don't allow giggling in this room. Anyway,
Is he muted?
Yeah.
He's not muted. Come on, be open-minded, man.
It's nothing to do with open-minded. It's people are just being mean. Like you talk to someone and you're laughing.
It's
in
not
his...
mean.
He's laughing in my face.
It's lighthearted.
No.
I'm so sorry. I found it funny.
Okay.
You see, he apologized.
He did not apologize. He actually
He said, "I'm so sorry. I found it funny."
He was being mean again, and
I was being mean laughing.
No, you said that you're sorry.
He just apologized.
No, he did not. He said he's sorry that he found
He
it.
just said, "I'm sorry." What are you talking about?
No, he said he didn't just say he's sorry. He said he's sorry that
I said I'm sorry. I found it.
Yes, he said he's sorry that he found it amusing. That's being mean, but well, it doesn't matter.
It's not okay.
Anyway, does anybody? Okay, Big Brother. So, do you still like Ted Kaczynski?
Yeah.
What do you like about him?
I mean, again, his philosophy.
What philosophy?
About technology.
What philosophy?
Pretty cool guy.
What about
Yeah.
technology?
Well, he had criticisms against technology.
Everybody has
One of them being
criticisms.
global
Okay,
warming.
okay. Again, everyone has literally criticisms, literally about literally everything in the universe.
Isn't Ted Kaczynski that guy who murdered someone and then lived in the woods?
Yeah.
He didn't murder
he bombed.
somebody. He sent bombs to people who wronged him and high-level ecological executives.
Okay, I can give you points now.
Did he kill good or bad people?
He killed bad people.
Really?
okay.
What do you mean he killed bad people? Who did he kill?
No, he killed
Everyone,
anybody.
everyone that Ted Kaczynski sent a bomb to had some hand in some like ecological disaster.
Yeah, he did target bad people. However,
He moved
did
to a
try to
remote
target normal
cabin without
people.
electricity or running water. Yeah, that's what I heard.
Because
he
he tried to
old
bomb
dedicated
a civilian.
Okay, one at a time. Okay, one at a time. Vodka lover.
Yeah, I don't really got much to say. I'm just trying to understand this.
Okay, big brother, go ahead.
Well, yes, he bombed bad people.
Okay.
However, he did plant a bomb
No, he did not bomb.
on a
Okay.
civilian aircraft.
One at a time.
He killed
didn't go
One at a
anybody
time. One
who
at a
did
time.
not
One at a time. One at a time. Yes, big brother.
He tried to bomb a civilian aircraft of over 100 crew members.
Okay. That he sounds like an evil person. Falstaff, you wanted to add something?
Could I list points from
Mm-hmm.
his book?
No.
Personal freedoms
No.
are restricted
No.
by technology.
No.
The stronger that technology
No.
makes society,
Stop, big brother.
there are less
Stop.
freedoms.
Big brother, stop. Don't read stuff. Like, if you want to say something, say something. No reading. No reading aloud.
What? I'm not allowed to bring up sources?
No. No.
Have you ever been to a debate?
What do you mean? Have I ever been to a debate?
Or like an academia? They want sources.
I don't care.
It's
what
not like
I
anti-Dodo.
don't care. Like, in my room, my rules, and I don't allow sources. No sources allowed.
Okay, then I won't quote sources.
Okay.
Wait, so nothing is objective, everything is subjective, or what?
In this room, like, I prefer, if you want to make a point, make it. Try to convince me. I'll try to convince you. No sources. Like, I don't want to, like, if you can't quote it from your brain, don't
Yeah.
say it. And if you go into a
Yeah,
monologue,
but like, what if I say?
Go ahead.
What if I say I don't like Hillary Clinton because she was a gorilla? Like, that's not objective.
Okay, I mean, I can't deny that you don't like her because you feel she's a gorilla.
Oh
Whatever.
no. Let's just say I genuinely think she's a gorilla.
Fine.
Like, no sources to back it up.
I don't care. I don't care either way. It's not even interesting. But in
You'd
general,
rather have that
What?
than sources.
What?
I
You'd
actually
rather have
agree
that.
with Mr. Slave on this because it
What?
seems like everywhere I go, it's
I was
always
just trying to understand.
what's
Would you
the source, what's the
rather?
source?
Wait,
You show
wait,
them
no,
sources,
no, wait, you
but
can't
they don't
do.
like the sources
Wait,
anyway.
one at a time. Yes, Samuel.
Well, I'm just saying that I agree with you because on this Discord server, it's always show me source, show me source, show me source, and then you show source, and they still disagree with you.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
I actually agree with you on that.
Yeah. Yes, vodka.
Okay.
Yes, big brother.
Okay, so I'm not going to quote sources, but I'm going to sum up basic ideas.
But we didn't ask for it.
Off of memory.
No. We didn't ask for it because you already presented Ted Kaczynski. I already demonstrated that he doesn't
I'm
say.
trying to represent him.
Excuse me. What?
Okay, I'm actually trying to like talk about him now.
What do you mean What do you mean you're trying to talk about him now? I don't care that you're trying to do anything.
Okay, then.
I asked you multiple times, why do you like him? You said because of his philosophy, that he criticized technology, to which I said, congratulations, everyone can criticize everything in the universe, because everything is basically a double-sided sword, a double-edged sword, as you said, everything. Women are beautiful and terrific, but they can be terrible. Men are great friends, but they can be your worst enemies. Countries are terrific when they function, they can be hellholes if they become dysfunctional. The moon is terrific, but
Okay, we get your point.
exactly. So yeah, technology is like everything else in the universe. It has pros and cons. And Ted Kaczynski murdered people, so to me, he is an evil person. That's it, like evil, pure evil. I don't see why you want to worship an evil
An
person.
evil guy
Mm-hmm.
have good ideas.
What do you mean? What idea did he have that's good? Give me
Wait, I have
one.
a question then.
Yes, Vodka.
Let's say a pedophile shares child pornography online. Is he the bad person, or is the person who invented the internet the bad person for making that a possibility in the first place? Who should, let's say you should
both.
beat someone up for that. Should you beat up the guy who invented the internet, or should you beat up the guy who's sharing it?
I mean, let's discuss the illegality. So it's illegal to disseminate this
It's not
material.
about the equality.
One second.
It's about the morality.
Big brother.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll give you a
It's
chance.
about morality.
Okay. I'm amoral. So for me, there's no morality. There's only illegality.
Yeah, well, the law is based on
whoa. How can you be amoral and then say moral is bad and make judgment about morality?
Like murder is based off morality. Murder is not based off the fact that murder is just bad.
Right. So you asked me, so I told you like I'm an egoist, right? So if somebody harms me, obviously I don't like
Make
it.
that claim.
Excuse me?
Okay.
So
is murder wrong, or is murder wrong, or is murder right?
well, if I want to murder someone, then it's good for
Yeah.
me. It's right for me, maybe, and it's wrong for the person that I'm murdering. If I ever decide to murder someone, it's going to be because I decided that murder is good for me. This murder is good for me. Maybe it's good
Yeah, well,
for
I know how like
I get what you
typical
think.
the typical person's opinion appears. I get that. I'm just saying, how can if you don't believe that morals exist, and if our law is based off our morals, how can you say that murder is genuinely bad when some random guy is murdering another random guy that you don't know of? You don't know any of these people. You've just read about them online. How can you say that what he did is wrong then?
So I don't believe that when you say that our laws are based on morality, our laws, I would say, I wouldn't say that. I would say our laws are based on egoism. We all do our own calculation. So my calculation is that I'm against murder in general because I don't want to live in a society
Why
that.
would you be?
Wait, big brother, I'm in the middle of a sentence. What did you want to say? What? You want to say something?
Yeah, me.
You interrupted
How can
me,
you
and I'm
say-
letting you speak, and you're not speaking. What's going on with you?
Okay, I don't. Okay, I didn't know who it was directed to.
Oh, okay.
No. Okay.
So you interrupted me to say what? Do you want me to repeat?
Okay. No.
Okay.
Listen,
Yeah.
if laws are not built upon
Mm-hmm.
morality and they're
Okay.
built upon, the self-interest of people,
Yeah.
then why do almost the majority of humanity agrees that moral is bad?
Because most of humanity goes through the same calculation that I go through. And my calculation is I don't want to live in a society where people murder each other nilly-willy. I don't want to walk down the street and be afraid for my life. I want to be able to walk down the street and feel safe. And most people do the same calculation, the same egoistic calculation. We don't want to be murdered nilly-willy. We don't want to live in our house and be burglarized and murdered. No one wants that. So all civilized people created the laws based on this egoism. Now you could say
What's
that
your definition of being civilized?
I would just say most people are civilized. Like most people want to, live a
What
quiet.
does that mean to be civilized?
I just said like it's what most people choose to do. Like
Answer the question.
wait, what?
You're not answering the question.
It's just the normal behavior.
What does it mean to be civilized?
Okay, don't be mean.
Normal
Normality?
behavior.
Don't be mean. Don't be mean.
Like, are you talking about the norm, the normal standards, normal opinions?
No, he's asking what is to be civilized. I said it's just the normal behavior of people.
Like, I'm sorry, but in today's society, I don't think that people believe murder is bad because they believe murder is bad. I think people believe murder is bad because the law says so, and they believe in that.
That has nothing to do with our discussion.
That's a good point.
That is very much to do with our discussion.
Okay, I don't think so. I don't see how it.
How so?
It's not part of the logical sequence. It's completely out of left
I think
field.
most people don't go out and murder because they don't.
I
want
don't
to.
care.
I think most
I
people
don't
don't go out.
I
And,
don't care.
This is
why-
literally the subject.
I don't know.
Like what?
I don't
I don't talk to
care.
him.
Like, this is the topic.
I don't care about most people.
That's what you said yourself. You said most people, the norm.
The norm is
Hey, Vodka, if you want, we can go to a different VC.
The reason people don't go out and murder is because they don't want to end up in jail.
Good point.
Wait, you said you wanted to go. Okay. Jesus Christ.
I think I have to put this in a try-catch block, don't I?
Wait, why do you need to? Yeah, your main.
throwing
No, usually your main should have a try catch in the while. You should always have a main, a while, and in the while you have a try catch. You don't
Well,
want to have
yeah,
you don't want to have separate try catches. You want your program to be able to handle any exception, including yours.
Well, the reason I'm only going to get the exception if I'm trying to encrypt something with a key that
But
is
you,
an
but
odd
you,
number.
but you want your program to be able to be fail-safe in any failure. You want the main
This
loop,
is fail-safe for every failure.
but you want the main loop to always continue. Right? If anything goes wrong in any of the cases, it doesn't matter. You want to always be able to go to display the error and continue with the main loop. So your main loop should have a try catch, and in the try you put the switch. That's the yeah. You don't want to have a separate try catch. Exactly.
I don't think it'll be that bad. But
No, it's just
again,
it's
I don't care about coding standards. I think coding is for monkeys.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I think I'm almost ready to kill myself. Let
Do
me.
you not agree that me thinking coding is for monkeys is right? You think it's wrong?
I'm not gonna have. I don't have. Today I spent a couple of hours studying AI with the Face of Evil, Mr. Kitty. Do you know the Face of Evil?
No. Yeah. I've heard that guy before.
So we did like an hour and a half of AI. It was pretty.
Try, get. Now we want to catch. Oh wait, no, we need to put the whole thing in the try catch. Can I
Sam,
catch multiple exceptions? Or can I can just catch exception.
you catch the just exception and then yeah. And since you're just catching a general exception, there's no reason to create your own exception. There's no reason to have your own exception.
It's readability of the code.
No.
Yes.
You think so?
Yes. Invalid key exception.
Okay.
If you were reading this and I didn't have the exception here, and you were just reading this, and you input a number,
Why not? Why
I
not
don't
just? Why not have the general exception? Why not throw a general exception with the same string? Why do you need? What's the benefit of having a new type? What's the benefit?
Named. It's understood. What is the benefit of having it? This is like asking why you would create any exception at all. Why would you create exceptions? It defines the behavior that is the exception.
No, if you want to handle
it defines to a user, right? Somebody who is reading this code.
No.
The intention
No.
and the actual
No.
job of that exception. Yes, if I am just throwing
Fine, listen. Okay.
an exception.
I know. Okay, stop your monologuing. Look, all I'm saying is my opinion is not like yours. I'm saying you want to create your own exception type if when you handle it you want to catch a separate type, but this is not the case. You don't have a reason to catch this type. If you're not catching this type, where? You're catching a base exception.
I'm catching it here.
That's a
this
base.
is fucking look at read this.
Are you ever catching type invalid whatever? Are you ever where are you
Invalid key
using
exception?
besides
Yes, if an even number is inputted.
No, listen. No, where are you referencing this type except for the constructor? Except for the throw, are you referencing the type anywhere in your catches?
Well, I could put it here.
No, of course you
and
could, but you
catch
don't
that.
need to. Because you don't need to, you're not
I do need to.
No, you don't. You don't have a separate.
Yes, I do.
No. Oh my god.
I need it for the readability.
That's not a
if you
need.
were to read
That's
this-
not a need. That's not a need.
If you were to read this without the
there's no benefit. It's just throw an exception. There's no reason. You're actually confusing the reader because the reader assumes that you're going to somewhere reference this exception type. So you're confusing.
Yeah, here.
You're not catching that exception
I'll
type.
just literally, if I invalid.
But there's no reason to catch it.
Now I'm catching that.
But you don't want
now
to.
There's no reason. Now.
No, but you
Now
don't.
like literally.
Okay, but you don't want to. You want to catch a general exception. You don't want to catch a specific exception. You want to be able to handle.
I do.
No, you don't. You want to catch. This is the main loop. You want to catch any exception from any case. Anyway.
There's literally no case where there'll be, say, a null pointer.
Okay, fine. Look, it's up to you. I told you everything I know. I'm gonna go now. I need to kill my.
I just disagree.
It's good.
This is a readability issue.
Yeah. I explained to you. It's actually anti-readability. You're actually confusing your reader, but it's up to you.
I'm not. Now I catch it here.
There's no reason to catch that. That makes no sense. You want to catch the general exception. Okay. You do whatever you want.
No.
Enjoy. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Oh my god, this was such a nightmare. Okay, 5 hours of this nonsense. All right, see you tomorrow. Bye.